Upon a closer look, however, such comparisons quickly collapse. Today, unlike the West in the mid-20th century, China does not face the conditions that threaten the Western capitalist class into making its social democratic compromises. 651 The PRC currently faces only internal pressure for wealth redistribution and the recent failures of political movements based on programs of social democratic reform within Western countries, such as Bernie Sanders' presidential campaigns or Jeremy Corbyn's leadership of the British Labour Party. 652 Throw the PRC's success into even starker contrast. Campaigns by Sanders and Corbyn were sunk largely by an overwhelmingly hostile bourgeois media establishment. 653 Yet real success is being enjoyed in the PRC, where the government and the government-controlled media have been at the very least nominally friendly to the proletariat throughout its history. The Common Prosperity slogan, though only widely publicized after Xi Jinping invoked it in 2021 to characterize the fundamental shift in the PRC's domestic politics, was not his own invention. The phrase, in fact, dates as far back as 1954, when a publication by the People's Daily used it to speak of the goal and aspiration to eradicate rural poverty. 654 Deng, quoted earlier in this chapter, repeated the phrase to describe his vision of capitalist accumulation ultimately being made to serve the people. Xi's domestic policy, therefore, represents not a departure from, but a step toward the fulfillment of the Communist Party's four-decade strategy for development. Moreover, supporters of Sanders and Corbyn themselves displayed considerable animus toward the Western political establishment, while according to survey data, frequent protests in China, interpreted by the Western press as proof of the population's dissatisfaction with the government, are in fact more likely to be attended by those who support the central government. 655 The Asian Barometer survey has found that mainland China had the highest percentage of people who believed their government was responsive to their needs out of nearly a dozen countries surveyed in the region. An article published in American Affairs in 2018 admitted that the Chinese authoritarian government is actually more responsive to the public than a democratically elected government such as in Taiwan, and that the party actually spends a large amount of time and resources to calm and compensate protesters and petitioners. 656. The second important observation is that the state and the economic direction of the PRC are firmly under the control of the Communist Party. The capitalists that thrived and gained obscene fortunes during the reform and opening up period are being prevented from independently organizing for political power and, even according to studies and surveys conducted by Western researchers, the central government has the unswerving and thoroughgoing support and trust of an overwhelming majority of the people. Even prior to the Washington Post survey, according to a 13-year study from the Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation, overall satisfaction with the central government never fell below 80%, and by 2016 rested at over 93%. While the survey subjects registered greater dissatisfaction with local governments, provincial governments retained a satisfaction rate of 75% or greater, and at no level did the government receive less than majority approval since the beginning of the study in 2003. The study also noted that even before the latest major poverty alleviation campaign had gained its current momentum and levels of success, more marginalized groups in poorer, inland regions are actually comparatively more likely to report increases in satisfaction. 657 To the extent to which it can be reasonably measured, the will of the poorest in China is currently being expressed through the actions of the party. While these observations are in themselves not sufficient to adequately judge the present character of the party, they reflect absolutely necessary conditions for the development of socialism. A thorough examination of the party's composition and how it operates is therefore required to make an accurate estimation of China's political future. Is the red flag flying? China has billionaires is a common refrain heard in circles of the political left in the West, so common, in fact, that it has become a thought-terminating cliché. There is no doubt that they exist and are significant. At their height in 2021, Forbes estimated there were a total of 700 billionaires in China, constituting slightly more a quarter of the world's total. Yet the unique circumstances of their appearance warrant an examination. China and Vietnam, thus far, are the only countries to ever produce private fortunes of billions of dollars while retaining a nominal Marxist-Leninist government structure. The unique features of the new big bourgeoisie in China and their relationship to state power must be thoroughly explored, to determine if they do in fact enjoy the same position and privileges as their Western counterparts. First, how does the big bourgeoisie in China compare with this class in a similarly advanced country that is unquestionably ruled by capitalists? Only the United States, with 724 billionaires, was ranked above China on Forbes' list in that year, roughly an equivalent number. 658. China and the US have the two highest GDPs in the world, the highest totals of net wealth, and are most similar to each other than any other country in nearly all categories of measuring economic power. Despite being greater overall 659, however, the riches of China are far less concentrated. Collectively, in 2021 the United States billionaires were nearly twice as wealthy, 660, as China's. 661 in terms of billionaires per capita. China is below the world average, and trailed Russia, Greece, Thailand, Malaysia, Eswatini, and dozens of other countries as of 2021. In a more crucial difference, only 10 of China's billionaires, scarcely more than 1%, were listed by Forbes as belonging to the finance and investments category, compared with 189 in the US, or 26%. Of these 10, few seem credible as members of a Chinese financial oligarchy. The two most closely associated with financial institutions, Neil Shen 662 and Zhang Lei 663, have stronger ties to the US financial system than to China's. A few are successful but relatively small-time investors. Yu Yang 664, another billionaire in this category, derives his wealth from a minority share in a large state-owned enterprise. Despite his inclusion, Changpeng Zhao 665, the founder and CEO of Binance, the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange, is now something of an exile. He avoided the government's ban on cryptocurrency trading by relocating his company to the Cayman Islands. China's super-rich, it seems, include very few if any bankers, hedge fund managers, venture capitalists, or owners of private equity firms. China's finance industry is quite advanced, as mentioned in Chapter 6. The four largest banks in the world by total reported asset value are all state-owned Chinese banks, 666, and a significant number of smaller private banks now exist as well. Yet few individuals have made fortunes through their operation. Private banking in China, like much of the private sector, is tightly regulated and often private in name only, controlled by state-owned holding companies, as shown earlier in this chapter. Even the wealthiest of the bourgeoisie lack full control over these institutions and thus are unable to form a financial oligarchy in the same sense as the West has. The party's grip on the central bank, and the central bank's influence upon lesser state banks, have only strengthened in recent years. In 2021, the Wall Street Journal reported that party discipline inspectors brought the unusually stern message that Beijing has little tolerance for any talk of central bank independence to the People's Bank, a sign that its already limited autonomy was being further stripped away. 667 In 2023, Xi announced the formation of the Central Financial Commission, a new super-regulator designed to bring the entire financial sector under more direct party control. 668. There are some communists, usually from outside of China, who look upon the reform and opening up period as a betrayal of principles, no matter its positive effects on development, compounded ever since by the party's apparent tolerance of these individuals accumulating vast personal fortunes. To them, these features of the Chinese economy alone are proof positive that the party has, deliberately or not, achieved full capitalist restoration de facto, that the PRC has transformed from proletarian to bourgeois dictatorship, and that instead of the capitalist class being an instrument of the party is an instrument of the capitalists. However, if this hypothesis is to be proved correct, the bourgeoisie must at some point acquire the privileges demonstrating their mastery. They must enjoy the protection of the state, and they must reap the benefits of production, else they cannot be called masters. The Chinese banking system represents the single largest engine for capital accumulation, not just in China, but in the entire world, If the PRC has become a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, then why does this bourgeoisie not benefit from this potential greatest source of profit? Again, it is useful to draw a comparison, this time not with the United States, but with the Russian Federation, the country that most closely parallels the PRC with respect to its history of socialism and economic planning, yet differs in that it has since undergone an unquestionably complete restoration of bourgeois dictatorship. According to Forbes, Russia, with only a small fraction of China's population, had twice as many billionaires in finance in 2021, approximately 17% of its 117 billionaires, despite its own banking system being still largely state-owned. In fact, the wealthiest of the Chinese bourgeoisie, far from enjoying the sort of political power and freedom from social responsibility that owning large amounts of capital usually buys in the West, actually more often seem to be in some kind of danger, especially if you ask their class allies in the Western press. In 2016, a CNBC article declared China's disappearing billionaires to be an alarming trend, citing the cases of Zhou Chengjian and Guo Guangchang, two billionaire chairmen of private corporations who had reportedly gone missing in the previous months. 669 The New York Times reported how in 2017, billionaire Xiao Jianhua was snatched from a luxury hotel in Hong Kong and taken into police custody, after which, according to their sources, he was placed under house arrest and was made to with the government as it restructured conglomerate. 671 Guo Wenyi, also known as Miles Guo, a billionaire who has appeared even more prominently in the Western press due to his connections with President Donald Trump's former counselor Steve Bannon, fled China in 2017 after he was accused of bribery and a warrant was issued for his arrest. 672 When Forbes' list was updated in 2022, the year after the campaign for common prosperity had begun in earnest, the number of Chinese billionaires had fallen from 700 to 539. 673 Vice calculated their collective net loss to be more than $500 billion, attributed to government crackdown. 674 Bloomberg also blamed common prosperity, reporting that summer that China's richest real estate barons had lost $65 billion that year due to the government's interventions. 675 During both years, China's GDP continued to grow, unlike Russia, where the wealthy had suffered in proportion with the economic hardship that affected the entire country. Much of the riches lost by the Chinese bourgeoisie had been redistributed to the other classes of their society. Though the Western press often exaggerates out-of-class solidarity, legal punishments for Chinese billionaires found guilty of crimes can be quite severe, even for the type of white-collar offenses and financial double-dealing that is practically legal for the wealthy in the United States and other bourgeois dictatorships. Huang Guangjiao, a retail magnate who according to Time was once the richest man in China. 676 was sentenced to 14 years in prison in 2010 for bribery and insider trading, 10 of which he served before being paroled. 677 In 2020, real estate billionaire Renz Haiqiang was sentenced to 18 years in prison for embezzling millions in public funds. 678 In July of 2021, Sun Dao, billionaire owner of a private agricultural corporation, was also sentenced to 18 years for a variety of crimes, including conducting coercive trade, illegal mining, illegal occupation of agricultural land, illegal absorption of public deposits. 679 Later that year, Alvin Chao, a billionaire casino owner from Macau, was arrested for violating the PRC's gambling regulations. 680 Occasionally, rich white-collar criminals are publicly shamed or even executed, as in the case of Lai Xiaomin, of Zhengqinjia, who was found guilty of defrauding thousands of victims through a Ponzi scheme that netted him billions of yuan. 681 And of Zhang Ziyun, the chairman of Hongfeng Bank, who was sentenced to death in 2019 for taking bribes and embezzling over $100 million. 682 Why do Chinese billionaires keep ending up in prison? Wondered a 2013 headline in The Atlantic. 683 They didn't always. The first anti-corruption campaign during the second phase of reform and opening up led to the execution of 14 billionaires over a period of 8 years. 684 A study published in 2012 by academics from the China-Europe International Business School and the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics found that an entrepreneur's inclusion on the Huron Rich list made them much more likely to experience serious negative social, legal, and economic consequences from both the government and the people at large. Referenced in the study was a poll of the Chinese population carried out by the People's Daily, which found that 69% viewed the rich either badly or really badly. According to the authors in their conclusion, we find that when the rich list is announced, investors react negatively to the companies controlled by the listed entrepreneurs and their market values drop significantly in the following 3 years, and the government is reluctant to assist listed entrepreneurs and their companies, and even monitors them more closely. Furthermore, listed entrepreneurs are far more likely to be investigated, arrested, and charged than other entrepreneurs. In addition, they tend to conceal profits through negative earnings management to avoid public attention. Finally, we observe that the foregoing negative reactions are more pronounced for firms involved in rent-seeking industries and with lower charitable donations. 686. This is of course the polar opposite of the United States and elsewhere in the capitalist world, where wealth is more often all but worshipped and the state exists to do the bidding of the imperialist bourgeoisie. But again, how do these circumstances compare to those in national bourgeois anti-imperialist states? With the horror of the Yeltsin era and its contrast with their socialist past still well within living memory, there can be no doubt that today Russians generally dislike the rich. According to a poll by the Russian Public Opinion Research Center, only 9% of Russians believe that their ultra-wealthy oligarchs do more good than harm. 687. Yet at the same time, as of this writing, Vladimir Putin's government is more solidly in power than ever, with Putin himself consistently enjoying approval ratings in excess of 60%. 688. Citing an independent poll, the New York Times reported that it had increased to 83% following the military intervention in Ukraine. 689. As shown in Chapter 4, Putin, as the agent of the Russian national bourgeoisie, occasionally had reason to punish the more rebellious compradors, but apart from this small handful of exceptions, and his occasional rhetoric condemning capital flight, over the course of his decades-long presidency the government has taken few actions aligning with the people's wishes regarding Russia's billionaire elite. Despite polls showing that a majority of Russians favor a return to the Soviet system. 690. Putin himself makes no pretense of being a communist at all. If political power can today be so easily maintained without intervening in the domestic class struggle on workers' behalf. 691. The hypothesis of the Communist Party of China being an instrument of a dictatorship by the national bourgeoisie cannot be reconciled with its frequent persecution of that very class. Indeed, if it were true, there would seem to be little sense in the Chinese bourgeoisie keeping the Communist Party around at all. During the Cold War, there was of course a benefit and strong incentive for a country or political organization to self-apply the label Marxist-Leninist. Doing so usually meant Soviet aid, cheap loans, military support, and favorable trade relations, whether the recipients truly believed in the possibility of a continuing global revolution or not. Today, there is no significant institution of any kind coming to the PRC's aid for ideological reasons, nor any country that would discontinue trade or diplomatic relations should the PRC declare it has abandoned its trajectory towards communism for good. Since the Communist Party of China still openly professes Marxism-Leninism in a world that has grown so hostile to the ideology, the most coherent interpretation of the party's actions is that they reflect its word. Since it has been shown that political power in China is exercised solely by the Communist Party, an examination must be undertaken of the party itself, its structure, its composition, and the present status of the bourgeoisie's attempts to subvert it. The danger of such attempts is serious, and in a speech at the party's National Conference on Organizational Work in 2013 she expressed deep concerns. To be firm in their ideals and convictions means that party officials must cherish the lofty ideal of communism, sincerely believe in Marxism, strive ceaselessly for socialism with Chinese characteristics, and unswervingly uphold the basic theories, guideline, program, experience, and requirements of the party. It should be fully admitted that most of our officials are firm in their ideals and convictions, and are politically reliable. Nevertheless, there are some party officials who fail to meet these qualifications. Some are skeptical about communism, considering it a fantasy that will never come true. Some do not believe in Marxism-Leninism but in ghosts and gods, and seek spiritual solace in feudal superstitions, showing intense interest in fortune-telling, worship of Buddha and God's advice for solving their problems. Some have little sense of principle, justice, and right and wrong, and perform their duties in a muddle-headed manner. Some even yearn for Western social systems and values, losing their confidence in the future of socialism, and others adopt an equivocal attitude towards political provocations against the leadership of the CPC, the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics and other matters of principle, passively avoid relevant arguments without the courage to express their opinions, or even deliberately deliver ambiguous messages. Isn't it a monstrous absurdity that party officials, especially high-ranking ones, take no position in the face of major issues of principle, political incidents, and sensitive issues? 692. Many of China's billionaires have shown considerable eagerness to become part of the Communist Party, and after their membership was permitted in 2002, a few have joined quite openly. In 2012, on the eve of the 18th Party Congress, Forbes reported that 34 private entrepreneurs, including a few billionaires and several multimillionaires, had been selected as delegates to the 2,270-member convention. Forbes claimed that one of them, Liang Wenjin, the billionaire founder of the Sany Heavy Industry Company, out as a rising political star and was considered a front-runner to become the first private businessman to be elected to the Central Committee, the party's governing body chosen by the Congress every 5 years. 693. The same month, China Daily had quoted Liang saying, "My property, even my life, belongs to the party." 694. The South China Morning Post reported that internet entrepreneur and billionaire Lu Qiangdong had publicly opined that communism would be realized in his generation, and that Su Jiyan, billionaire chairman of China's largest real estate developer Evergrande Group, had declared himself a proud member of the Communist Party. 695. The People's Daily revealed in 2018 that Alibaba founder and chairman Jack Ma, then the wealthiest man in China, was a party member. 696. Such unabashed toadying to power is the most quintessential expression of why the Chinese big bourgeoisie see value in joining the Communist Party, the thinly veiled hope that membership will bring with it special privileges and perhaps even the opportunity to subvert and steer the party further toward their class interests. Yet the fortunes of these so-called red billionaires have so far shown both agendas to have borne very little fruit. Contrary to Forbes' expectations, Liang was not elected to the Central Committee, which as of this writing remains capitalist-free. Jack Ma, who in October of 2020 had given a speech denigrating the banks and the government's financial regulations, soon found that his connection to the party did not prevent himself from becoming a target. Regulators intervened to stop his Ant Group from making its IPO the following month. In December, the government launched an antitrust investigation of Alibaba, and its market capitalization sank by over $200 billion. 697. The Western press speculated wildly after Ma made no public appearances for the next several weeks. 698. Ma eventually signaled that he would cede his control over Ant Group in 2022 to appease regulators. 699. And in 2023, in a move Bloomberg called appeasing, a government distrustful of big tech, Alibaba also announced that it would split into 6 separate entities. 700. When the Evergrande Group went into default in 2021 following the government's new financial regulations that lowered corporate debt limits, Su Jiyan found that his party membership did not help him one iota. The Chinese government did intervene, but not to provide a multi-billion-dollar bailout as the United States Federal Reserve had given AIG and other corporations during the 2008 financial crisis. Instead, according to the Wall Street Journal, the government began to dismantle his real estate giant in a controlled implosion, compelling it to sell assets to other companies while keeping the market stable. 701. Su Jiyan himself, who ultimately lost 98% of his own personal fortune after the government also insisted he use it to help pay Evergrande's debt. 702 was later arrested in 2023.703. Even though wealthy capitalists are now allowed in government, the evidence suggests that their role is mostly, if not entirely, to be carefully managed token participants or observers who are not allowed access to any actual power. Their invitations to the 18th Party Congress probably did not launch any political careers for Liang Wenjin or his fellow capitalists. In fact, careers in the Congress and the Central Committee are quite short, with the latter's turnover rate usually exceeding 60% for the last several decades. 704 Though the Huron report has listed around 100 Chinese billionaires who are members of the National Political Congress. 706 Western news coverage of this factoid seldom mentions that the NPC is in reality entirely subordinate to the Communist Party, which controls the selection of all delegates, and has never diverged from the party's agenda in any meaningful way. 707 As of 2021, the Communist Party had over 95 million members. When broken down by occupation, peasants and industrial workers formed a plurality of 34%. Another 8% were party and government employees, and a further 27% were white-collar professional workers or managerial staff. The remainder were mostly college students and retirees. Fewer than 7.6% were categorized as other, which presumably includes capitalists as well as the petty bourgeoisie, athletes. 708 performers, and various less common occupations. 709 This percentage has not increased during Xi's tenure as General Secretary, and in fact has declined a fraction of a point since party membership statistics were published in 2010 by the People's Daily. 710 Ultra-wealthy members are a drop in a vast ocean, unable to subvert anything and are constrained against deviating from the will of the proletariat by the party's philosophy of democratic centralism, which is designed both to make the organization resilient to infiltration and to bend bad actors to its will despite their intentions. 711 Corruption of existing party officials, rather than entryism, is the Chinese bourgeoisie's best hope of restoring their dictatorship. Furthermore, the question must be asked, if the party is currently the instrument of the bourgeoisie, why have they chosen Xi Jinping as its general secretary? Throughout his tenure, Xi has waged an unceasing struggle against corruption in the party. In 2023, a record number of senior officials were investigated or punished by Xi's signature policy. 712 Though many high-profile party officials have lost their positions, their freedom, and sometimes even their lives as a result of the anti-corruption campaign, the success of these efforts can also be found in statistical evidence. A 2018 study published in the Oxford University Press's Quarterly Journal of Economics attempted to measure corruption in the party through an analysis of land transactions by private firms connected to party officials, analyzing how much more likely these firms were to obtain a discount on leasing land from the government. The authors conclude, to curb corruption, President Xi Jinping stepped up investigations and strengthened personnel control at the province level. Using a spatially matched sample, we find a reduction in corruption of between 42.6% and 31.5% in the provinces either targeted by the central inspection teams or whose party secretary was replaced by one appointed by Xi. Accordingly, this crackdown on corruption has also significantly reduced the promotional prospects of those local officials who rely on supplying a discount to get ahead. 713 Nor are such anti-corruption efforts merely excuses to persecute Xi's own personal rivals. He officials being neutralized, Politico observed of the spike in investigations in 2023, are not members of hostile political factions but loyalists from the inner ring of Xi's own clique. 714 Whatever its shortcomings or inadequacies may have been in the past, anti-corruption in China has now become institutionalized and does not play favorites. Ideologically, Xi has consistently sounded like the very last person the Chinese capitalists would prefer to be running the party. Marxism featured prominently in his speech to the 20th Party Congress in October 2022, in which he called it the party's fundamental guiding ideology. 715 But this focus on ideology has scarcely been less strong at any time during Xi's tenure as General Secretary. In his collected speeches and writings, she has repeatedly stressed not only the need to fight corruption, but the need for greater Marxist education. We should not abandon Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, otherwise, we would be deprived of our foundation. 716 he said in a speech at a group study session of the Political Bureau of the 18th Central Committee. In a 2013 speech, she said, "Our publicity and theoretical work aims to consolidate Marxism as the guiding ideology in China." 717 and outlined plans for expanding political education not just within the party, but throughout Chinese society. Marxism must be a required course in party schools, executive leadership academies, academies of social sciences, institutes of higher learning and groups for theoretical studies. These places should serve as the centers for studying, researching and disseminating Marxism. New and young officials in particular should work hard to study Marxist theory, learn to observe and solve problems from the Marxist stand, viewpoint, and method, and become firm in their ideals and convictions. 718. By 2016, over 1 million undergraduates were enrolled in the Communist Youth League's Marxist training programs in 1,000 colleges across the country. 719 cheers greeted as he toured Beijing's Renmin University of China in April as he told students and teachers that they must continue to promote the modernization of Marxism, Bloomberg reported in 2022. The visit, said Bloomberg, highlighted China's pivot to funding and supporting researchers who are suspicious of the power of private business, with some advocating barring private capital from entire sectors. The message was clear: in today's China, Marxism is back, and investors had better take note. 720. She frequently speaks of the party's goal of building a modern socialist country by the PRC centenary in 2049, and has reiterated the long-term goal of realizing communism and the need to stand firm against various erroneous views aimed at abandoning socialism, and rectify all erroneous and unrealistic mindsets, policies, and measures that go beyond the current primary stage of socialism. 721 of the party itself, she remarked in another speech in 2013. First, we must make sure that the working class is our main force. The working class is China's leading class, it represents China's advanced productive forces and relations of production, it is our party's most steadfast and reliable class foundation, and it is the main force for realizing a moderately prosperous society in all respects, and upholding and building socialism with Chinese characteristics. 722. Though the bourgeoisie may usually be taken at their word when they identify their enemies publicly through their newspapers and media institutions, they are at their most trustworthy when they confer amongst themselves and feel a confidence that their words will not be exposed to the eyes of the people. What information about Xi do the managers of the super empire privately consider relevant and reliable? A leaked U.S. diplomatic cable from 2009 said of the Communist Party's future General Secretary. According to a well-connected embassy contact, Politburo Standing Committee member and Vice President Xi Jinping is exceptionally ambitious, confident, and focused, and has had his eye on the prize from early adulthood. Unlike many youth who made up for lost time by having fun after the Cultural Revolution, Xi chose to survive by becoming redder than the red. 723. The cable further related the view of the embassy's contact, who had had a long association with Xi during his formative years, that Xi also does not care at all about money and is not corrupt. Of Xi's attitude toward corruption itself, the cable reported. Xi knows how very corrupt China is and is repulsed by the all-encompassing commercialization of Chinese society, with its attendant nouveau riche, official corruption, loss of values, dignity, and self-respect, and such moral evils as drugs and prostitution, the professor stated. The professor speculated that if Xi were to become the party general secretary, he would likely aggressively attempt to address these evils, perhaps at the expense of the new moneyed class. 724. To summarize, in the latter phase of reform and opening up, the party's control and popularity have both increased, while the influence of the big bourgeoisie upon the party has declined. The bourgeoisie, both inside and outside the party, has waged a continuous class struggle against the proletarian character of the party through graft and corruption, striving to twist the party to its own ends, yet the party's response, expressed most dramatically through their selection of Xi Jinping as General Secretary, has thus far been much stronger, and indicates that in general, the left wing of the party is dominant. China's economy remains in transition, but it has some time ago ceased to transition toward capitalism and is now transitioning toward socialism, though the time scale remains long. In his critique of the Gotha program, Karl Marx wrote, "Between capitalist and communist society there lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. Corresponding to this is also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 725. In the autumn of 1917, just weeks after the Bolsheviks had taken power in Petrograd, Lenin wrote, "For socialism is merely the next step forward from state capitalist monopoly." Or, in other words, socialism is merely state capitalist monopoly which is made to serve the interests of the whole people and has to that extent ceased to be capitalist monopoly. 726. In 1922, to rebuild after the destructive Civil War, the Soviet Union adopted the new economic policy, which according to Lenin allowed the creation of a form of capitalism that is deliberately permitted and restricted by the working class. 727. Writing in 1999, Marxist academic Domenico Losurdo drew an explicit parallel between reform and opening up and Lenin's new economic policy, evaluating the PRC's program as quite conscious of the necessity to connect continually socialism, democracy, and the market with one another. 728. In light of this analysis, the question of whether China is presently capitalist or socialist, a question that is frequently debated within circles of the political left the world over, can be answered. In the words of Xi himself in 2014, "We have set the goals of completing the building of a moderately prosperous society in all respects by the centenary of the CPC in 2021 and building China into a modern socialist country that is prosperous, strong, democratic, culturally advanced, and harmonious by the centenary of the PRC in 2049 so as to realize the Chinese dream of the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation." 729. Thus even the Communist Party does not apply the label socialist to the PRC without qualification. 730 but instead has the goal of transforming it into a modern socialist country by the year 2049. On the question of whether the USSR could properly be called socialist, Lenin had this to say in 1921. "No one, I think, in studying the question of the economic system of Russia, has denied its transitional character. Nor, I think, has any communist denied that the term Soviet Socialist Republic implies the determination of the Soviet power to achieve the transition to socialism, and not that the existing economic system is recognized as a socialist order." 731. Therefore, the question of whether China is still socialist or not is entirely a matter of semantics. In every country that has existed that has ever been called socialist, this label has had at best an aspirational, rather than material, significance. Neither communism nor socialism, as economic systems by the Marxist definition, have yet been established. The question of the character of the Chinese economic system that is so often posed is therefore in reality the question of whether the PRC can politically still be considered a revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat or not. The increasingly clear qualitative difference between Western social democracy, which is in terminal decline, and Chinese social democracy, which is healthy and ascendant, is nothing more than two different answers to the question of which class is in control of the government. While foreign communists may increasingly dismiss the PRC's accomplishments as mere social democracy, it is also increasingly clear that social democracy can expand nowhere but in a proletarian state as long as world imperialism remains in the super-imperialist stage. One final question is useful to ask: if the bourgeoisie have not already prevailed in China, then what further consequences would ensue if they were to do so? According to Losurdo, to speak of a restoration of capitalism in China would be looking at the problem too superficially. A solid bourgeoisie has undoubtedly emerged there, although it currently has no possibility of transforming its economic power into political power. We need to understand the difficult situation in which the Chinese leaders find themselves. On the one hand, they have to push forward with the democratization process. This is an essential element of socialist modernization, as it is also a means of consolidating power. On the other hand, they must avoid having the democratization process lead to a conquest of power by the bourgeoisie, which, by the way, is the goal sought in an entirely unremitting fashion by the United States. It is resolved to undermine the hegemony of the Communist Party by any means necessary. 732. The ground that was surrendered to the capitalist mode of production during the first phase of reform and opening up does not by any means represent the whole or even the commanding heights of the Chinese economy. State-owned enterprises still have a monopoly on key industries such as energy, telecommunications, aviation, and other transportation. 733 and occupy a significant portion of most other sectors, heavily subsidized by the government with cheap credit. The financial industry, as shown earlier, is almost entirely controlled by the state. If proletarian power was at last to be broken, these industries would face a terrible reckoning with the bourgeoisie. Mass privatizations could follow, causing increases in unemployment, poverty, and mortality, perhaps even to the degree that Russia experienced during its capitalist restoration in the 1990s. A national bourgeoisie, fully in control of the state, could unwind the social democratic redistribution that the latter reform period has steadily institutionalized. Real incomes would likely decline, especially in rural areas, as they have under national bourgeois governments in Iran and Russia since the end of commodities boom of the 2000s. 734, while the billionaire class would reap galactic profits. Land, which is still collectively owned by the state and currently leased, rather than sold, to private entities, would be entirely privatized. Housing prices and homelessness would then increase, and bourgeois families would consolidate generational wealth through the inheritance of estates. Though these are already sufficiently grim examples, we should not deceive ourselves that they would be the worst that may befall China should it face a complete capitalist restoration. If a comprador bourgeoisie were to gain supremacy even for a short time, it is all but guaranteed that China's large territory and multi-ethnic population would undergo a process of balkanization. Just as the Soviet Union dissolved into over a dozen individual countries along largely ethnic lines, China's landlocked minority-majority autonomous regions such as Tibet and Xinjiang, as well as other highly diverse regions such as Yunnan and Guangxi, would most likely be transformed into separate neo-colonies. The super-empire is already poised to effect this transition. Should the PRC fall, the National Endowment for Democracy spends millions of dollars per year to foment unrest in Tibet. 735 and Xinjiang. 736 through NGOs composed of exiles and expatriates, whose reactionary leaders are expected to form new comprador governments that will open these regions fully to the iron fist of neoliberalism and the tyranny of exploitation by international finance. The world will not soon forget what happened after socialism was destroyed in Yugoslavia, which out of all the socialist countries had a multi-ethnic character most closely resembling China's minority autonomous regions. Throughout the 1990s, as the IMF ruthlessly strangled the Yugoslavian economy and the super-empire exploited worsening conditions to goad the people further and further toward ethnic nationalism, the country dissolved in a series of wars and genocidal massacres. Given that this Western-authored catastrophe still lingers within living memory, is it any wonder that the Harvard Kennedy School researchers found that minorities in the inland regions of China were more likely to express support for the central government, which under the guidance of the Communist Party currently forms the strongest bulwark against such a fate. 737. In the summer of 2021, after a severe typhoon season brought unprecedented rainfall in central China, floods devastated Henan and several other provinces along China's major rivers. Hundreds were killed and many thousands more were displaced. The government immediately launched a massive rescue effort, mobilizing tens of thousands of workers to save those stranded by flood waters. 738 A viral post on Weibo that day described a popular sentiment among the people. Us common folk, why do we defend the government? Is it because we're stupid plebeians who don't know any better? No, it's because we have a conscience. As the storms rage and the rivers overflow, they went to clear the drainage shafts, dig ditches, stack sandbags, doing door-to-door inspections, sending doctors and medicine, food and water. And aren't those government workers also people like us? They're supposed to, some say. Don't give me that. Where do things ever just happen because they're supposed to in this world? In America, at the feet of their beachside condos, the maggots on the corpses have already bred for 4 generations. 739 Who was supposed to take care of those souls? When the pandemic came, their government was clear they did not care who lived or died. They even gave it a name, herd immunity, forcing people to admit that they were supposed to die, and who could they petition otherwise? As a student of history, I have one main takeaway: common folk like you and I, our lives are like the morning dew on the grass. When heaven shows its power with intention of taking human lives, surviving is good fortune, and dying is expected. What rhyme or reason is there to speak of? In those times, when some people stand up, take responsibility, and put your welfare on their heart, sacrificing themselves to come wrestle with heaven, then that's you and I's undeserved fortune, to say nothing of their top-tier competence in doing so too. Others treat us with the heart of a bodhisattva, thus I repay them with a righteous heart, neither of us failing each other. This is the world the Buddhists spoke of. Who am I to play high and mighty at this critical hour? When the waves come crashing down at me, what good is it to have felt sanctimonious and rebellious as I take my last breath in the sewer? 740. Chapter 8. The Propaganda Siege. The Crown Prince was being sent as a hostage to Handan. Pang Kong, who was to accompany him, asked the King of Wei, "If today one man said there is a tiger in the marketplace, would your majesty believe it?" The king said, "No." Pang Kong said, "If 2 men said there is a tiger in the marketplace, would your majesty believe it?" The king said, "I would doubt it." Pang Kong said, "If 3 men said there is a tiger in the marketplace, would your majesty believe it?" The king said, "I would believe it." Pang Kong said, "It is clear there is no tiger in the marketplace, but the words of 3 men can still make a tiger. Now Handan is farther from Daliang 741 than the marketplace, and more than 3 men here would speak ill of your servant. I hope your majesty will not take them at face value." Compiled circa 20b.c.742. The Russian bourgeoisie, as shown in Chapter 4, are indisputably real and in control of their government. Western news media seem to agree universally on this point and waste no opportunity to refer to them as oligarchs or an oligarchy, not even when in the very next breath they portray this purported oligarchy's representative, Vladimir Putin, as an absolute dictator. On the other hand, though Xi Jinping is named a dictator nearly as often as Putin, and though the Chinese bourgeoisie are vastly more wealthy and nearly an order of magnitude more numerous than Russia's, the phrase Chinese oligarchs is quite seldom if ever printed. In China there are no oligarchs. Instead, there are entrepreneurs, tycoons, billionaires, and perhaps a mogul or 2. The owners of the Western media, the Western oligarchy, have clearly done much the same class analysis as this book and arrived at the same conclusions. The Russian capitalists have been designated enemies while the Chinese capitalists remain potential allies and perhaps future compradors. The Communist Party, as the oppressor of the Chinese capitalists and the highest expression of peasant and proletarian power in China, is of course the Western bourgeoisie's greatest enemy. By its very existence, the party presents by far the greatest threat to the Western capitalists' dominance of class society. The task of the Western press is therefore twofold: first, to lionize and evoke sympathy for the Chinese capitalist, and second, far more importantly, at all costs to vilify and incite hatred for the party. As shown in Chapter 7, the party has unchallenged control over the government, therefore, it too must receive the same treatment, as must Xi himself, as its chosen representative. The Western bourgeoisie had of course always been hostile to the Chinese government, but far less so until the turning point during the late 2000s, when they at last began to realize that proletarian power in China was not diminishing but increasing. Nothing positive regarding China may therefore be printed. Any overture of friendship the Chinese government makes toward another country can only be a nefarious ruse, certain to bring the other country harm, either then and there or at some later date. The PRC's great infrastructure projects, when they are begun, can only be doomed to failure, and when they are completed, they can only have been a colossal waste of money. Initiatives to help the poor can only be a sham. If they do have undeniably positive effects, those effects must have come at too great a cost. Every member of the party can only be irredeemably corrupt, except for those who are actually arrested for corruption. If any Chinese people speak positively of the party, this can only be the result of the government's brainwashing. Those who speak critically of the party, however, are always brave and clear-thinking truth-tellers, soon to be disappeared by the government. When they are seen in public thereafter, their reappearance must somehow be staged by the government. There can be no criminals in China, only political prisoners who have been falsely accused. Neither are these political prisoners kept in prisons, for there can be no prisons in China, only prison camps. In fact, every policy adopted by the government can only be the latest expression of its brutal totalitarianism. The party can be the author only of evil, for the sake only of evil. Any and all reporting on China must presume the guilt, rather than the innocence, of the party. If no evidence can be found of the party's sinister abuses of human rights, this can only indicate the government's terrifyingly efficient censorship. No story casting the Chinese government in an unflattering light is too outlandish for publication, and no acknowledgement of its successes may be printed without heavy qualification. Any and all research into Chinese government policy that has a suitably critical conclusion is fit to be published, whether it is credible, peer-reviewed, and methodologically rigorous or not. Any such research with positive findings is not to be trusted, especially if it is conducted by Chinese academics, even when their research is done independently of the government. Through the hegemony of the super empire, anti-China propaganda has become ubiquitous. The market dominance of Western information technology over the Internet ensures that it is the first, and often only, narrative read by the average user. English-language news has become completely saturated with stories demonizing China, each careful to include a multitude of references to other such stories, so that the weakness of any one claim in particular cannot be evaluated without being overwhelmed by the collective. The most spurious or unverified details are typically hidden behind paywalls or multiple layers of citations, deterring skeptics by adding barriers to the formulation of any specific criticisms. The audience is of course not just the Western public, but the entire world. The net and other soft power NGOs transform anti-China propaganda into pro-Western political power in regions throughout the periphery, seeking constantly to redirect toward China any existing anger over unrelated grievances. An even greater expansion of this system is being sought. In early 2022, the U.S. House of Representatives voted to spend $500 million to produce journalism for overseas audiences that was critical of China, the majority of which was to be allocated through the U.S. Agency for Global Media. The Senate, in their version of the legislation, went even further, seeking a total of $1.5 billion that should be spent in order to raise awareness of and increase transparency regarding the negative impact of activities related to the Belt and Road Initiative 743 to maintain its control over the poor and working classes in the periphery and at home. The super empire must at all costs keep them divided. Any local or international organization premised upon class solidarity with the Chinese worker cannot be allowed to flourish, and the Communist Party's class character and its relationship to the people must be obscured. It may be portrayed, all 95 million members, only as a vague instrument of authoritarianism or dictatorship, a wicked and hostile antagonist to the masses, and never as a champion of their interests. It then follows that it is of greatest importance to publish any and all information that might draw attention to the party or the government's shortcomings with respect to ethnic minorities, the rural poor, women's rights, religious freedom, the treatment of those with non-conforming gender identities and sexual orientations, and other categories of marginalization. If any such shortcomings are real, they must be broadcasted again and again, even long after they have later been addressed or ameliorated by the government's actions. If such shortcomings are mild, unforthcoming, or unverifiable, new ones must be invented or inferred. Media decoupling. The amount of energy needed to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than to produce it. Alberto Brandolini 744. The 1980s saw a period of unrest in the Tibet Autonomous Region which was quickly seized upon by the Western press. In 1989 the Washington Post published an op-ed that related accounts from Tibetan exiles living in India, who described harrowing oppression by the Chinese authorities allegedly enforcing coercive and draconian family planning policies, including nightmarish birth control teams that roamed from village to village, performing forced abortions and sterilizations of native Tibetan women. The infanticide of healthy newborns was supposedly commonplace. A pair of refugee Buddhist monks described a lurid picture of a growing pile of fetuses outside one such team's tent next to their monastery as they proceeded to mass sterilize the entire village. 745 A report published in 1987 by the U.S. Tibet Committee claimed that the PRC had adopted a final solution designed to within 10 to 20 years cause the demise of the Tibetan race itself. 746. Academics at Beijing's Population Research Institute disputed these accusations, citing actual policy that largely exempted rural Tibetans from the government's family planning initiatives. Professors Melvin Goldstein and Cynthia Beale of Case Western Reserve University in Ohio noted that the gulf between these very different accounts of birth control policy in Tibet is so enormous and the reliability of the respective data sources so uncertain that there has been no way to make an informed judgment on this issue. In an attempt to resolve this contradiction, they traveled to Tibet to conduct an extensive study of ethnic Tibetan rural communities in China. 747. Goldstein and Beale spent 16 months performing fieldwork in the Tibet Autonomous Region, employing traditional anthropological methods involving formal and informal interviews. All conversations were conducted in the Tibetan language, and according to their report they were neither accompanied by government officials nor were there any restrictions placed upon such meetings. 748 According to the data collected, they concluded, the Tibetan Autonomous Region is actually experiencing high population growth rates rather than suffering a policy of coercive and restrictive birth control that is causing population decline and threatening the continued existence of Tibetans. At current growth rates, over 500,000 Tibetans will be added to the TAR's population in the last decade of the century. 749. They in fact remarked upon the excessive burden the increase in population would likely have upon limited resources and farmland in Tibet, exactly the harmful scenario that it was the purpose of actual reasonable family planning interventions to prevent. Only in the cities were any family planning policies enforced, and then only the standard one-child limit upon the Han residents, and a two-child limit upon Tibetans who were themselves government officials or members of the Communist Party. They directly observed many large families and found no evidence of roving sterilization teams or of forced abortions or infanticide anywhere. 750. A likely factor in the stark discrepancy between their findings and the dominant Western media narrative, suggested Goldstein and Beale, were exaggerations or fabrications by the other report's refugee interviewees, who by the conditions of their exile to India may have harbored deep-seated anger and hostility toward the Chinese government. They also criticized the methodological flaws of the reports, particularly their authors' reliance on selectively choosing to interview only refugees who had a lurid story to tell, rather than comparing and contrasting refugee experiences in any systematic way. The reports that the Western press had been so eager to publish, they determined, were an illustration of how easily strong political emotions can misinform objectivity. 751 Barry Sodeman, a professor of social science at Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, in a detailed analysis published in the Texas International Law Journal, offered the explanation that such exaggerations might be a deliberate media strategy adopted by the Tibetan émigré community, with many causes competing for the attention of those from whom the Tibetan émigrés seek support. It may appear to them that the most extreme, rather than the most accurate, language best serves their cause. 752. A decade later, Goldstein, Beale, and their research partners returned to Tibet, this time to evaluate similarly conflicting claims regarding the welfare of rural Tibetans. A report submitted to the United Nations by a group of Western NGOs in 1998 again accused the PRC of imposing forced abortions and sterilizations upon Tibetan women, and levying heavy fines including the dispossession of land as penalties for any deviations from the family planning restrictions. A Washington Post headline declared genocide in Tibet, 753 referencing a 370-page report by the International Commission of Jurists that accused the Chinese government of forced abortions, infanticide, and numerous other abuses against Tibetans. 754 Again, these reports were based upon selective interviews with exiles and speculative interpretations of public documents. 755 A pattern it is useful to describe with the phrase anecdote speculation since it has been repeated so many times in Western media coverage of China that it is necessary to refer to it by a shorthand. 756 Again, Chinese researchers disputed the findings. Goldstein et al. Took an even more rigorous approach, involving focus groups, a household survey, interviews, and observation. Research sites were chosen by the authors and information was censored by the Chinese government, and no provincial or local government officials accompanied the researchers while they did their field work. No prior arrangements needed to be made to conduct interviews, nor were interviewees subject to questioning by local officials afterward. 757 The results were again similar. While a 3-child limit had indeed been officially placed upon Tibetan families in the countryside, Goldstein et al. Found that this limit was not being effectively enforced, local authorities having considerable autonomy regarding the policy. Despite some complaints about government rules, no formal or informal discussions with villagers about family planning, birth limits, or local problems revealed even a hint of forced abortions, and when the women surveyed were asked about what happens when someone became pregnant with a child who would be above the limit, not one said that they would have to undergo an abortion or be sterilized. 758 Families that had had 4 or more children were not even fined. The study, they concluded, highlights the dangers of using refugee reports and anecdotal evidence to interpret highly politicized situations. 759. Obviously, the final solution that was supposedly to have been implemented in Tibet during the 1990s was never anything but a complete fabrication. According to Voice of America, the staunchly anti-communist Tibetan government in exile and the PRC have agreed on the total number of Tibetans living in China since 2010 over 6 million, a significant increase since Goldstein et al.'s research. 760 In a further paper published in 2005, Goldstein, Beal, and their colleagues Ben Jiao and Jeff Childs compared the fertility rates between Tibetans in the TAR and the Tibetan exile community, finding that since the mid-1980s, when the rate for both had been approximately 6 births per woman, 761, it had declined in both communities at nearly the same rate due to the increased availability of contraceptives, even despite the leaders in the exile community advocate pro-Anatolianism as a nationalistic responsibility. 762. While Goldstein and Beal's meticulous fieldwork appears to have had little effect on the propaganda machine at the time, their research represents an important first-hand perspective on government policy in Tibet that was not only qualified and external, but studiously independent. 763 30 years ago, or perhaps even 10, such research by outside observers was possible. Today, the superempire's policy of decoupling largely precludes independent Western investigations, and limits the primary source material of any such research to anecdote speculation. Decoupling, or sometimes de-risking, the terms used explicitly by the U.S. security state and Western media, is best understood as an imperialist mirror to a means theory of delinking. The periphery, according to Ammon, may be able to delink itself from its harmful near-total political integration with the core without sacrificing trade, and thus without jeopardizing its economic survival, a feat that the PRC has to a great degree already accomplished. This has also rendered the superempire unable to subject China to the mechanisms of control detailed in Chapter 2. The nuclear deterrent precludes direct military intervention. China's new wealth is proof against the leveraging of debt for structural adjustment, and China's manufacturing and export dominance prevents the superempire from employing significant sanctions against it without also bringing economic ruin to itself. The United States, Europe, Australia, and C must first decouple from their integration with China by gradually reducing their trade dependency on it. The West's fourth mechanism of control, soft power, is currently the only weapon the super empire can bring to bear against China, but when in the late 2000s the success of the PRC Stellenking became fully apparent, the use of this weapon was not fully unconstrained either. Multilateral diplomatic agreements between the PRC and Western countries, as well as a recent history of cooperation on global issues such as climate change, could not be undone overnight. Though the Western bourgeoisie must destroy the Communist Party to retain their dominance over class society, their tremendous capital exports to China, according to UNCTAD, foreign direct investment in China totaled $2 trillion in 2021-1764, and their revenues from the Chinese market cannot be easily discarded, and give many individual Western corporations a contradictory incentive to avoid confrontation. Since the 1990s, many avenues for the exchange of culture, education, and information between China and the United States had been opened. These also needed to be decoupled in order to clear the path for greater hostility. A more thorough assessment of the current decoupling strategy will be presented in Chapter 12. This chapter is concerned with its effects on journalism and the media. It is now a common thought terminating cliché that China's freedom of the press is considered among the lowest of any country in the world. Yet this was not always the case. According to a special report by the New York-based NGO Committee to Protect Journalists, press rights in China in 2010 were in fact stronger than ever before. 765 This has certainly changed, and foreign journalists are indeed treated very poorly in China today, but seldom does the Western press honestly address the question of why this has changed. Chinese public opinion of the United States, once positive, or at least ambivalent, during the latter 20th century, had worsened by the 2000s due to the perception of persistent anti-China bias in the Western media. 766 A report published in the Cornell International Law Journal found that China had in fact been subjected to a serious double standard. Western NGOs, ostensibly concerned with human rights, disproportionately focused on alleged violations in China despite much worse abuses occurring elsewhere in the world. The U.S. government continually attempted to censure the PRC before the United Nations Commission on Human Rights, while ignoring other countries' egregious abuses. 767 And the Western press exclusively covered negative news in China, selectively focusing only on individual cases that were not representative of actual conditions. 768 Meanwhile, though it did have shortcomings, China's actual human rights situation was far better than the average country in its income class in nearly every category. 769 In 2005, the PRC played a role in mediating peace in Sudan's decades-long, exceptionally bloody civil war. 770 As early as 2006, the PRC was funding the African Union peacekeeping force and actively negotiating to end the humanitarian crisis in Darfur. 771 In 2007 its efforts had major success, the government in Khartoum agreeing to host a stronger joint United Nations African Union peacekeeping operation UNAMID, which, though not 100% successful in ending the conflict, became the largest UN mission in the world to date, and for the duration of its mandate almost certainly prevented hundreds of thousands of further deaths. 772 Chinese diplomacy alone had produced results where the West's airstrikes and economic sanctions had failed, an unsurprising observation, given that the true purpose of these sanctions was not to end war but to maintain Sudan's underdevelopment. 773 The PRC had not participated in the sanctions, for this reason, rather than acknowledge the PRC's role in ending the bloodshed, or admit the West's own culpability in crimes against humanity in Sudan. 774 Western newspapers spat in its face. In 2007, the Wall Street Journal published an op-ed labeling the upcoming Summer Olympics in Beijing the Genocide Olympics. 775 In 2008, the New York Times ran its own column titled China's Genocide Olympics. 776 And Steven Spielberg withdrew from his role as artistic advisor to the event, explicitly citing PRC-Sudan relations in his public explanation. 777 Now, when a journalist from the West asks us questions, Fanon wrote in 1961, "It is seldom in order to help us." 778 This lesson was relearned in China. 2008 proved to be an inflection point in receptivity to foreign press. Later, in April, CNN became the target of a wave of outrage and multiple lawsuits in both China and the United States after one of their news commentators remarked about China that they were a bunch of goons and thugs on air. The Western establishment, however, closed ranks. The CNN commentator kept his job. 779 And the New York-based Haiming law firm soon dropped its case, citing pressure from other clients. 780 The Los Angeles Times dismissed subsequent Chinese demonstrations against Western media bias as xenophobic. 781 Western news media thus soon faced an increasingly hostile public reaction in China, and one largely of their own making. Over the next decade, things steadily worsened. Increasingly, reporters fell afoul of police, but more often they were accosted by men in plain clothes whom they could not identify, and sometimes simply by crowds of angry locals. In 2011, NPR noted a crackdown on foreign journalists, in which Chinese authorities threatened to revoke visas. 782 In December of 2014, the New York Times reported on a pattern of harassment of Western reporters, citing an incident in Beijing in which an Associated Press camera crew was attacked by a crowd of thugs who damaged their equipment, splashed them with water and snatched one of the correspondents' phones. 783 As the superempire began to pursue decoupling in earnest, Western governments took any opportunity to escalate these tensions. In February 2020, the U.S. State Department revoked protections for all journalists of China's 5 largest news agencies, who would henceforth be treated as foreign government operatives. 784 In retaliation, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs revoked visas for 3 Wall Street Journal reporters the next day, accusing the paper of racism for its publication of an article headlined "At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, China is the real sick man of Asia." 785 The State Department again punished Chinese news agencies, restricting their staff and effectively forcing dozens of Chinese citizens to leave the country. 786 The next month, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs further retaliated, requiring journalists of major American newspapers whose press credentials expired at the end of the year to surrender them within 10 days. 787 In May, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security further restricted Chinese journalists' visas. 788 In June, the homes of 4 Xinhua news agency correspondents in Australia were raided and their property was confiscated by the authorities. Later that year, when Chinese police deemed 2 Australian journalists persons of interest in a criminal investigation, the Australian government advised the Australian Broadcasting Corporation to withdraw them from the country, leaving Australian media with no accredited foreign correspondents in China for the first time in nearly 50 years. 789 By October, the New York Times had only 1 foreign correspondent left in all of China, and the Washington Post had 0.790. On May 11, the documentary Voices from the Frontline, China's War on Poverty, written and produced by China expert Robert Lawrence Kuhn, debuted on PBS member station PBS SoCal. The film, made possible by the unprecedented access to the Chinese countryside that Kuhn had cultivated throughout his career, was a mostly positive depiction of the PRC's targeted poverty alleviation program. Within weeks, PBS mysteriously removed the film from their platform for not meet its editorial standards. In a statement to the press, PBS SoCal confirmed that the film had passed their editorial standards, yet followed suit, suspending any future re-airing. 791 That summer, the U.S. Peace Corps ended operations in China. 792 And President Trump issued an executive order terminating the Fulbright program, which had previously provided opportunities for the exchange of students and a wide array of academic research and cooperation between the PRC and the United States. 793 The Biden administration and the 117th Congress upheld the termination. 794 As of the summer of 2023, despite repeated objections from many U.S. scholars, neither program had been restored. 795 There were to be no more Professor Goldsteins in this new generation of U.S.PRC relations, no first-hand reporting, no field work, and no independent investigations. there was to be only anecdote, speculation and propaganda. Nowhere is this clearer than in the present controversy over the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Since 2018, Western press and NGOs have accused the government of a litany of human rights abuses, many of them quite similar to the accusations regarding Chinese Tibetans decades earlier. The Hoover Institution, a conservative U.S. policy think tank attached to Stanford University, published an article in 2018 titled "China's Final Solution in Xinjiang 796." An op-ed headline in the Washington Post declared that in China, every day is Kristallnacht. In 2019.797, the East Turkestan National Awakening Movement, a Washington-based NGO created in 2017, alleged that the party had killed millions of people in Xinjiang, imprisoned 8 million Uyghurs and other minorities in concentration camps, and forcibly aborted nearly 4 million Turkic babies. 798 In 2020, a Washington-based defense policy think tank issued a report accusing the Communist Party of perpetrating a massive campaign of forced sterilization specifically targeting the Uyghur ethnic minority, sourced entirely from anecdote speculation, i.e. a handful of accounts from refugees or expatriates and extrapolations of local population statistics. 799 In 2021. The State Department officially declared that a genocide consisting of a systematic attempt to destroy Uyghurs by the Chinese Party state was ongoing in Xinjiang. 800 In all such analyses, of course, the testimony of at most a few dozen selectively chosen émigrés was treated as unquestionably factual. No independent studies of Uyghur communities in China were undertaken, and no Western researchers even traveled to Xinjiang to attempt to confirm the accusations. Indeed, they largely could not. A decade of mistrust deliberately sown by Western governments and the Western press had led to the severing of academic ties, making the organization of any fieldwork prohibitively difficult. Neither are these the only, or even sufficient, obstacles to independent confirmation. The non-compliance of any government into investigations of their alleged crimes does not excuse the lack of investigation. Goldstein and Beale, as mentioned above, conducted their study despite the Chinese government's refusal to allow Western NGOs such as the International Commission of Jurists access to Tibet at around the same time. In a more contemporary example, the United Nations Human Rights Council's fact-finding mission to investigate the mass murder of the Rohingya people in Myanmar in 2018. The lack of cooperation from the government of Myanmar 801 but proceeded anyway, conducting numerous field missions between September 2017 and July 2018. 802 Nearly 1,000 in-depth interviews with victims and eyewitnesses that were both targeted and randomly selected, and relying only on verified and corroborated information. 803 Not long afterward, however, the Western press and soft power NGO network itself moved to prevent the Human Rights Council from conducting any similar investigation in Xinjiang. In 2021, after Michelle Bachelet, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, publicly announced that such an investigation into the allegations regarding Xinjiang was needed, the Chinese government invited her to visit the region, not for an investigation, but as a diplomatic step toward trust and future cooperation. A month later, the United States government and its soft power appendages began to pressure Bachelet, urging her to make a statement condemning the PRC over Xinjiang with no investigation at all. 804 In March of 2022, after she agreed to the visit, Western NGOs published an open letter, signed by a multitude of groups such as Amnesty International and the net-funded Chinese human rights defenders, insisting that she publish a condemnation of the Chinese government immediately. 805 Ms. Bachelet, don't go to Xinjiang, demanded the Heritage Foundation that April. 806. Bachelet, in fact, never intended her visit to be a thorough investigation of the allegations, which her initial statement made explicitly clear. This visit was not an investigation. Official visits by a high commissioner are by their nature high profile and simply not conducive to the kind of detailed, methodical, discreet work of an investigative nature. Instead, she said she hoped to raise concerns and pave the way for more regular, meaningful interactions in the future. At no point did she declare the question of genocide or of other human rights violations had been settled, and according to her statement she had pressed the government on those topics during her visit. 807 Nevertheless, this positive step toward gaining the PRC's cooperation with future investigations would not lead anywhere. The Western media firestorm grew even more intense. Numerous Washington-based think tanks, NGOs, and media figures universally demanded Bachelet's resignation and condemned the UN itself as an institution. 808 2 weeks later, Bachelet announced that she would not seek another term as High Commissioner for personal reasons. 809. This proved insufficient to satisfy the Western press, which continued to demand a summary report unequivocally condemning the PRC. Bachelet pledged to release one before the end of her term, stating that she was under tremendous pressure. 810 As her final day approached, this even began to come from her colleagues at the UN itself. In August, the UN Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Slavery issued his own report announcing that allegations of Uyghurs being employed in forced labor were credible. His report, however, cited as evidence a handful of other reports by Western defense industry think tanks and academics which themselves relied entirely upon anecdote speculation. 811 One such academic was quoted by Bloomberg as saying that it would be awkward if Bachelet's report disagreed. 812. The Human Rights Council's report on Xinjiang, when it did appear, was published only minutes before Bachelet had officially ended her position on the last day of August. Her name was not on it and she did not promote it. The Financial Times reported that Bachelet's own office staff had to overcome resistance to publishing the report from Bachelet herself. 813 An independent analysis by Australian legal expert Jack James called the report willing to wound, but afraid to strike, due to its self-contradictory reliance on an inordinate amount of cautious language qualifying its claims, such as the statement that there may have been crimes against humanity. The purpose of which, according to James, was to allow grave imputations to hang in the air without the burden of committing to them. 814 Nor did the report mention Bachelet's visit to China in May, nor did it contain any data obtained through any independent investigation whatsoever, relying instead upon the selectively chosen testimony of a handful of Uyghur exiles, subjective interpretations of Chinese law, and prior research by defense think tanks and U.S. government-linked organizations such as the Australian Strategic Policy Institute and the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation that were universally based upon the same anecdote speculation and other unverified information. 815. Nor, however, did any of these remarkable concessions to the pressure upon Bachelet entirely please those who had applied it. Immediately after the report was published, the diplomat responded with an op-ed focusing entirely upon her permanently damaged reputation and fall from grace. 816 Other organizations said she had failed spectacularly. 817 And that her performance was a tragedy for the UN. 818 Bachelet's history of having been tortured by the Pinochet regime and her legacy of subsequently rising to become the new president of Chile was easily brushed aside. The message was quite clear: anyone who took the slightest step toward even attempting to meaningfully corroborate the propaganda machine's new speculative horror stories would face relentless attacks on their character and exile from the public arena. In September of 2020, the U.S. Congress began to craft legislation to sanction all products from the ex-UAR, which included 20% of the world's cotton supply, with the rationale that forced labor might have been used to craft them. 819 Under pressure, the Better Cotton Initiative, an international sustainability NGO funded by USAID. 820 declared the following month that it was withdrawing its operations from the region. The BCI had not found any evidence that forced labor was being used to harvest cotton. In fact, for the previous 8 years, it had trained both Uyghur and Han cotton farmers in sustainable cotton practices without ever finding any such evidence. If forced labor were being used, or had suddenly begun to be used, of any Western or international organization, the BCI would have been the best place to discover the extent and evidence of such abuses, yet instead the group announced that it would cease all field-level activities in the region effective immediately, including capacity building and data monitoring and reporting in the ex-UAR. 821 It joined a growing group of international labor rights auditors that had stopped operating in Xinjiang. In September, The Wall Street Journal reported on 5 such auditing organizations that had withdrawn from the region not because the Chinese government had forbidden their activities, but because Washington-based NGOs and defense industry specialists had urged them to. 822 In 2019, Paris-based auditor Bureau Veritas certified a factory in Xinjiang operated by the Elizwawan Garment Manufacturing Company as free of forced labor, but the United States Customs and Border Protection Agency disagreed, including it in sanctions due to information reasonably indicate that these entities use prison and forced labor. The CBP did not disclose the nature or the source of this information 823, but Bureau Veritas swiftly agreed to stop operating in Xinjiang by the following week. The PRC had always been guilty until proven innocent, but now not even an attempt to prove its innocence would be permitted. The party's guilt had become an unfalsifiable hypothesis. The Western propaganda machine's grip is naturally weaker outside the Anglophone media and Internet. For example, in 2021, Professor Tomo Marukawa of the University of Tokyo's Institute of Social Science, who specialized in the Chinese economy and had conducted research in Xinjiang in the past, wrote multiple articles in his column for Newsweek Japan with detailed analysis casting doubt on several allegations against the Chinese government that had been taken for granted by the Western press. 824 825 Professor Hiroshi Onishi, an economist at Keio University who had performed fieldwork in Xinjiang nearly a dozen times throughout the 2000s and 2010s 826 also disagreed, and published a paper discrediting through on-the-ground observation-specific claims made by a net-funded Uyghur exile group. Onishi also referenced recent interviews with Uyghur residents of Konashir County in Kashgar Prefecture that he had conducted through his research partners in the area without the government's knowledge. The responses, he concluded, indicated that the community widely considered the government jobs programs denounced by Western experts as forced labor to in fact be voluntary. 827 Yet this information was still easily prevented from entering the Western public consciousness. None of Marukawa's and Onishi's work on Xinjiang, or other such analyses, were ever translated into English or reported on by the Western press. Information separation had become total. In the era of media decoupling, no news whatsoever regarding Xinjiang was permitted to be discovered or published except that which had been approved or invented by Washington and its network of soft power organizations. Propaganda as a weapon. Xinjiang was no exception, indeed the opposite to China's historical trend of suffering identified at the beginning of Chapter 7. Before the Western media's recent focus there, it was little disputed that the history of the region involved great tragedy, and that even in recent years, ethnic minorities there and throughout China endured lives of great difficulty. Until the establishment of the PRC, the Uyghur people inhabiting their heartland of southern Xinjiang 828 had virtually never done so except as subjects or vassals, either to the old Mongolian Khanates or to successive Chinese feudal dynasties. The Khanate in northern Xinjiang 829, which conquered the south in the 17th century, and attempted to conquer Tibet, suffered even worse when the majority of its population was annihilated in the 18th during the 10 great campaigns of the Qing Empire. Though the Qing's feudal ruling class which had ordered the massacre were Manchu, many of the soldiers who carried it out were Han, assisted by the Uyghurs in the south, who had rebelled against the Khanate, and became subjects of the Qing thereafter. The tale of ethnic minorities suffering at the hands of the Han majority, or even simply the story of one Chinese ethnic group oppressing another, is therefore an easy one for the Western press to report, due to the virtue of having already been largely true for centuries. Neither is the Communist Party beyond reproach regarding its policies toward minorities, a fact that the party itself has admitted in its public condemnation of the former leaders who had mistakenly pursued the so-called Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, which had suppressed the cultural and religious practices of minority groups during the late 1960s and early 1970s. Not even Mao Zedong was exempt from criticism of Mao's role in the GPCR, Deng Xiaoping said in an interview with Italian journalist Oriana Felici in 1980. It's imperative for me to make a clear distinction between the nature of Chairman Mao's mistakes and the crimes committed by Lin Piao and the Gang of Four. I must remind you that Chairman Mao devoted most of his life to China and saved the party and the revolution in the most critical moments. In other words, he gave such a contribution that, without him, in the least the Chinese would have spent much more time in groping their way in the darkness. Then let's not forget that it was Chairman Mao who combined the principles of Marxism and Leninism with the realities of China. It was Chairman Mao who creatively applied those principles not only to politics but also to philosophy, art, literature, military affairs. Yes, until the 60s, or to be exact before the later part of the 50s, some ideas of Chairman Mao were very correct, and many of the principles through which we achieved victory. Then, unfortunately, in the last part of his life, he committed mistakes. Particularly the Cultural Revolution mistake. And as a result many misfortunes were brought upon the party, the country, the people. 830. Generally, however, Western journalists and historians take little note of Deng's careful handling of Mao's legacy, preferring to exaggerate often cartoonishly the errors Deng identified, to blame Mao for even more mistakes committed by others, and sometimes to invent new ones from rumor or speculation. The nature of the errors made by Mao and the party were in fact fundamentally distinct from the cycles of oppression that characterized the centuries of feudal dynasties, and Mao's actual attitudes toward China's ethnic minorities, as well as the policies that he led the party to implement in the early years of the PRC, substantially belie their reputation in the West. In 1956, Mao met with a delegation from Mongolia to discuss the Chinese contribution to Mongolia's industrial development, which that year had included the loan of thousands of workers and technicians and a grant of 160 million rubles. When his Mongolian counterpart expressed their gratitude for the PRC's aid, Mao responded, "We should do our duty, because our ancestors exploited you for 300 years, oppressed you, they ran up quite a debt, therefore, today we want to repay these debts. In the past our national minorities were also oppressed this way, and we also want to repay our debts to them. This is our duty. In the past, we oppressed you, therefore now we want to admit our mistake. We not only do it so with you but with all national minorities inside the country. In the past, we oppressed them, therefore, if we now do not admit our mistakes, we cannot root out Great Han nationalist thinking and implement equality of nationalities. This is basis, not pretty words. Isn't that so? In the past we oppressed you, but now you do not even have a word of complaint. The aid we are giving you is small. It is repayment of debt and not aid. 831. Mao's words on the subject were not only diplomatic pleasantries, they were also echoed in internal decision-making processes at the party's highest levels. The following year in Beijing, in a private meeting between members of the Politburo and the Tibet Work Committee on the possibility of reforming the oppressive feudal system in Tibet, Deng remarked, "According to the chairman, no reforms in the 20th century. No reforms for several decades or for 50 to 100 years. This is based on the Far East Republic. Even if the 1.2 million serfs remain, this will not affect our socialist construction. Leave the Tibetan currency and the Tibetan army alone. We should make an agreement with them. We give them some money and let them do the work. Even if they embezzle all the money, leave them alone. In Tibet, it will take decades." 832. Such was the commitment by Mao and the Central Committee to the 17-point agreement with the Dalai Lama that they were willing to wait generations before pressing for reform and modernization, out of respect for the cultural traditions and religious hierarchy of Tibet. Reform is necessary, for without it the minority nationalities cannot eliminate poverty. 833 Deng had said in a speech several years earlier, but reform must not be carried out until conditions within the minority nationalities are ripe for it. 834 Nor was his policy only driven by the political consideration of keeping good relations with the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan aristocracy, even after the 17-point agreement was abolished following the unsuccessful revolt and flight of the Dalai Lama in 1959, reforms proceeded glacially for the nomads. Goldstein, et al. Write of the areas they surveyed. Households newly classified as wealthy or representatives of the Lord were not expropriated with the exception of one former leader who had actively supported the Dalai Lama's revolt. All households kept the animals and pastures they then held and managed their herds as they had in the past. Debts dating from before 1959 were rescinded and those contracted in 1959 were recalculated with reduced interest. Though in 1961 a relatively mild policy of mutual aid was implemented in the countryside, in which the wealthiest nomads were not allowed to join pasture co-ops and required to pay higher wages to employees, rural Tibetan social and economic life was not fundamentally altered until the GPCR.835. Did the Cultural Revolution show Mao and his cadre to at last be hypocrites on the national question? The accounts Goldstein and Beale collected certainly suggest that it did. Wanam, the pseudonymous head of one of the wealthiest families in Fala, told them the story of his abrupt and radical change in fortune. One morning in 1970, Wanam recalled, the local Tibetan leaders of the Cultural Revolution appeared before his tent and ordered him outside. They called me a reactionary and a class enemy, he said. They told me, from today on, your animals and goods are confiscated, and you will live under the guidance of the people, just as the poorest of the poor lived in the old society. They ripped off my earring, my rings, my necklace, and took my silver flint striker and my bullet holder, Wanam continued. They also confiscated my sheepskin robe, saying it was too good for the likes of a class enemy such as me. In its place they gave me an old worn-out robe. What happened to the rest of your family's possessions, we asked. We lost them all, Wanam answered. At the time my family owned about 1,200 sheep and goats and 100 yaks. The new leaders took everything except 40 goats. They left us only one pot, some barley grain, and a little tsamba. And then they took away our fine yak hair tent, giving us an old, tattered canvas tent in its place. He shook his head. We were stunned. Our whole life's wealth was eliminated in minutes. We didn't know how we would survive, since the leaders also said we could not join the People's Commune but had to fend for ourselves. In fact, Wanam and his family survived only on the meager yield from their milk goats and by doing odd jobs for the commune that they were not allowed to join. Finally, 2 years later, the leaders relented, and Wanam's family joined the commune. At 50, Wanam is once again one of the wealthiest nomads in Fala. His recovery typifies the economic and cultural rebirth of the Tibetan nomads after the disastrous decade of enforced communes. 836. Despite its associated violent upheaval and slow economic growth, the GPCR was not entirely without merit and still has a few defenders today. Unlike the old feudal tyrants, the intent of the party, though premature and misguided, had not been to extract wealth from minorities through dispossessive accumulation, but to eliminate the inequality among them. What Den later referred to as poor communism 837 did improve the welfare of the poor by redistributing what wealth did exist. Average life expectancy in China saw its biggest increase during this period, and average caloric intake and literacy increased dramatically as well. Yet it was widely rejected by China's communities of ethnic minorities, who had seen less of these benefits than the Han and had experienced overall economic stagnation during this decade. They typically swiftly restored their religious and cultural traditions after the GPCR ended in the 1970s. What happened next? Goldstein and Beale remarked upon a substantial rise in rural Tibetan prosperity during the 1980s, and the construction of new roads, storerooms, and houses, which were built from imported wood, since no trees grew in Tibet's highest and most inhospitable regions. The Tibetans strongly embraced house dwelling, which made the harsh winters of the plateau far more bearable, and incorporated it into their nomadic lifestyle. 838 Without any coercion by the government, more and more nomads were making use of the new truckable roads to transport livestock products, which they expected to yield much greater profits. 839 The entire tar was exempted from taxes. 840 Pasture land was not expropriated and there was no inducement for nomads to resettle. 841 Healthcare was also made free for all residents. 842 The divisions between rich and poor did reappear, Yet the poor now received decent wages and contracts for their work, and fared far better than they had under the feudal system. 843 By any objective assessment, the new policies of the reform period were a vast improvement from the GPCR and greatly increased ethnic minorities' quality of life, yet objective assessments such as Goldstein and Beals were a tiny minority in the West. Through the lens of the Western press, any change in the PRC's policies could only be harmful. Development in the countryside could only be an unwelcome imposition of Han values. Roads and modern houses could only destroy minorities' traditional culture, and Han engineers who came to build them could only be conniving land grabbers, certain to remain despite their lack of residency permits. No distinction could be drawn between rural poverty and this traditional culture, and no distinction could be drawn between the GPCR and the new reform era. In fact, the reform policies needed to be more harmful. If no evidence for a negative change existed, it needed to be invented, ergo the conflation of the PRC's family planning initiatives that were announced in the late 1970s with genocide, as shown in examples cited earlier in this chapter. While the Communist Party had demonstrated its ability to adapt and to learn from its mistakes, the Western propaganda machine would never demonstrate the slightest inclination to do so. Only when the PRC's policy toward ethnic minorities changed once again was the early reform period at all rehabilitated in the Western media. It was safe to admit the benefits minorities had received only when they could be used to attack and discredit the newest policy. By the early 2010s, Chinese ethnic minority regions had reaped considerable gains from China's rapid economic rise. In 2011, prominent Chinese academics Hu Lianhe and Hu Enggong calculated that throughout the entire reform era average yearly regional GDP growth had been 9.79% in Tibet, 11.69% in Inner Mongolia, and 10.35% in Xinjiang, exceeding the growth rates of all other high-growth countries in the world. Similarly, the increase in China's minority autonomous regions' Human Development Index had been the highest in the world. At the beginning of reform, the Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region's HDI had been lower than Mongolia's, and the TAR's lower than India's, yet by 2008 both exceeded those of their neighboring countries. 844 Despite its own gains, however, Xinjiang still lagged behind several of its many neighbors. Its HDI was still average for the region, behind not only Russia but Kazakhstan, barely equaling Mongolia's, and only ahead of the other Central Asian republics to the west and south, several of which would likely have had more favorable comparisons to the even less prosperous Uyghur heartland of southern Xinjiang alone. 845 Moreover, though Hu and Hu noted that the relative gap between the inland minority autonomous regions and the Han majority coastal areas was currently narrowing, it remained significant, and during the 1990s when neoliberal influence in China had reached its peak this gap had increased. 846 The party's strategy, described by Deng as permit some people and some regions to become prosperous first, for the purpose of achieving common prosperity faster. 847 had focused on developing the Han majority areas first. There were good geographical reasons for this. Xinjiang contains the Eurasian pole of inaccessibility, giving it the unfortunate distinction of being the most landlocked region on Earth. The geography of the province is commonly summarized by the phrase two basins between three mountains, i.e. two deserts surrounded by the Altai, Tian Shan, and Kunlun mountain ranges, the latter two in southern Xinjiang being among the highest in the world. Between these mountains, southern Xinjiang consists mostly of the vast and inhospitable Taklamakan Desert. Its historical Uyghur name Altishar referred to the 6 cities around its only oases that could support communities of any significant size. Tibet is even more remote, containing some of the highest elevations of continuous human habitation in the world. The development of these regions was a tremendous logistical task that could not be reasonably prioritized at China's reform-era stage of prosperity. Yet southern Xinjiang's development also faced the unintended consequences and inadequacies of the central government's own ethnic minority policy. Ethnic minorities in China have the constitutional right to be educated in their native language, but in practice during the reform era, such education often became exclusive, resulting in widespread monolingual education in separate school systems, which by the 2000s had produced a new generation in minority communities that could speak little Standard Chinese in a country where well over 90% of the population relied upon it as a common language. 848 Since relatively few jobs were available within the XUAR, this severely limited the scope of their employment opportunities. Many Uyghurs, traveling to the eastern provinces to find jobs in the new factories, found themselves estranged from and sometimes looked down upon by their Han co-workers, with whom they could not communicate. Others remained chronically unemployed. According to Hu and Hu, the PRC's reform-era affirmative action policies sometimes actually reinforced inter-ethnic resentment or segregation. The practice of automatically giving minorities higher scores on college entrance exams had in some areas resulted in de facto discrimination against the children of interracial couples. 849 Regardless of whether such effects were significant or somehow outweighed the benefits of affirmative action overall, it was nonetheless true that those benefits had been severely hindered by the decades of privatization. Local government officials had become either increasingly corrupt or simply less able to enforce preferential employment for minorities in the private sector. 851 The Western press and Western soft power organizations of course happily publicized these deficiencies throughout the early 21st century. Unemployment among Uyghurs is very high, said Radio Free Asia in 2009. 852 Criticizing in multiple articles the XUAR's high rate of joblessness, including by interviewing a Uyghur academic who claimed it was among the highest in the world. 853 London-based NGO Minority Rights Group International claimed in 2008 that the Uyghur unemployment rate in Xinjiang was a staggering 70%. 854 In 2013, The Atlantic highlighted the high unemployment rate among the Uyghur population in a profile on Xinjiang. 855 As did the New York Times, remarking that Uyghurs are largely frozen out of the region's booming gas and oil industry as well as several forms of transport labor. 856 In southern Xinjiang, it is hard for Uyghurs to find jobs, a Uyghur employee of the PRC state-run television broadcaster told Hong Kong magazine Phoenix Weekly in 2014. 857 The same month, a senior researcher at Western NGO Human Rights Watch praised a suicide bombing on Urumqi South Railway Station that killed one bystander and injured dozens of commuters, attributing it to people amongst the colonized who are ready to use violence against the colonizer, or the alleged retribution against Han migrant workers who had stolen jobs from local Uyghurs. 858 The government in Xinjiang, in fact, did publicly agree that a change in policy was needed, admitting to Xinhua in 2009, that the employment picture in Xinjiang, especially for the ethnic minorities, is still bleak and ordered businesses to employ more local residents. 859 By 2014, these efforts had still seen very little success, especially in the countryside. Hu and Hu had prescribed greater ethnic integration, the enforcement of equal rights, the end of affirmative action policies, and more government spending in minority regions. 860 Xi Jinping began to emphasize in his speeches the need for bilingual education and ethnic unity. During a visit to Xinjiang in 2014, Xinhua reported him saying what became a common government slogan: all ethnic groups should understand each other, respect each other, tolerate each other, appreciate each other, learn from each other, help each other, and hold each other tightly like pomegranate seeds. 861 The government began new education and jobs programs in Xinjiang on a massive scale. In 2017, the 19th National Congress of the Communist Party declared that socialism with Chinese characteristics has entered a new era, and that the principal contradiction of the Chinese society has evolved into the one between unbalanced and inadequate development and the people's ever-growing needs for a better life. 862 The strategy of developing the productive forces of China by letting some get rich before others was completed. The era of common prosperity and of redistributing those riches had begun. The Western propaganda machine swiftly responded. Headlines proclaimed a genocide in Xinjiang. Lurid stories of torture and brutality from Uyghur émigrés were splashed uncritically throughout the press and social media. Numerous academic reports on human rights, based upon little but zoomed-in satellite photography and anecdote speculation, were published by defense industry think tanks such as the Jamestown Foundation and ASPI. These reports were then cited or imitated by a host of Western newspapers and other NGOs. Though the extent of who and whose actual influence on the party was unclear, the government appeared to have adopted at least some of their recommendations, leading Western soft power organizations to seize upon their work as the supposed foundation of the changes to the PRC's ethnic minority policy. The Tibetan government in exile considered their suggestions to be synonymous with the eradication of Tibetan culture. 863 The Wall Street Journal, citing both the Jamestown Foundation and ASPI, blamed who and who for the PRC's alleged new policy of ethnic assimilation. 864 The Jamestown Foundation breathlessly reported that minority rights in China and the very existence of the ethnic autonomous regions were hanging by a thread, claiming that minorities' bonus points on college entrance exams 865 had been significantly reduced, and repeating a litany of dubious rumors of religious oppression, such as an anonymously sourced account of Chinese Muslims being forced to eat pork. 866 In addition to their position on ending affirmative action, who had advised downplaying ethnic consciousness 867 and taking such actions as removing ethnic identity from identification documents 868 and ending recognition of the PRC's 56 officially recognized ethnic groups. 869 Advice which Western academics both interpreted as genocidal and assumed had been fully accepted by the party. An article in the China Journal, drawing on the work of a frequent Jamestown contributor, crudely mistranslated the title of another of who and whose works, claiming it meant they advocated for the integration of the peoples of China into a single nation race, inserting for its Western audience a dark eugenicist overtone. 870 Criticism of who and whose perspective is surely warranted, yet the disingenuous conflation of their political beliefs and government policy is anything but. A closer and more honest examination of the PRC's policy toward minorities cannot help but show that the party has taken an approach that is quite distinct from their vision. The policy did indeed change, but, according to Soetman, this change was not the shift that proponents of curbing minority rights have sought. 871 Contrary to their desires and to most Western reporting, affirmative action policies were not weakened in the PRC, but strengthened. While it was technically true that several regional governments had begun reducing the number of bonus points given to ethnic minorities on college entrance exams, these were the governments of the eastern provinces, the wealthiest in China, where even minorities were considerably better off than elsewhere. In 2017, Beijing cancelled the 5 extra points it had previously given minorities, but only minorities from Beijing. 872 Transfer students from the frontiers, mountainous areas, pastoral areas, and areas inhabited by ethnic minorities now received the bonus instead. Hunan, a southeastern central province with scarcely more than half a typical coastal province's GDP per capita, gave minorities from ethnic minority autonomous regions, counties, and townships 20 extra points. Minorities from minority-majority counties received an extra 10 points, and minorities from other areas received an extra 5 points. 873. Similarly, it is technically true that the total amount of bonus points granted declined overall, yet the bonuses that remained were increased and targeted to where wealth disparities were the greatest. 874 A representative from the National Education Advisory Committee summarized the new distribution with the phrase "less icing on the cake and more charcoal in the snow." In the interest of fairness to the less developed rural areas, fewer bonuses would be allocated for programs in which they lagged behind, such as athletics and the arts, while more would be given to disadvantaged groups. 875 As of 2019, a majority of all provinces had reformed their bonus point system, and all continued to provide help to minorities with new policies specifically tailored to regional ethnic conditions, giving the same or more to the poor and less to those who had prospered. Rather than to recognize or even downplay the 56 ethnic groups, the government doubled down, mentioning the policy even more in official communications. In a choreographed symbolic display at the opening ceremony to the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing, representatives from each of the 56 groups stood together to pass the Chinese flag across the stadium in front of all of China and the entire world. 876 The policy of ethnic autonomous regions was likewise unchanged. The constitution of the PRC had contained numerous extra rights for ethnic minorities, as well as explicit commitments by the government to combat Han chauvinism. 877 and to assist ethnic minority areas in accelerating their development. 878 Though the constitution was changed several times after 2017, none of these clauses were removed. A 2019 amendment updated a few, not to remove any language, but simply to add that the state would also uphold harmony between all ethnic groups. 879. Naturally, none of this made the slightest impression upon the Western press, which mentioned such policies only in order to misrepresent them, or to say their existence only proved that a secret genocide was indeed underway. The new policy of ethnic harmony was smeared as assimilation by media organizations such as Bloomberg. 880 and The Guardian published an op-ed claiming that the party wished to shepherd ethnic minorities into extinction. 881 A platform was given to any and all Chinese émigrés willing to state this as fact. The corroboration of victim or witness accounts of alleged torture or discrimination was either not attempted, or not possible, as Western institutions decoupled from Xinjiang en masse. Just as it had during the 1980s, the premise that any change to Chinese government policy could only be more harmful went unquestioned. Under this premise, any new jobs in the ex-UAR became forced labor and any new schools became concentration camps. Thus, the West watched with skillfully manufactured horror as the masses of impoverished Uyghur peasants were rapidly proletarianized and given paid work. The propaganda machine's pre-2017 litany of complaints about Uyghur unemployment in Xinjiang vanished quickly as the party intervened to solve it, never to be spoken of again. Instead, without an ounce of shame, this machine devoted all of its efforts toward trying to make the very same Uyghurs unemployed again. By 2020, it had become clear to Western propagandists that the narrative published by every major newspaper throughout 2018 and 2019 regarding the PRC's alleged campaign of concentration camps or internment camps for increasingly large numbers of Uyghur detainees 882 would soon lose its grip on the public consciousness as news involving them became more and more scarce. The camps, allegedly opened in 2017, were described by the Chinese government as post-secondary schools which taught the standard Chinese language, basic civics, and vocational skills. 883 Though Western media instantly dismissed this claim, Western journalists struggled to uncover direct evidence to contradict it. In July of 2019, 2 years after the alleged mass incarceration had begun, a period strangely similar to the length of a typical trade school education, the Chinese government had announced that most students of these facilities had graduated. 884 Western newspapers grew increasingly desperate. At one point in September of 2020, a Washington Post journalist recounted a visit to Kashgar in which she noted no conspicuous absence of young Uyghur men from its busy streets. She carefully refrained from talking to anyone, and instead invented an entirely subjective blankness in people's eyes and a palpable heaviness in the air to perpetuate the concentration camp myth. 885 By 2021, most had given up. An article in the Associated Press reluctantly confirmed the camp's closure with the headline "Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains," commenting on the reduction of police security in Kashgar, and described seeing Uyghur teenage boys flirt with girls over pounding dance music at rollerblading rinks. 886 In 2022, the Washington Post admitted the camps had been closed since 2019, and that scattered checks by journalists had since found the alleged campsites abandoned or converted to other purposes. 887 But the propaganda machine had also pivoted to keep up. As large numbers of graduates entered the workforce, Western media quickly labeled their employment forced labor. The Australian Strategic Policy Institute, together with the Washington Post, began a coordinated push in March of 2020 with a 52-page report provocatively titled "Uyghurs for Sale," consisting of a handful of case studies which allegedly indicated that Uyghur factory workers were employed against their will. The Washington Post decided the involuntary nature of Uyghur workers' employment at Taekwang Shoes, a company operating a factory in Qingdao, solely by hearsay from a pair of anonymous local street vendors. The article described how Uyghur workers had patronized their stalls by hand gestures and rudimentary Mandarin to buy dried fruit, socks, and sanitary pads, only to rely, in the following paragraphs, on the two vendors' speculation that the very workers with whom they had been unable to communicate were not there by choice. Everyone knows they didn't come here of their own free will. They were brought here, said one fruit seller as she set up her stall. The Uyghurs had to come because they didn't have an option. The government sent them here, another vendor told the Washington Post. No other evidence of forced labor at Taekwongshu's beyond descriptions of the security system at the factory which housed Han as well as Uyghur workers was provided. The article cited the ASPI report to further support its claim 888, which in turn circularly cited the same Washington Post article. 889 Other case studies in the report were similarly vague. 890 Skechers USA, whose supplier in Guangdong province was also named in the report, conducted multiple unannounced audits of the factory in an attempt to confirm the allegations, none of which revealed any indications of the use of forced labor, either of Uyghurs or any other ethnic or religious group, nor did the audits raise any other concerns about general labor conditions according to their statement. 891 James' analysis of the report concluded that not one of the accusations made by ASPI regarding forced labor in China survived close scrutiny, and that the report was not a work of scholarly analysis, but rather a piece of strategic disinformation to exact harm. 892 Yet the report would be used as the foundation for Western foreign policy toward Xinjiang, not in spite of this fact, but because of it. Others soon followed ASPI's example. In July, Washington-based policy think tank Center for Strategic and International Studies published its own report characterizing the PRC's poverty reduction campaign in Xinjiang as forced labor, citing the ASPI report and publications by a Jamestown Foundation researcher. 893 As mentioned earlier in this chapter, by September major international auditors were pressured to decouple from Xinjiang, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection issued unilateral sanctions on multiple companies in the XUAR. In another coordinated effort in December, the BBC commissioned a report alleging that Uyghur forced labor was being used to harvest cotton in Xinjiang. 894 Bloomberg 895 and various Western NGOs such as Amnesty International published similar reports throughout 2021, citing it and ASPI numerous times. 896 and relying on uncorroborated testimonies. 897 In June of that year, The Washington Post again published an article alleging that a Chinese manufacturing company used forced Uyghur labor. This time Hoshine Silicon, the world's largest producer of metallurgical-grade silicon needed to construct solar panels. 898. All of these reports struggled tremendously to find some way to distinguish Uyghur workers' experiences from ordinary free employment. The Washington Post bizarrely began its exposé of Hoshine by admitting in the first paragraph that Uyghur workers who were supposedly forced to work in the factories earned $600 a month, over 4,000 yuan, a rather high income in Xinjiang to operate electric furnaces. The Post quoted a Uyghur émigré who lived overseas to support their claim that the jobs were compulsory, then even more bizarrely included an interview with a Uyghur worker at the factory who told the Post that he had come to work there voluntarily. 899 The report commissioned by the BBC attempted to show that two below-average monthly incomes reported by cotton field workers were below the minimum wage in Xinjiang, either mistakenly or deliberately omitting county-level minimum wage differences in the XUAR, which indicated that for the year in question these incomes would only have been below minimum wage in a county where no cotton was cultivated. 900 Yet the details or factual accuracy of this report were of little concern to the Western press, and even less to its true audience, the United States Congress, which voted overwhelmingly to pass the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act in the following months. By the end of 2021, it became law. The act presumed that any and all goods from the entire region of Xinjiang or even containing materials that had originated in Xinjiang were made by forced labor, Such goods were consequently banned from the United States unless the importer could establish with clear and convincing evidence for the Customs and Border Protection Agency that no forced labor had been used to produce them. 901 The PRC had again become guilty until proven innocent. The Western media now not only marshaled public opinion against the targets of the super empire, but fulfilled the even more sinister purpose of building support for legislation actually designed to destroy the economic progress of the Uyghur people. Such was the life cycle of the forced labor narrative. First, the governments of the super empire paid their NGO appendages to produce academic reports from dubious and unverified primary sources. Then the Western press credulously covered these reports, building a consensus and public pressure to act. With this mandate, those very same governments happily legislated economic warfare against Xinjiang. Propaganda had been weaponized. Much like the United States' own New Deal of the 1930s, the jobs programs initiated by the government in Xinjiang often directly employed workers in the public sector, yet many were hired by private companies as well. These were the weakest links and became prime targets of the propaganda machine. Hoshine was immediately sanctioned by the US CBP. 902 Lens Technology, one of Apple's major suppliers of smartphone touchscreens, hastily laid off over 400 Uyghur workers following ASBI's initial report and froze hiring of any new Uyghur employees. 903 Taekwang Shoes, under pressure from its major customer Nike, also terminated its entire Uyghur workforce. 904 A media analysis published by Pakistan's Islamabad Policy Research Institute found that the New York Times coverage of Uyghur human rights issues between 2019 and 2021 clearly diverged from news organizations in the Islamic world by urging for increased sanctions against Chinese companies. 905 As such sanctions loomed, private companies began once again to discriminate against racial minorities, either unofficially or by proxy. In 2021, American smart home technology company Universal Electronics ended its relationship with a staffing agency that had hired Uyghur employees to work in its Chinese suppliers' factories. 906 The Hong Kong-based Eskel Group, the world's largest woven shirt maker, had the resources to sue the U.S. Commerce Department over its inclusion in a sanctions list, and won due to lack of evidence of forced labor. 907 But not before lost business had led to the closure of several factories in China, which laid off thousands of workers. 908 The Western propaganda machine's cynical criticisms of Xinjiang's high minority unemployment rate during the 2000s were shown to be hollow a decade later as it cruelly deprived thousands of Uyghurs of their jobs and did its best to push them back into the hell of rural poverty. Just as the United States embargo on Cuba was designed to bring about hunger and desperation, its sanctions on Xinjiang were carefully crafted to undermine the party's efforts to lift the people up to better lives. Comparing Chinese to Western propaganda. The use of propaganda by the Western press and NGOs to build support for imperial policy is hardly a novel phenomenon. 909 Throughout the stage of super-imperialism, fictional or heavily manipulated atrocity propaganda has quite often been used to justify military interventions by the United States and NATO. Often, all that Western governments require from a newspaper or NGO is merely for it to republish or rubber stamp stories they themselves had already fabricated. In 1990, Amnesty International claimed it had verified a fictional account of Iraqi troops murdering over 300 premature babies in Kuwait, putting an imprimatur on the hoax that was likely essential to bringing about the subsequent U.S. invasion of Iraq. President H.W. Bush personally publicized the story to build support for the war over the next few months, eventually convincing a divided U.S. Senate to authorize the use of military force against Iraq in January of 1991 by a margin of only 5 votes. 910 In 2003, anecdote speculation derived from the testimony of Iraqi émigrés was used to justify a second invasion, this time through bogus claims that the Iraqi government possessed weapons of mass destruction and had ties to Al-Qaeda. 911 Being so ubiquitous in the West, modern atrocity propaganda is no longer remarkable. What is remarkable is that despite the negative reputation of modern China's infamously party-controlled news media, it does not operate in an even remotely similar fashion. Nowhere is this distinction clearer than in the response to the July 5 incident. In June of 2009, at a toy factory in the city of Shaoguan near China's eastern coast, a brawl between Uyghur and Han co-workers set off by false rumors and a tragic misunderstanding surrounding a young Han woman who had accidentally entered the Uyghur workers' dormitory left 2 Uyghur men dead. The perpetrators were eventually caught, tried, and convicted. A Han man identified as the principal instigator was given the death penalty and the rest lengthy prison sentences. 912 However, in the confusion after the melee, the instigators had fled the scene and were initially not apprehended, fueling wild speculation on the internet. The Guardian reported that Uyghur exile groups quickly circulated video and pictures of the fighting, along with unverified claims that many more deaths had occurred. Throughout the following week. 913 On the 5th of July, tensions finally boiled over on the other side of China, where a demonstration in the XUAR's Urumqi organized around the rumors devolved into a bloody anti-Han pogrom. Hundreds of buses and buildings were set on fire, and almost 200 people, nearly all of them Han, were stabbed or beaten to death by the mob in a single night. Well over 1,000 more were injured. In an interview with Hong Kong news magazine Yazhu's Hukan, Uyghur journalist Haile Etni Yaz, who had witnessed some of the destruction, reported hearing rioters shout slogans such as "Kill the Han," and "We want to establish an Islamic country and strictly implement Islamic law." Signs he believed indicated the mob had been organized by Hizb-ut Tahrir al-Islami, or the Islamic Liberation Party, a fundamentalist organization active throughout Central Asia that aimed to establish a global caliphate. 914 An observer unable to distinguish between the class that controls the United States government and the class that controls China's might have expected the July 5 incident to become China's 9/11 moment. The world today still feels the aftershocks of the United States' horrific retaliation to the September 11 attacks. A report published by scholars at Brown University found that 2 decades after 2001, the global war on terror had caused the deaths of a total of nearly 1 million people through invasion, bombing, and disease. 915 and displaced over 38 million more. 916 The ruling class of the super empire and its propaganda machine had gleefully used the specter of radical Islamic terrorists who hated freedom as a justification for military interventions throughout the periphery, which destabilized vast regions of Africa, the Middle East, and Central Asia in order to quell organized resistance to the dispossessive accumulation process. 917 The U.S. media, while paying lip service to President George W. Bush's official public announcement that not all Muslims were violent and that Al-Qaeda had only hijacked a peaceful religion. 918 nevertheless took every opportunity to demonize Muslims and particularly Arabs to a global audience. Almost overnight, radical Islamic terrorists became the villains of innumerable films, television shows, first-person shooter video games, and other mass media. According to FBI statistics, between 2000 and 2001, hate crimes against Muslims in the U.S. increased by 1,600%. 919 The Western press happily fanned the flames, platforming commentators and media personalities who openly opined that Islam was an inherently violent faith. 920 September 11 itself is still perpetually memorialized as the United States officially proclaimed Patriot Day holiday. Nothing like any of this occurred in China. Even the Washington-based Uyghur émigré organizations were shocked when the Chinese government arrested Haile Etni Yaz for giving his interview to Yazhu's Hukan. 921 After all, Niyaz had been a supporter of the government, in the very same interview speaking contemptuously of the émigré World Uyghur Congress and condemning the idea of Uyghur separatism, calling it a concept built up by the Turks and forcibly thrust upon us. 922 He was later sentenced to 15 years in prison for endangering state security. 923 One of the harshest punishments the PRC has ever given a journalist, according to the Committee to Protect Journalists. 924 The true reason for making an example of Niyaz was twofold. First, he had drawn attention to racially motivated violence against the Han by ethnic minorities, and second, he had done so on a Chinese-language foreign website. 925 During the United States GWOT the Western propaganda machine publicized any criticism or disrespect of Islam itself by its prized pro-Western apostates. but when the Chinese government had the similar option of using vocally anti-separatist Uyghurs to manufacture public support for repression in Xinjiang, it silenced them instead, out of fear that they might incite retaliatory violence from the Han majority. Indeed, in the aftermath of July 5, the PRC state-owned media was reluctant to disclose the ethnicity of the victims. 926 The Western press capitalized on this hesitation, seizing the opportunity to immediately propagate the falsehood that there had in fact been a massacre of Uyghurs by a Han mob instead. The Telegraph's foreign correspondent in Shanghai hastily kept ahead of the facts by announcing that the deaths reported by the Chinese government 156 was the initial count were of Uyghurs, and only issued a correction after his on-the-ground colleagues in Urumqi admitted otherwise. 927 A Han mob did in fact assemble to take revenge, armed with wooden clubs and other improvised weapons. Less than 48 hours later, 928 however, the authorities were prepared. The local government declared a curfew, and the police came out in force, tear-gassing the mob to prevent it from entering a Uyghur neighborhood. 929 The Telegraph noted how the local party secretary risked his dignity by standing on the roof of a police car with a megaphone beseeching the crowd to go home. Most did so by early evening, and no deaths were reported connected to the demonstration. 930 While the Chinese state-owned press officially blamed the World Uyghur Congress for fomenting the riot, the government at every level seemed far more concerned with protecting Uyghur innocence than making accusations. President George W. Bush had given a public address on the morning of September 11, and a subsequent prime-time speech to the country that evening. Neither President Hu Jintao nor any member of the Politburo had so much as mentioned the Urumqi riot for days after the event. 931 The Western press had identified the 9/11 hijackers as Arab Muslims almost immediately, within hours of the attacks, and news broadcasters rushed to heighten their audience's panic by reporting additional fictional attacks. 932 Throughout the day, 933-934 But after the riot in Urumqi, the spread of news in China was tightly controlled. July 5 had been a Sunday. By early Monday morning the internet was shut down in Xinjiang and foreign social media websites had been blocked entirely throughout the country. Reuters reported that comments and photographs of the violence were quickly scrubbed from domestic social media within a few hours of being posted, and that keywords such as Uyghur and even Urumqi returned no search results. 935 Rather than deliberately fan the flames of anti-Muslim outrage, the party and its censors did whatever they could to extinguish them. However well-intentioned, this policy of course had serious drawbacks, notably an erosion of trust in the reliability of news reported by state-owned media, which amid malicious rumors such as those regarding the incident in Shaoguan could instead result in even further violence. The Financial Times reported how several Han chauvinist blogs accused the central government of having no clear position and demanded it send troops to Xinjiang. Such blogs, the Times said, unrepresentative as they might be, are the sole outlets for opinions untainted by the government. Line 936-937. Yet while the government did arrest many of those involved in the violence, its line did not bend to the chauvinists' desires. The People's Liberation Army neither instituted martial law in Xinjiang nor significantly increased the troops at its bases there after July 5, and by December of 2009, though it had arrested what suspects it could identify, the government's only serious policy changes had been to restrain the Han inhabitants of the region. Many Han residents of Urumqi had attempted to self-segregate in the months after the riots, but the local government intervened, forbidding Han who lived in mixed ethnic or predominantly Uyghur neighborhoods to sell their homes. Local business were also strongly encouraged to hire more minorities. 938 Where identifiable, discrimination and boycotts of Uyghur goods and services were punished. Han taxi drivers who refused service to a minority were fined 1,000 RMB. 939 The July 5 incident is not memorialized in China and is rarely mentioned today. 940 The entries for Urumqi on Baidu 941 and Bake.com 942 The two largest online Chinese encyclopedias, do not even mention the event. 943 While the United States ultimatum to Afghanistan came 9 days after September 11, 1944 and by December its invasion force had driven the Taliban from every major city in the country, The so-called People's War on Terrorism was not declared until 2014. Where the US government had taken only hours, the PRC waited a full 5 years after the July 5 incident, its best and greatest opportunity. If the party's intentions were the same, what accounts for this delay? According to publicly available information aggregated by Chinese diaspora media organization, the Chiao Collective, between 1990 and 2014 there were no less than 52 significant terrorist attacks in China. 11 of these occurred in 2014, making it stand out as the worst such year, yet the total number of victims killed that year was just more than 100, considerably less than the death toll of July 5.945 for decades. The party had considered terrorism to be a manageable problem 946 and one that a serious attempt to solve was not yet within the party's capabilities. It is not a coincidence that the People's War on Terrorism was announced only 2 months after the beginning of the government's targeted poverty alleviation campaign 947, which, as mentioned in the previous chapter, involved spending $700 billion to develop the countryside over the next 6 years. As the common prosperity era of social democratic wealth redistribution dawned, the party looked for places to spend the new wealth that decades of reform had accumulated and saw southern Xinjiang, where such alleviation was needed more than nearly anywhere else in China. As a materialist, Marxist organization, it is the ideological belief of the Communist Party that the only way to permanently end terrorism is to make not just the strategy but its goal undesirable. For the East Turkestan separatists to no longer wish for independence in the first place, there was a great unfulfilled prerequisite: development. It was the party's view that any organization that employs terrorism as a strategy thrives upon repression but evaporates upon prosperity. Suicide bombers willing to kill innocent strangers cannot be easily recruited among people who feel they have a future in this world, and economic concerns having adequate food and shelter, an income, and a promise of growth are the most fundamental conditions of life. Since nearly every government in the world had its own domestic anti-terrorism program during the early 21st century 948, it is illustrative to compare the PRCs with those of other countries, particularly the United States, but also of China's own neighbors. It is a relatively simple mental procedure to classify the PRC's anti-terrorism policy in the same category as the United States, and one that is now strongly encouraged by the Western press. Indeed, today the Western press has accused the PRC and the Communist Party of adopting its own more recent counter-terrorism policies for very same purpose, i.e. as a justification to harvest raw materials and extract super profits from ethnic minorities. Yet, as this chapter will show, the similarities in form necessarily concealed vast differences in content. The deception underlying the United States GWOT is easiest to apprehend. From the beginning, the Bush administration publicly recognized the distinction between Islam and terrorism. The president proclaimed Islam a religion of peace on September 11 itself, met with Islamic leaders within days afterward 949, and organized numerous public relations events with the Muslim community in the U.S., including the first iftar ceremony at the White House. 950 These practices largely continued under President Obama. In 2010 he even expressed qualified support for plans to build a mosque 2 blocks from the World Trade Center Ground Zero. 951 Neither administration, however, was particularly secretive in ruthlessly persecuting Muslims at home and abroad. Nonetheless, under Bush, the White House made no attempt to rein in a bigoted media establishment, and openly pursued a campaign to smear the country's largest Muslim civil rights organization with accusations that it harbored terrorist co-conspirators. 952 Their public relations campaigns did little to mask their brutal foreign policy, which included not only the direct military invasions described multiple times in this book, but the targeted killing drone program codified under Obama that, with a 90% civilian casualty rate, overall amounted to little more than the indiscriminate shelling of Arab homes and public gatherings throughout the Middle East. 953 Similarly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India's nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party has always publicly stated his admiration of Islam and its message of peace, and throughout his administration strongly emphasized the distinction between the religion and the practice of terrorism. 954 Modi's address at Aligarh Muslim University in 2019, for instance, was interpreted by the print as a direct appeal to international students from countries with significant Muslim populations to help improve India's reputation in their home countries. 955 Within India, however, the BJP is widely believed to have an unofficial electoral strategy of inciting anti-Muslim hatred, which has resulted in pogroms against India's Muslim minority. In its assessment of one such pogrom in Delhi in 2020, the Delhi Minorities Commission called the violence one-sided, well-planned, targeting Muslim homes and businesses. 956 Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, a paramilitary organization associated with the BJP, is often considered a recurring perpetrator. In 2016, scarcely 2 years after Modi became Prime Minister, another brigade of the Indian Army was deployed in the restive, predominantly Muslim region of Jammu and Kashmir. 957.958 Any analysis of how a government, China's or any others contending with terrorism, publicly presents its policy to the rest of the world is therefore useless. The most vocally pro-Islam administrations may in fact be among the most oppressive toward Muslims. With the well having so thoroughly been poisoned by the United States government's public relations deceit, the Chinese press was completely unprepared to sell its alternative response to terrorism, the New Deal in Xinjiang, to the world. Indeed, it may not even have anticipated the need to do so. In 2014, the Western propaganda machine was not yet fully oriented toward the demonization of China and was still far more heavily focused on the demonization of Islam. The so-called Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, before then a complete unknown in the West, swiftly rose to dominate the front pages of Western newspapers that year after it seized control of Fallujah in December 2013 and launched its military campaign to conquer Iraq. The PRC subsequently faced greater scrutiny not for allegedly repressing Islam, but for its apparent failure to do so, as it became known that many in the ranks of ISIS had come to Iraq and Syria from China. In May, Foreign Policy published an account by Uyghur photographer Kurbanjan Samad, who warned of rising extremism in Xinjiang, where in some areas most people had turned toward a darker side and wanted Xinjiang to become another Afghanistan. 959 That summer, a Wall Street Journal headline proclaimed a conservative shift among Uyghur women, who were increasingly wearing the veil, which had been rarely seen in Xinjiang the previous decade. 960 Reuters, reporting on Uyghur émigrés in Turkey. The next year, displayed photos of Uyghur women cloaked entirely in black chadors and niqabs. 961 A journalist for a Dubai TV station, reporting undercover from Idlib, later claimed that 10 to 20,000 Chinese jihadists had joined the Al-Qaeda-affiliated Al-Nusra Front in Syria. 962-963 In a segment praising the trend of more female imams among China's Muslim communities in 2010. NPR had taken note of resistance to the practice from harder-line Wahhabi and Salaf influences in Xinjiang. 964 The diplomat further dissected the spread of Islamic fundamentalism in China under the headline Chinese Salafism and the Saudi Connection, alleging then what has now become taboo to mention, that rather than being an authentic foundation of any Chinese ethnic group's long Islamic cultural heritage, fundamentalism was largely a new, modern, and foreign phenomenon, imported from Saudi Arabia in the 20th century. The Salafization of Islamic culture in China, said the diplomat, had primarily occurred since only the mid-1980s, when a growing number of Saudi private organizations and individuals began to increasingly work outside established channels. 965 In the face of such coverage from the Western media, the PRC not only had a strong incentive to conceal or downplay any of its policies that encouraged or defended the practice of Islam. 966 but was under considerable external pressure to show that it was taking action against extremism. The Chinese press therefore began taking every opportunity to promote the PRC's anti-terrorism efforts in English. On April 30 of 2014, news of the suicide bombing at the Urumqi South Railway Station was first broken by Xinhua's English-language account on social media, and was covered by both CGTN America 967 and the Global Times English Service. 968 Domestic publicity of the incident, however, seemed little different from 2009. Initial reports of the bombing were heavily censored, social media posts about it were swiftly removed, and search terms including the word Urumqi were restricted on Weibo. 969 On the night of the bombing, CGTN had posted photos on Twitter of injured victims being rushed to the hospital. 970 The front page of the People's Daily, however, displayed none of them, and reprinted Xinhua's official Chinese language report on the bombing, which, the New York Times observed, was uniformly reproduced by Chinese media outlets. 971 Below a photograph of Xi shaking hands with a group of Uyghurs described as model workers and progressives instead. 972 The paper's editorial on the bombing made no mention of Islam, religion, Uyghurs, Han, or any specific ethnic groups, and instead tepidly focused on promoting social harmony and development. 973 On September 9 of 2015, the South China Morning Post reported that mainland journalists had been instructed to suppress news relating to the August bombing of the Erawan Shrine in Bangkok for nearly a month due to the possibility that the alleged perpetrators were Chinese Uyghurs. 974 And later remarked that a Global Times article speculating on the bomber's identity had been swiftly deleted. 975 On the same day, ISIS took Chinese national Fan Jinghui, a journalist and former middle school teacher who was visiting Iraq, hostage for ransom, perversely announcing Chinese prisoner for sale underneath photos of Fan in its online magazine Dabiq. 976 As the first Chinese hostage taken by ISIS, Fan and his kidnapping were significant news internationally but not in the People's Daily, which considered its lead stories covering the World Economic Forum and the opening ceremony for a new highway to Lhasa to be more newsworthy the next day instead. 977 Rather than use Fan as propaganda fodder to build domestic support for repressive policies or military actions as the Western media had done on the many occasions when ISIS had kidnapped or murdered Westerners, the PRC instead began quietly arranging to pay his ransom. In a rather stark contrast, Norwegian captive Ole Johan Grimms Gjerdafstad, whose ransom ISIS had demanded at the same time, was headline news in Aftenposten. 978 which printed Prime Minister Erna Solberg's swift public refusal to pay. 979 ISIS murdered both Fan and Grimms Gjerdafstad in November, though in Fan's case despite his government's attempts to negotiate for his release, which ultimately failed due to a disruption of communications caused by renewed French and Russian air strikes in Syria. 980 The PRC's Ministry of Foreign Affairs loudly condemned Fan's murder, yet once again, domestic news and social media topics relating to Fan and ISIS were strictly censored until after the government had issued its official response. 981 Only 48 hours later, 3 China railway construction executives were murdered by al-Qaeda-affiliated gunmen in Bamako, Mali, and even as the Western press quoted President Xi's response in which he vowed to resolutely fight violent terrorist activities. Chinese social media outrage over the attack was similarly erased. 982 The Communist Party's press strategy had become the exact inverse of the BJP's, publicizing the necessity of anti-terrorism to a global audience, while attempting to de-escalate tensions and advocating for ethnic harmony at home. In internal communications, where the need to please public or foreign audiences did not exist, the party made its actual position on Islam explicit. In a speech at a session of the Politburo in April of 2014, she announced that terrorism was not an issue of ethnicity, nor an issue of religion. 983 The next month, he gave a secret speech to party leaders in Beijing in which he proclaimed that the view that Islam should be restricted was biased and wrong. Top-level government officials responsible for implementing anti-terrorism policy were instructed by Xi himself not to discriminate against Uyghurs and to respect their right to worship. His speech remained a state secret for more than 5 years, until it was leaked in 2019. 984 Any success this strategy may have had in shielding China from Western hostility was short-lived, and it soon became a tremendous liability instead. By the end of the 2010s, the word Salafization had been erased from the Western media's vocabulary and replaced with Sinicization, an apparently even more sinister concept. Though the Sinicization of Islam that became the target of the Western media's fresh fear-mongering campaign amounted to little more in reality than the reversal of Salafization, the Western propaganda machine devoted every effort to conflate it with the suppression of Islam itself. Many such efforts failed to fully conceal what had previously been highlighted. An early report by Radio Free Asia in May 2015, for example, published a notice issued by the authorities in a village in Hotan that required shops and restaurateurs to sell alcohol, yet included a quote by a party official explaining that these establishments had faced pressure by fundamentalists to stop selling alcohol as recently as 2012.985. Numerous reports and articles based on anecdote speculation claimed that Muslims in Xinjiang were being forced to drink. In 2021, the Associated Press asserted that consuming alcohol was once unimaginable in the pious rural areas of southern Xinjiang. 986-987. An ASPI report titled Cultural Erasure, Tracing the Destruction of Uyghur and Islamic Spaces in Xinjiang purported to show through an analysis of satellite photos that a majority of mosques in Xinjiang had been destroyed or damaged through the removal of Islamic-style domes and minarets. 988 yet struggled to produce examples. 989 Its principal case study covered 4 mosques with domes and minarets that had been added to each structure in the early 2010s. 990-991 or almost 20 years. There was a lot of pressure on from outside and themselves to build authentic mosques, as if because it's Arab it's authentic. Professor Jacqueline Armijo of Qatar University's Department of International Affairs told UAE-based newspaper The National in 2012, flatly contradicting the common Western misconception, later perpetuated by ASPI, that Arab architecture and Islamic architecture are one and the same. Foreign organizations, including those from Saudi Arabia, had also been heavily involved in financing this new generation of mosques. The National observed. 992 The ASPI report calculated through a mathematical extrapolation based on ASPI researchers' comparison of their systematic visual search of mosques using pre-2017 satellite imagery with the official number of mosques in the 2004 census. 993 that thousands of mosques were missing, despite not conducting any on-the-ground verification and failing to publish even one satellite image of a destroyed or damaged mosque that had not first been modified or converted after 2010. In the space of only a few years, the Western propaganda machine had pivoted from fear-mongering about creeping Salafist influence in China to cynically portraying the renovation of buildings that were less than a decade old as the tragic destruction of ancient cultural heritage. After 2 decades of instilling fear of Islamic fundamentalism, the Western media instead became its champion. ASPI aligned itself with the most extreme version of Salafist doctrine, which regarded traditional Uyghur cultural practices such as the meshrab and the 12 muqams, as haram. The PRC's efforts at protecting Uyghur culture by registering them with the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization were painted as evidence that the practices themselves were the party's own insidious machinations. 994-995 Perspectives from the global Muslim community, which overwhelmingly rejected fundamentalism, needed to be shut out of the Western press entirely. Western journalists incoherently grappled with the uncomfortable reality that outside of Europe, no countries with a Muslim majority would co-sign attempts to condemn the PRC at the United Nations. 996 and that dozens of them instead co-signed statements in support of the PRC's policy in Xinjiang. 997 In 2020, Newsweek admitted that a joint statement of condemnation by the United States and its subordinate exploiter countries was swiftly overwhelmed by a series of rebuttals by nearly double the amount of signatories of the initial statement. 998 No attempts were made to ask representatives from these countries why they might support the PRC, and accounts by journalists from the periphery who visited Xinjiang were carefully kept out of Western newspapers, only appearing in either Chinese media or their own domestic press. 999 Correspondingly, the superempire's policy undertook a dramatic about-face, presaged by the media souring on President Trump's radical Islamic terror rhetoric. Shortly after taking office, President Biden reversed Trump's restrictions on immigration from Muslim-majority countries. 1,000 reduced Obama's signature-targeted killings, and finally withdrew U.S. forces from Afghanistan after George W. Bush had sent them there 20 years before, reorienting the superempire's military establishment away from counterinsurgency and back toward preparation for great power confrontations. The U.S. occupation of Syria and military operations in Somalia were both still ongoing as of 2023, yet both countries had almost entirely vanished from Western headlines. According to The Atlantic, Biden's National Security Council had been tasked with keeping the Middle East off the president's desk. There were to be no new projects in the region as his administration focused the nation's gaze on China. 1001 The Western press quieted its terrorism rhetoric and began to downplay news of terrorist attacks, particularly when their victims were Chinese, when on April 26 of 2022 a suicide bombing orchestrated by the Balochistan Liberation Army outside the University of Karachi's Confucius Institute killed 3 Chinese academics and a Pakistani worker. The New York Times made no mention of it the following day 1002 and waited a full week before publishing an article which sympathized with the suicide bomber, giving full voice to her perspective that Chinese teachers deserved death for being on the side of the exploiters and oppressors. 1003 until October 7, 2023 and Israel's subsequent bombing campaign against Gaza. The GWOT had ceased to be the superempire's priority, in large part an ironic consequence of the PRC pretending to join it. Chapter 9. Settler Colonialism. A comparative analysis. Proportional to the population of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the War of 1950 to 1953 was among the most destructive ever fought in the history of the world. According to the Soviet Union's military archives, an estimated 20% of the DPRK's population, including well over 1 million civilians, were killed by the US and its proxies during those 3 years. 1004 Even before open hostilities erupted, the Republic of Korea under the government of Syngman Rhee, formed with the authorization of its predecessor the US Army military government in Korea, had by some modern estimates already killed over 500,000 Koreans in a brutal reign of terror. Against anyone suspected of communist sympathies. 1005 Such a rapid, severe, and deliberate depopulation of a country has only been matched by a few very extreme tragedies such as the Holocaust in Belarus or Ngorda-Mor 1006 in Ireland. The newly christened United States Air Force made no distinction between civilian and military infrastructure, destroying dams, schools, hospitals, and leveling every city and more than 3/4 of all structures in northern Korea. By the end of the war, targets for U.S. bombers were so scarce they often jettisoned their ordnance into the sea in order to land safely. 1007. This horrific crime against the Korean people and against humanity is made even more astonishing by the fact that its perpetrators have offered no apology nor made any real attempt to conceal their guilt. 1008 Top U.S. military officials have blithely confirmed Soviet casualty estimates 1009 and the reality of the war can plainly be read by anyone in the U.S. or the world with an internet connection. Unlike the DPRK or the PRC, the superempire does not employ the tools of outright censorship in this instance, yet vanishingly few Westerners condemn the U.S. government for these crimes, or grant the Korean people any recognition as victims. In fact, in the West, the DPRK is widely ridiculed. Kim Jong-un and his family are seen as larger-than-life caricatures, and all 25 million North Korean people as desperate inmates of one enormous gulag, utterly subject to Kim's bizarre and arbitrary whims. Just as with China, Western journalists need not confirm testimony from North Korean émigrés, and no fairy tale is too outlandish to be published. Some of the stories printed in Western media are merely odd, for example reports of compulsory haircuts in Kim's style 1010 or headlines proclaiming such absurdities as North Korea bans sarcasm, 1011 North Koreans banned from laughing, 1012 or there's no word for love in North Korea 1013 Yet more often the Western press revels in accounts of Kim's alleged sadism. Tales of elaborate executions ordered by Kim saturate the English language internet. Western audiences have heard that Kim has supposedly fed one of his generals to a tank of piranhas, fed his uncle to a pack of hungry dogs 1014 and ordered other officials executed with an anti-aircraft gun. Whenever an individual executed by Kim later inconveniently turns up alive, which has happened on multiple occasions 1015-1016 it only barely registers, and evokes little awareness that the standards of reporting for the DPRK are non-existent. 1017. Thus does the Western ruling class obscure its own crimes and divert attention from its ongoing plunder of the world. Drenched head to toe in blood, the super empire can only hope to exculpate itself by inventing or exaggerating crimes by its victims or enemies, manufacturing monsters even more grotesque than itself. The propaganda machine in fact functions best as a mirror to the West's own dispossessive accumulation, amplifying the super empire's worst qualities and projecting them onto others. The preferred way to distract conscientious Westerners who are moved by observing the suffering caused by their government's excesses is not to conceal such excesses, but to convince them that the very same yet worse suffering more urgent and more deserving of their energies, is currently being endured elsewhere. Such is the basis of this propaganda machine's present attempts to portray Xinjiang and Tibet as internal colonies or settler colonies of the PRC, and therefore cloak the super empire's murderous intent in the mantle of decolonization. Fantasies of a decolonized China proliferate in the West, either as dreams of independent East Turkestan or the circulation on social media of maps showing some hypothetical Balkanization of China achieved by carving away most or all of its provinces. The Uyghur genocide is frequently deployed in Western rhetoric to marshal left-wing descent into anti-China xenophobia. It has become a thought-terminating cliché, a moral cudgel to silence any who would speak favorably of the PRC's accomplishments, and thus restrains the Western proletariat from recognizing anything positive about their Chinese class allies. The use of propaganda as a distraction from human rights abuses in the West has become increasingly blatant. In early May of 2021, the Israeli Supreme Court was expected to deliver a ruling on the eviction of Palestinian families from the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood of Jerusalem, precipitating protests by the Palestinian inhabitants that were brutally suppressed. Israeli riot police fought with protesters throughout the night of May 9, injuring hundreds, and by dawn storming the Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of the holiest sites in Islamic tradition. 1018 Global audiences were stunned the next day to see videos of a crowd of ultra-nationalist Israeli settlers cheering and waving flags as fires burned near the mosque. 1019 The violence then escalated even more rapidly. Hamas began rocket attacks that evening after their demand for the immediate withdrawal of Israeli security forces went unmet, and the Israeli Defense Force responded with airstrikes on Gaza, killing dozens, including several children. 1020 Within 48 hours, the U.S. State Department sprang into action to publish a report on the PRC's alleged persecution of religious minorities. In a move calculated to obfuscate and divert attention from Palestine, the report was shared with a statement specifically describing Xinjiang as an open-air prison, a phrase that is most commonly used to describe the Gaza Strip by the Palestinian Liberation Movement. 1021. While the phenomenon of settler colonialism, a form of dispossessive accumulation distinct both from traditional direct colonialism and from modern neocolonialism, is most clearly practiced today in Israel, Australia, and the Americas, China's minority regions do appear to bear a considerable resemblance to them. Though the incorporation of Xinjiang, Tibet, and Inner Mongolia into the PRC followed a long history of their subsumation in prior feudal relationships, some of the present disparities between the Han and minority ethnic groups in Western China are broadly similar to the inequalities introduced by European-descended settlers in their encounter with indigenous peoples in the Western Hemisphere. Much of China's natural resources lie within its minority autonomous regions and are increasingly being extracted to fuel its economic growth, with the concomitant accusations by the Western press, as noted in the previous chapter. In providing basic education on a massive scale, the New Deal in Xinjiang might be compared with the civilizing missions of Western colonists, which certainly did amount to forced assimilation and genocide, and whose tragic legacy is today still being brought to light. But only superficially. There is no Chinese counterpart to Canada's system of residential schools, for example, which purported to educate Indigenous children by isolating them from their native culture, and in practice severely abused and underfed these children, who died at rates that were far higher than those experienced by the general school-aged population, according to the Truth and Reconciliation Report that concluded only as recently as 2015, and were buried by the thousands in unmarked and unrecorded Graves.1022 Nonetheless, the propaganda machine's strategy is first of all to construct a mental connection between China's minority regions and Western settler colonies by continually publicizing any similarities between them that do exist. Once this link is established, even the worst atrocities committed by the United States and other governments of the super empire can only damn the PRC further. Consumers of Western media are invited to make the supposition, if we're doing this, just imagine what China must be up to. This strategy of course can succeed only if audiences are never exposed to, or never attempt, a comparative analysis between southern Xinjiang and various other regions which are presently unambiguous internal colonies of other countries. Thus, while the similarities mentioned above are given great attention, any differences are omitted, and if a difference is too significant to be ignored, it must be dismissed as somehow fabricated by the party. If the propaganda machine adequately fulfills its task, its audience will not only be unable to make the slightest distinction between Xinjiang and a Western colony, but will even refuse to entertain the possibility that significant differences could exist. The ideal consumer of Western media's anti-China propaganda is entirely passive, never learning anything substantial about Chinese society, and never having a motivation to seek out such knowledge. The largest such omission concerns China's history. The propaganda machine may of course amplify any ancient ethnic animosities between the Han and minorities 1023, yet China has no post-feudal colonial legacy beyond its own painful subjugation by Japan and the Western empires during its century of humiliation, which coincided with the greatest wave of colonization in North America. Only a few years after the United States government began enforcing the Indian Removal Act, the feudal Qing Empire was defeated in the First Opium War. The remainder of the 19th century saw both the forced relocation of the vast majority of all indigenous American tribes and the gradual decline and neo-colonization by the west of the ancient Chinese state. Both targeted populations were made to face debilitating addictions to drugs imported by the colonists, to sign unequal treaties surrendering their homelands, and to endure civilizing missions. The Qing, who had been forced to become compradors, were replaced by the weak and short-lived 1024 Republic of China in 1912, which was never able to exert its control over the vast majority of the Qing's former territory. 1025 Only after the establishment of the People's Republic in 1949 did a central state become powerful enough to unite the most distant provinces under one government. Chinese colonialism of the western minority regions, if it exists, can therefore only be a recent phenomenon. How recent? Sodeman, in papers directly posing the question of whether Xinjiang and Tibet were internal colonies of the PRC, concluded through extensive analysis that the descriptor was highly inaccurate in both cases as late as 2000 and 2001 respectively. The entire XUAR, Sodeman noted, ranked above average for 18 out of 25 per capita economic metrics from 1997 statistical data, and on key indicators such as rural net income and life expectancy, both highly correlated to the impoverished Uyghur heartland of southern Xinjiang, still outperformed a few of the poorest Han-majority provinces elsewhere in China. 1026 More crucially, all available information indicated that even though considerable extraction of raw materials such as cotton and oil was taking place, much more wealth flowed into Xinjiang from the central government than vice versa. The majority of credit provided to Xinjiang by the PRC state-owned central banks, for example, was received by local state-owned enterprises, which at the time were recording record losses and not expected to repay loans. 1027 According to Sodeman, Xinjiang is economically dependent on the subsidies provided by Beijing. Economists have measured the rate of state extraction from Chinese provinces, i.e. the amount of surplus or deficit of each province as compared with its expenditure which was remitted to or subsidized by the central government. Xinjiang's negative rate of extraction is high even among Western region provinces. In 1993, regional government revenue was 2.83 billion yuan and expenditures were 6.63 billion yuan. The PRC requires provinces to balance their budgets. The center thus had to provide Xinjiang with some 4 billion yuan, over 57% of regional spending. In 1994, Xinjiang revenue was 2.49 billion yuan, expenditures were 7.65 billion yuan. The center provided more than 5 billion yuan, over two-thirds of the budget. Yet even the center's Xinjiang oil ventures, the most frequently cited indicator of internal colonialism, seem to be loss makers thus far and are unlikely to have generated taxes and profits exceeding the center's subsidies. 1028. Similarly, he considered the allegations of colonialism in Tibet to be polemical hyperbole writ large. 1029, and concluded that one of the main contours of classic colonialism are found in the Tibet case. In some respects the limited, but significant industrialization in Tibet is an example and outcome opposed to archetypal colonial practice is present. 1030. Despite common Han chauvinist attitudes, Sodeman observed that he PRC state does not, however, carry out the systemic discrimination characteristic of colonial systems, whereby subaltern peoples were deprived by law of rights enjoyed by metropolitan citizens. Minority people have the same rights as Han, plus preferential policies that exist side by side with ethnic nepotism in non-public employment, a situation also common in other countries where internal colonialism is not at issue. 1031. Even the harshest aspects of the PRC's administration did not indicate any policy bias against ethnic minorities. Han political prisoners such as adherents of the proscribed Falun Gong sect, for example, were given similar punishments as ethnic separatists and at similar rates. 1032. Within the ethnic autonomous regions, in fact, the justice system had long been directed by the party's controversial two restraints and one leniency, the policy of intentionally not arresting or not prosecuting minorities suspected of minor offenses, and giving lighter sentences to minorities convicted of serious crimes. 1033. 1034. A common argument for Chinese settler colonialism that is naturally compelling and obvious is the existence of settlers. Han migration into Xinjiang, though inconsistent over the years, is unquestionably real. Though it has frequently been cited by Uyghur émigré organizations as a kind of smoking gun proving the existence of colonialism, at the time of Sodeman's analysis, this migration was in fact almost entirely confined to northern Xinjiang, which has no history of exclusively Uyghur habitation. Sodeman noted that the vast majority of Han in Xinjiang lived north of the Tian Shan, while the vast majority of Uyghurs lived in the south and east, making up over 90% of southern Xinjiang's population. 1035. In a book published around the same time, Justin Rudelson, a board member of Washington's net-funded Uyghur Human Rights Project, admitted that the Chinese government's policy was to confine Han immigrants in new lands not occupied by Uyghurs or in new towns adjacent to older Uyghur communities. 1036-1037. In 2015, Radio Free Asia admitted that Han migrants to the south were largely relocating to the main cities in the area rather than taking over land in the Uyghur-dominated countryside. 1038. Even since their first arrival in southern Xinjiang over a millennia ago, the Uyghur people have never been subject to any form of the mass displacement that is usually associated with settler colonialism. Sodeman similarly noted in 2001 that Tibetans have not been deported or forcibly relocated on account of their ethnicity. 1039. And that migration to Tibet was not sharply different from that to other PRC regions. Most migrants enter urban areas, while the countryside remains populated mainly by local people. 1040. Thus at the turn of the 21st century, even the most dramatic characteristic of a settler colony, the wholesale appropriation of land from its indigenous inhabitants, was not evident in China. This marks a staggering contrast to actual settler colonies elsewhere in the world, which were notoriously formed through blatant dispossessive accumulation. Prior to the end of the apartheid system in the Republic of South Africa, only 7% of all arable land in the country was allocated to native Africans by law. 1041. The remainder being reserved for white settlers and their descendants, who accounted for only 13% of the population. 1042. Before the arrival of the Europeans, nearly every corner of North America's 10 million square miles had been inhabited. In the United States today, the Bureau of Indian Affairs recognizes only 55 million acres of Native American territory, or slightly more than 2% of the United States' total land area of 2.4 billion acres. 1043 In 1948, Zionist militias established the modern State of Israel by seizing over 75% of the land formerly controlled under the British Mandate for Palestine. The remaining Palestinian territories have been gradually reduced over the decades by Israeli settlements and military occupation, and according to Jerusalem-based nonprofit B'Tselem, currently less than 30% of the West Bank is still even partially administered by the Palestinian Authority, which together with the Gaza Strip constitute less than 15% of the original Mandate for Palestine yet hold 40% of the entire present-day population. 1044. Of course, even if colonial relationships did not exist in China at this time, it is nevertheless possible that one might finally have emerged within the last 2 decades. Some also promulgate the view that while the theft of land by Western settlers was a historical tragedy, the dispossessive accumulation process has since ceased in Western settler colonies, and the remaining indigenous peoples there now enjoy full rights and privileges comparable to the general population. The following comparative analysis of the present conditions in southern Xinjiang and the Navajo Nation will therefore decide both questions. Note that due to differences in how the data for each country's statistical indicators are collected and calculated, they are not directly comparable to each other. Instead, to the extent that it is possible, this chapter will attempt to examine each group's relative improvement over time for each category, specifically during the 20-year period between 2000 and 2020. Income and poverty. 1045. According to the United States Census Bureau, annual per capita household income 1046 in the Navajo Nation was $27,303 in 2000-1047 and $42,337 in 2020, an increase of 55%. When accounting for cumulative inflation of the dollar, this amounted to a 3% increase in purchasing power. 1048 Overall per capita household income for the United States increased from $55,409 in 2000-1049 to $91,547 in 2020, a 10% increase in purchasing power over the same period. Between 2000 and 2020, the Navajo Nation's per capita income had fallen against the national average, from 49% to 46%. 1051 The stagnant real incomes of the Navajo and their vast and persistent gap with the national average are symptoms of one of the most significant forms of dispossessive accumulation that still exist within the United States, which is the systemic underpayment of indigenous workers. Presently, more than half of all indigenous mothers are the primary breadwinners of their families, a greater proportion than any other ethnic group except black women in the United States. According to an analysis by the National Women's Law Center, indigenous women are paid 60 cents for every dollar paid to white male workers, resulting in a total of $1 million in labor extracted from the average indigenous woman over her entire lifetime, in exchange for nothing. 1052 The percentage of all individuals in the Navajo Nation with income below poverty level was 38% in 2020, about 3 times the national average of 13%. 1053. Between 2000 and 2020, per capita rural household income in Xinjiang rose from 1,618 yuan to 14,056 yuan, an increase of 770%. While this may be considered a very rough approximation for the overwhelmingly rural southern area of Xinjiang, rural areas in Han-dominated northern Xinjiang might still be wealthier and thus skew this average higher. Therefore, a more accurate approximation can be found by averaging the per capita rural household incomes of Aksu, Kashgar, and Hotan, 3 major prefectures in the south with overwhelming Uyghur demographic majorities, which stood at 1,678 yuan 1054, 1,010 yuan 1055 and 794 yuan 1056 in 2000, with an average of only 1,161 yuan. In 2020, these incomes had risen to 14,588 yuan 1057, 10,276 yuan 1058 and 9,733 yuan 1059 respectively, with an average of 11,532 yuan, reflecting an increase of 893%. When accounting for cumulative inflation of the yuan, this amounted to an increase in purchasing power of more than 500%. 1060. Such gains were typical in the Chinese countryside, which saw a tremendous increase in wealth and real income by the end of this period. Rural Xinjiang, however, advanced by comparison with the rest of the country. According to the China Statistical Yearbook, in 2000 per capita rural household income for Xinjiang was 72% of China's national average. By 2020 it had increased to 82%. Xinjiang improved its rural income ranking from 25th to 24th out of 31 provinces measured, having newly surpassed both Ningxia and Shaanxi, and overtaken by only one other province, the Tibet Autonomous Region, where rural per capita income had risen by 1000%, or an increase in purchasing power of approximately 600%. The income gap between the poorest minority-majority provinces and the rest of China, which had widened during the 1990s, has begun closing again. 1061-1062 In the year 2000, there were well over 400 million people in China living in extreme rural poverty, defined as living on less than 11 yuan per day. 1063 By the end of 2020, that number had fallen to 0.1064. The economic situation in rural southern Xinjiang in 2020 was also favorable compared with nearly all of its closest neighbors. Southern Xinjiang borders Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and the other Chinese provinces of Tibet, Gansu, and Qinghai. The approximate per capita net household income of rural southern Xinjiang exceeded the overall per capita household income of every neighboring country but Kazakhstan. 1065 Of its neighboring provinces' rural per capita income, Xinjiang's was exceeded only by Tibet's. When compared to the overall economic situation of regional countries nearby minority regions, that of rural southern Xinjiang was also often quite favorable. In Russia, minorities still enjoyed higher average incomes than in rural southern Xinjiang, yet in rural southern Siberia, the gap between their income and the Russian national average increased during the same time period. In 1998, per capita income in the nearby Republic of Tuva, a federal subject of the Russian Federation populated overwhelmingly by its ethnic Tuvan minority, was 61% of Russia's national average. 1066 A considerably smaller gap than existed between rural southern Xinjiang and China's national average in 2000, noted earlier. But by 2020, according to a study from Novosibirsk State University, Tuva's per capita income had declined against Russia's national average, to only 52%, while rural southern Xinjiang's had risen to 67% of China's. 1067. How did these vast differences come about? The meteoric rise in rural income in the poorest regions of China and disappearance of extreme poverty are best explained by the combination of three trends. The first and most persistent is urbanization. For decades throughout China, the rural population has been steadily shrinking as more and more people move to the cities. Secondly, those who have remained have found relatively well-paying jobs. Rural unemployment in Xinjiang, once the highest nearly anywhere in China, has all but disappeared. 1068 Finally, beginning in the mid-2010s, the targeted poverty alleviation campaign of the Common Prosperity era has accelerated both the aforementioned trends with large infusions of government spending. 1069 This combination is not significantly evident anywhere else in Xinjiang's general geographic region. The Uyghur people, though immensely poor at the turn of the 21st century and even if still among the poorest in Xinjiang, have nevertheless seen a narrowing income gap, becoming considerably wealthier than the poor nearly everywhere else in Central Asia, and in the near future standing to become even richer if present trends continue. Water and electricity. The poor quality of drinking water in the United States is notorious throughout the world, particularly due to high-profile incidents such as the multi-year lead contamination crisis in Flint, Michigan, or the water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi, in which long-neglected water treatment infrastructure was overwhelmed by flash floods in 2022. In 2018, CBS reported that lead contamination was a national problem and that according to the nonprofit American Water Works Association, the United States' vast network of lead water pipes was being replaced at an average rate of 0.5% per year, a pace that would see the problem resolved in approximately 2 centuries. 1070 Yet some communities in the United States lack even the infrastructure to provide running water at all. Countrywide, the proportion of households that lack indoor plumbing has recently fallen below 500,000, or less than 0.4%, yet according to the U.S. Census Bureau, in the Navajo Nation, 9,254 occupied housing units out of a total of 43,398 still lacked full indoor plumbing in 2010, and by 2020 this proportion had only declined to 8,642 out of a total of 49,913, or 17%. If this rate of installation remains constant, indoor plumbing will not be universally accessible in the nation until at least 2035. 1071-1072 At the end of 2019, The Washington Post reported that 1/3 of the population in the Navajo Nation still did not have access to a flushing toilet. 1073 Outhouses are common, and many residents rely exclusively on showers and bathrooms in community centers, rather than in their homes. Many households must drive considerable distances to haul water from the nearest wells for daily use. In June 2023, the Supreme Court ruled that the U.S. government was not required to take active steps to secure water access for the Navajo Nation. 1074. Similarly, many lack access to the power grid. A 2021 report by the Brookings Institution estimated that 30% of homes in the Navajo Nation did not and have never had electricity. 1075 Only in recent years have significant efforts been made to provide power to rural households, but these initiatives are severely limited by available funding. The Navajo Tribal Utility Authority's Light Up Navajo program succeeded in connecting 230 homes to the power grid in 2019, and a further 137 homes in 2022. 1076 At an average rate of 190 homes connected per year, the Navajo Nation will not be fully electrified until the 22nd century. In his analysis, Sodeman remarked that both rural Xinjiang and rural China in general had a shortage of services overall in 1997, but that services in rural Xinjiang, though increasing, were less abundant. 1077 In 2015, at the beginning of the implementation of the party's new targeted poverty alleviation program, water and sanitation services were still severely lacking in rural Xinjiang. For example, in February, with considerable glee, Radio Free Asia seized upon a report made to the 12th People's Congress that more than half the population of Hotan Prefecture still lacked access to clean water. 1078. The PRC's 13th five-year plan, to be executed between 2016 and 2020, called for at least 80% of all rural areas to have access to tap water. 1079 A massive effort was organized in southern Xinjiang, and by the end of 2017, over 8,000 villages in rural Xinjiang were connected to tap water, and basic plumbing and running water was being installed at a rate of 400 new villages per year. 1080 The 2017 Kashgar Statistical Yearbook reported that 2,286 out of a total of 2,312 villages in the prefecture had access to tap water as of that year, or 99% of the total. 1081 By 2020, the percentage of rural households lacking access to a centralized water supply in China had fallen to 6% in state poverty counties, including 7 counties in Aksu Prefecture. 1082 By 2022, according to Xinjiang regional authorities, the tap water penetration rate had reached 97.5% for the entire province. 1083 Basic sanitation likewise improved considerably. According to statistics from UNICEF and the World Health Organization, the percentage of China's rural population that had access to basic sanitation services had increased from 45% in 2000 to 88% in 2020, 1084, and the percentage that practiced open defecation in China was 4% in 2000, and by 2019 had reached 0.1085. The XUAR as a whole consumed 18 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity in 2000, more than only 4 other provinces in China. In 2020 it consumed over 300 billion kilowatt-hours, more than every other province but 6.1086. The total domestic living consumption of electricity in Xinjiang increased by 400% during the same period. 1087. A 2018 study co-authored by scholars from Rutgers University and the Johns Hopkins Nanjiang University Center for Chinese and American Studies found that household energy consumption in the northwestern provinces was 50% higher than the national average, and higher than every other region of China except the northern municipalities of Beijing and Tianjin. 1088. In 2019, Xinhua reported that the State Grid Corporation would invest over 2 billion yuan to upgrade the power grid for rural areas in Hotan, Kashgar, Aksu, and other prefectures in southern Xinjiang. 1089. Pakistani journalist Sultan M. Hali wrote that in touring rural Chinese farms in 2010, he noticed the dilapidated abodes of farmers had been replaced by modest but concrete apartments, and among other facilities, high-speed internet and electricity was being provided free of cost. 1090. In contrast, the Western press was reduced to mournfully eulogizing the rapidly disappearing rural poverty in southern Xinjiang, with a 2020 article in Radio Free Asia waxing poetic in describing the distinct way of life that had been lost in Diraboyi village in Hotan, where once the people had lived in reed houses free of electricity and hauled their water from nearby wells. The residents, whom Radio Free Asia viewed as once torchbearers of traditional Uyghur culture, had since been built houses with modern utilities, schools, and a hospital. 1091. While there is still some distance yet to travel, for a rural area in a developing country, southern Xinjiang has already experienced a miracle of expansion of basic services in the span of only a few years. Roads, railways, and infrastructure. The Chinese phrase "if you want to get rich, first build a road" has become famous. China's overall economic success has proven the concept of transportation infrastructure being foundational to development, yet the intersection of infrastructure and colonialism is not so easy to analyze. The transportation infrastructure built within a colony by an imperial power is typically solely extractive, i.e. for the exclusive purpose of moving raw materials from the mine, plantation, or sawmill to the river or seaport. Thus Africa's railways at the time of decolonization largely connected inland areas to the ocean but did not connect neighboring countries with each other. The coastal cities of Brazil had far less contact with each other than they had with Lisbon during the first centuries of Portuguese colonization. Within a settler colony, interconnecting infrastructure is typically developed to a high degree, yet is designed to benefit the settlers rather than the indigenous inhabitants. The modernization of Brazilian infrastructure in fact began before independence from the crown, but only after the Portuguese court resettled to Rio de Janeiro to flee Napoleon's invasion of their home country at the beginning of the 19th century. Famed Uruguayan journalist Eduardo Galeano writes that to maintain a market for British goods, Portugal destroyed the seeds of any kind of manufacturing development in Brazil. Until 1715 sugar refineries were banned. In 1729 it was made a criminal offense to open new roads in the mining region, and in 1785 local looms and spinning mills were ordered burned. 1092 Yet the underdevelopment of Rio did not suit the Portuguese ruling class once they had to live there. The city was therefore quickly transformed with new sidewalks, street lights, an efficient sewer system, and more roads and bridges to connect suburban neighborhoods to the city center. 1093 These things were intended for them and only them, for Brazil's vast population of enslaved laborers, who had toiled first on the sugar plantations, and then in the gold mines. This ruling class envisioned no future but death. A careful analysis of the nature and distribution of infrastructure must therefore be made before an internal colonial relationship can be properly identified. The United States, for example, has some of the most developed systems of streets, roads, and highways in the world, yet their distribution is highly unequal. In 1911, within a year of Arizona's official promotion to statehood, the city streets of Phoenix were paved for the first time. 1094 and highways through the state began to be upgraded and expanded with modern surfacing techniques. 1095 Yet now, decades into the 21st century, the vast majority of roads within the nearby Navajo Nation remain unpaved. Drive a few miles off the reservation in any direction, the Navajo Times wrote in 2010, and you'll see a lot more pavement. Instead, millions of dollars are spent yearly to rescue thousands of Navajo drivers who become stuck in the dirt roads during wintertime, when they become muddy from the weather. 1096 A lack of paved roads also means higher infant mortality, lower school attendance, precludes the timely arrival of emergency response vehicles, and makes the trap of rural poverty all but impossible to escape. In 2019, University of Southern California investigative journalist Amy Lynn reported that 80% of the nation's 11,600 miles of roads were unimproved dirt and sand, and only 16 miles of new roadways are constructed each year. The existing roads, meanwhile, were in extremely poor condition and constantly deteriorating, the Navajo Nation Division of Transportation being chronically underfunded. In a typical year, the U.S. federal government supplies between 5 and 15% of the money NDOT requires for maintenance, and in some years denies transportation funding to tribal governments altogether. 1097 The Navajo Nation's only major railroad, which is unconnected to any other U.S. rail system, was unquestionably extractive, only connecting the reservation's coal mine in Kayenta, Arizona with the coal-fired Navajo generating station on the nation's border, which supplied electricity not to the reservation but to Phoenix, Las Vegas, and Los Angeles. 1098 In southern Xinjiang, the general amount and condition of infrastructure have been on a trajectory of continuous and accelerating improvement. During the 1990s, several large infrastructural projects began or were completed, including a 1,500-kilometer north-south railway to Kashgar, which as Soatman noted passed through some of southern Xinjiang's most impoverished communities, potentially providing opportunities for economic development. 1099 If southern Xinjiang were a settler colony, however, such infrastructure would have existed solely to benefit a settler population or to extract resources from the south to the Han-dominated north, while the quality of infrastructure available to the indigenous population would be either stagnant or in decline. A careful analysis of more recent development is therefore warranted. In terms of rail, it is unlikely that the existing or planned railways serve or were intended to serve an exclusively extractive purpose. Rather than conveying goods or raw materials to the north, or further east towards China's metropolitan centers, the most recent projects are designed for internal development or trade with neighboring countries. In June 2022, the Hotan-Ruokiang Railway was completed, together with existing lines forming a continuous loop around the perimeter of the Taklamakan Desert that lies at the center of southern Xinjiang, connecting the major southern cities of Hotan, Ruokiang, Kashgar, Aksu, and Korla. If the purpose of such a railroad system was only extractive, there would seem to be little reason to connect Kashgar with both Hotan and Aksu. Only one route would be sufficient to convey Kashgar's wealth to Urumqi, or to Beijing by way of Qinghai. 1100 The completed loop will, however, greatly facilitate the flow of economic activity between prefectures within southern Xinjiang. Further routes are planned to directly connect southern Xinjiang with its western neighbors. Later that year, Voice of America admitted that plans for the China-Kyrgyzstan-Uzbekistan Railway were in motion and that construction would begin in 2023, despite the considerable expense and logistical challenge of laying rail from Kashgar through the western mountains. 1101 In 2020, Washington-based think tank the Middle East Institute had criticized the project, pointing out that the length of the track between Tashkent and Turpan would in fact be longer than the length of the existing Urumqi-Tashkent Railway. 1102 Thereby verifying that such a railway would therefore bring no significant new benefit to China's Han majority areas, with the PRC instead building a new economic corridor at great expense to benefit Kashgar. Figure 2, Railways of Southern Xinjiang and Neighboring Areas, 2023. The character of the improvements to southern Xinjiang's road network is even more apparent. In 2003, the central government announced that it had invested over 70 billion yuan in the construction of new infrastructure in Xinjiang over the previous 3 years, including highways, power plants, dams and telecommunication facilities. 1103 Over the next 2 decades, roads and electrical and communications infrastructure were built to connect rural villages to the rest of the province more and more quickly. A generation ago, villages in Taxkorgan County in western Kashgar Prefecture, one of the remotest regions in China at an average elevation of more than 3 kilometers above sea level, were accessible only by horse, yak, or camel. By 2018, roads connected several villages to the county seat, cutting travel time in half. Taxkorgan's Pilai village, for example, was accessible only via a human-powered cable ferry across the Yarkand River 2 decades ago, and the nearest school was days of travel away. In 2014, a bridge was constructed and the village was connected to a road. 1104 In 2020, stable electricity was supplied to the valleys, and construction began on the first airport serving the county. 1105 By the end of 2020, every rural village in China was connected to the rest of the country by a paved road. 1106 By the end of 2022, 6 new highways, most with planned lengths of over 100 kilometers, were under construction, not only further connecting southern Xinjiang to the north and east, but also to Kyrgyzstan, through the Tianshan. 1107. There can be little doubt, therefore, that the rural population in southern Xinjiang, which consists overwhelmingly of Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities, has reaped tremendous benefits from the massive infrastructure development in the region. Even Western observers have taken note of the highest profile projects. In 2007, the World Bank published a report praising the PRC's complete restoration of the Tarim River in southern Xinjiang, which resulted in increased social status and employment opportunities for many women, a 70% reduction in poverty within the river restoration area, and significant afforestation and environmental reclamation of the desert region. 1108 In 2020, the World Bank country director for China admitted that the eradication of absolute poverty in rural areas had been successful. 1109 1110 In the years between Xinjiang's incorporation into the PRC and 2015, desertification in the province has been reversed and forested oasis areas have more than doubled in size due to the PRC's 40-year tree planting initiative. The largest environmental project in human history. 1111 Some Western environmentalists have praised China for its success in planting more trees than the rest of the world combined over the past 5 decades, and specifically identify the efficient Kerez irrigation system in Turpan that made growing vegetables possible in the absence of rainfall. 1112 Subsidies. For 2 decades beginning in 1996, the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act granted a total of $1.6 billion to the Navajo Housing Authority for the construction of new homes. On paper, this was not an inconsiderable sum, amounting to approximately $500 per capita per year, yet it was wholly insufficient for the needs of the Navajo Nation. By 2016, an investigation by the Arizona Republic found that only several hundred new homes had been built over the entire period. Most of the money had instead been spent on the colossal need for repairing and modernizing existing residences, or on other non-residential projects such as community youth centers. 1113 The NA, in fact, was also unable to spend all the money. By the early 2010s, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development rescinded the grant and assessed millions of dollars in penalties for misallocation of funds following a private contractor's embezzlement scandal. 1114 In 2022, the Navajo Nation received another $2 billion as part of the American Recovery Rescue Plan Act. Time will tell what effect these funds will have on the quality and availability of services, but it is unlikely that they will be sufficient to do much more than offset the disaster that the COVID-19 pandemic has been for the nation. 1115 Overall, as seen earlier in this chapter, real income in the nation is stagnant. To raise it, a much more significant and meaningful contribution would be required. In general, The U.S. federal government's subsidies to Native American tribes are woefully inadequate and do little to permanently improve conditions. Reservations are exempted from taxes, but only on income earned within the reservation, where jobs are typically extremely scarce. In 2017, the Navajo Nation applied for a federal subsidy for the Kayenta, Arizona coal mine. 11/16 the application was not granted, and in 2019, the mine was shut down instead. Mining had been the largest source of income for the nation and the neighboring Hopi Reservation, and the mine's closure resulted in the loss of nearly 1,000 jobs and a reduction of over $30 million in annual revenue for the nation and $12 million in revenue for the Hopi, or around 85% of the general fund budget. 11/17 in 2022, federal legislation was passed to compensate the Navajo Nation for the mine's closure with a pittance of $1.6 million annually, or only about 5% of the lost revenue, for a fixed period of 15 years. 11/18. Today, all available evidence indicates that the massive subsidies to Xinjiang by China's central government, which Soetman identified in his analysis in 2000, have continued to the present day. In 2021, Xinjiang received 271 billion yuan in transfer payments from the central government, and ranked 4th out of 31 provinces for the highest amount received per capita, below Qinghai and Ningxia. Tibet ranked first, with more than double any other province. Central government transfer payments by region in 2021-1119 Region. Total population. Transfer payments. Transfer payments per capita. Beijing. 2,189. 959.55. 4,384. Tianjin. 1,373. 416.23. 3,032. Hebei. 7,448. 3,125.66. 4,197. Shaanxi. 3,480. 1,793.97. 5,155. Inner Mongolia. 2,400. 2,321.34. 9,672. Liaoning. 4,229. 2,457.43. 5,811. Jilin. 2,375. 2,016.06. 8,489. Heilongjiang. 3,125. 2,852.41. 9,128. Shanghai. 2,489. 615.76. 2,474. Jiangsu. 8,505. 1,462.29. 1,719. Zhejiang. 6,540. 727.28. 1,112. Anhui. 6,113. 2,925.11. 4,785. Fujian. 4,187. 1,251.75. 2,990. Jiangxi. 4,517. 2,382.49. 5,274. Shandong. 10,170. 2,444.83. 2,404. Henan. 9,883. 4,105.79. 4154. Hubei. 5830. 3085.32. 5292. Hunan. 6622. 3307.83. 4995. Guangdong. 12684. 1156.72. 912. Guangxi. 5037. 2836.02. 5630. Hainan. 1020. 919.29. 9013. Chongqing. 3212. 1680.54. 5232. Sichuan. 8372. 4550.14. 5435. Guizhou. 3852. 2554.74. 6632. Yunnan. 4690. 2989.16. 6373. Tibet. 366. 1480.61. 40454. Shaanxi. 3954. 2324.28. 5878. Gansu. 2490. 2302.03. 9245. Qinghai. 594. 1184.54. 19942. Ningxia. 725. 831.89. 11474. Xinjiang. 2589. 2710.3. 10,469. In 2020, an additional total of 45 billion yuan was spent by China's regional governments in economic assistance to other provinces. Wealthy eastern regions, in particular the urban centers of Guangdong Province and the Shanghai Municipality, paid the most. Minority autonomous regions in the west, such as Xinjiang, Tibet, and Inner Mongolia, paid nothing at all. 1121. In 2017, Reuters reported that the Chinese government paid higher subsidies to cotton farmers in Xinjiang than in any other province. 1122. Conclusions. There is no doubt that being a minority in China is difficult. The persistent historical, geographical, and political reasons for this predate the PRC and are not quickly or easily eliminated. Despite the party's efforts, Han chauvinism remains a problem. Nor can it be imagined that not a single person in Xinjiang has been unjustly incarcerated, punished, or censured by the state. Any policy that seeks to radically transform a society of 25 million people, even to their collective benefit and for the best possible reasons, no matter how socially and economically necessary, cannot make zero errors and will not adequately serve every individual. Yet the nature of such injustices that no doubt form a kernel of truth around which the Western media has built a labyrinth of anecdote speculation and fabrications is not a systemic one. The idea that Uyghurs are subjected to police brutality or that Uyghur prisoners are tortured or abused is unsupported. A full 6 years have passed since the Western press began to construct its fantasy of a secret genocide in China, and no verifiable physical evidence of this has yet been discovered. In contrast, it took less than 1 year after the U.S. military's takeover of the Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq before photographs of U.S. soldiers torturing and humiliating Iraqi prisoners there were leaked to the press. 1123. In an era of ubiquitous cell phone cameras, the narrative that such abuse could take place over several years and on a scale orders of magnitude greater, allegedly involving millions of prisoners without even a single photograph of it becoming public, truly beggars belief. The dispossessive accumulation attendant to settler colonialism does not exist in China's minority regions to even the slightest degree. Rather than the theft of land, labor, and resources that presently continues in the West, the relationship between southern Xinjiang and northern Xinjiang, and indeed the relationship between the ex-UAR and eastern China, is best described as an increasingly favorable exchange. Land is not being appropriated from its inhabitants but developed for their benefit, labor power is not being coerced, but paid for, resources are being extracted, but only with substantial compensation that is transforming millions of lives for the better. Poverty is neither persistent nor increasing but disappearing. In 2000, Sodeman advised that in Xinjiang, investment in physical and cultural infrastructure, especially in education and healthcare, should be drastically accelerated. 1124. In the time since his analysis, this appears to be exactly what has happened. On virtually every dimension of economic and social development, China's minority regions are advancing dramatically. They have greater access to education, healthcare, and public services. Between 2000 and 2020, they saw a tenfold increase in not only household income, GDP, and industrial and agricultural output, but total enrollment in higher education. The total number of hospital beds more than tripled, as did the number of full-time teachers in higher education. The total length of railways and highways tripled. Public spending by their provincial governments increased by 3,000%. 1125. Through November 2022, in the entire Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, only 3 people had died from an infection of the COVID-19 virus. 1126. More and more ethnic minorities are becoming fluent in Standard Chinese, yet literacy in native ethnic languages has actively been preserved as well. An article published in the Journal of Language, Identity and Education in 2020, for example, concluded from interviews of Uyghur University students who were targets of Uyghur language policy in China that none of them sought complete inland China assimilation, and all retained their unique identities as Uyghur. One interviewee remarked, "Chinese is our national language. We cannot stay in Xinjiang all the time. Therefore, I have to study the national language. I am a member of the Uyghur people and Uyghur is my mother tongue. I don't want to be a guy who can speak Chinese well but forgets my own language." 1127. In another example, a study of Tibetan literacy by a scholar from the University of Wisconsin-Madison conducted from 2013 to 2014 found that Tibetans born and raised in Tibet were considerably more literate in the Tibetan language than Tibetans raised in India. 1128. The TAR's dramatic rise in prosperity has had a corresponding effect on the Tibetan diaspora. And their headlong rush for greener pastures, the Los Angeles Times admitted in 2010, some Tibetan émigrés underestimated the hardship of starting anew, and even the benefits of living under Chinese rule. One told the Times that in Lhasa in the mid-2000s, she had earned over 5 times her current income as a shopkeeper in the Dharamsala. "After I got here, I kept thinking, there must be another India I'm missing," another said. "Now I want to go back but can't. I'm stuck." 1129. Even today, to say that Tibetans in India are treated as second-class citizens is inaccurate. They are not considered citizens at all, but as foreigners under the law, forbidden to own land and property, and have much greater difficulty finding employment. Tibetan migration from China to India almost entirely stopped by 2010. The Tibetan government in exile itself admitted that the number of Tibetans fleeing Chinese rule, once thousands per year, had fallen to about 100 in 2018. 1130. The government of India, which had hosted the vast majority of all Tibetan émigrés, revealed that over the previous 7 years, their numbers had fallen from approximately 150,000 to 85,000, a 43% decline. A large number of these, according to the government's advisor on Tibetan affairs, had returned to China. 1131 The Dalai Lama has publicly announced that Tibet no longer seeks independence, and instead wants greater development as part of China. 1132 According to Voice of America in 2009, a spokesman of the Tibetan government in exile also indicated that a survey of Tibetans living in China found that over 60% did not want independence. 1133 The Western narrative of Tibetans and Uyghurs as well as Mongolians and other non-Han ethnic groups as perpetual victims of state repression cannot be reconciled with the advancement they have seen in the quality of their social and economic life. A more accurate characterization would have been of a minority frustrated by their exclusion from the great fortune the PRC had been building in the East, growing resentful from being made to wait for more than a generation, and now finally receiving their due. But the gap between their level of prosperity and that of the Han majority is steadily shrinking. In its pursuit of reform and opening up, the party built Shanghai first. It could not have done otherwise, but by doing so incurred a great debt. Now Shanghai is repaying it. Fanon, quoting the National Liberation Front's response to the French government's support of the settlers in Algeria in 1956, wrote that colonialism only loosens its hold when the knife is at its throat. 1134 If true, the narrative of the party as a perpetrator of colonialism is decisively contradicted. Though the differences explored in this chapter between the PRC's ethnic autonomous regions and Western settler colonies are both dramatic and numerous, they all originate from a single distinguishing characteristic, which is class. As the instrument of the Western capitalist class, the U.S. federal government must above any other imperative facilitate the accumulation of private wealth. While the bourgeois state exists, there is no higher law, and no competing interest that could prevail against it. Whatever concessions or subsidies the indigenous peoples manage to wrest from their oppressors, no matter how hard won, can only be meaner than the super profits generated by their continued underdevelopment. In contrast, as the instrument of Chinese workers and peasants, the PRC must ultimately provide for their class interests above those of the Chinese bourgeoisie. Since the wealth accumulated by the capitalists in China represents a theft of the surplus value of workers' labor, whenever prudent and possible, the state must intervene to redistribute it, or face a widespread loss of legitimacy. The victims of wage labor exploitation in China recognize the state as their ally, and expect it to support them. Despite considerable resentment toward and from the Han, ethnic minorities nevertheless view the party as the best lever of positive change in class society. According to the study by the Harvard Kennedy School, 1135 minorities in Western China were more likely to express support for the central government. 1136 Only 2 years before the July 5 incident. 1137 Near the height of the bitterest ethnic tensions in Xinjiang, a study of Chinese high school students found that Uyghurs, Mongolians, and other ethnic minorities were more supportive of the state than their Han peers were. 1138 In general, the presence of proletarian rule has been valued and preferred throughout the entire region of Central Asia, and its absence greatly missed. According to Soatman, the part of the Soviet Union that most closely resembled Tibet and Xinjiang in terms of development levels and high degree of subsidization, local leaders opposed dissolution of the Soviet state, in part because central subsidies had done much to improve living standards in the Central Asian republics. 1139 In contrast with much of Eastern Europe, former Soviet Central Asian republics still prominently display statues of Lenin in public areas. In 2011, Reuters interviewed retirees in Tajikistan and Kazakhstan who preferred their lives as citizens of the Soviet Union. 1140 In 2022, the diplomat warned of rising Soviet nostalgia among the youth in Kyrgyzstan. 1141 A 2005 study of attitudes in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan published by the Washington-based National Council for Eurasian and East European Research found that respondents in all three countries believed the Soviet government had been more responsive to the citizens' needs, and in no demographic category did more than one-third of respondents believe their current capitalist government adequately served their interests. 1142 The winter of 2020 to 2021 was particularly hard on Uzbekistan. Temperatures remained below freezing for over 50 straight days, and the high demand for heat caused power plant failures and periodic blackouts in Tashkent. The government's energy minister admitted that ever since Uzbekistan's independence in 1991, the utility infrastructure had not been maintained, and was running on inertia 30 years. A particularly irate man from the southern province of Kashkadaryo, whose family had been without power or gas for 2 months, recorded a video on social media asking President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, "What is a country's independence good for if you cannot provide people with basic help? Might it be better to join Russia or China? You have deprived us of the electricity that Lenin gave us." 1143. For example, if a U.S. worker was paid a wage of $10 per hour in 2000, and $20 per hour in 2020, the percent increase in that worker's purchasing power can be calculated with the following equation. Other key differences between U.S. and Chinese income statistics and the limitations of each must be noted. Chinese statistics organize income data by province, prefecture, and urban/rural, not by ethnic group, so rural per capita disposable household income in southern Xinjiang is used as the best proxy for the Uyghur population. Though some areas of the Navajo Nation would seem to qualify as urban according to the U.S. Census Bureau's definition, data for the Navajo Nation is not clearly organized by urban/rural, therefore U.S. income comparisons will use the overall national average rather than the rural national average. Chapter 10. An Ecological Civilization. In terms of economic growth, 2022 was considered China's first normal year in decades with an annual GDP increase of 3% less than half its long-running yearly average, yet still comfortably above the average growth of the U.S. economy. 1144 in 2023, Western financial institutions speculated hopefully that China's days of meteoric, double-digit growth might be behind it for good. 1145. In fact, the normalcy of China's economy is underscored by how very far from normal the year was in other respects. The PRC's zero-COVID policy, which dominated Western headlines for its shortcomings, was a remarkable success in preventing the hundreds of thousands or even millions of deaths from the COVID-19 pandemic that were suffered by the US and other countries, even though the policy severely curtailed production in China. U.S. sanctions on the Chinese electronics industry dealt it a severe blow 1146, though one from which it is already springing back. More attention was paid to all of these, however, at least internationally, than the environmental disaster that unfolded during the summer months. The 2022 heat wave was the most severe ever recorded in China. One weather historian judged it to be the worst ever recorded anywhere in world, when accounting for the combination of extreme intensity, duration, and affected geographic area. 1147 Thousands of factories in Sichuan were shut down due to flagging hydroelectric power generation as China's rivers dried up. 1148 Large wildfires broke out in the mountainous Chongqing municipality, many crops failed, and some areas suffered shortages of drinking water. Scattered protests in November after a deadly apartment fire in Urumqi that was blamed on the local government's poor implementation of the COVID-19 lockdown accomplished what months of haranguing by the Western press had failed to. It convinced the central government to relax the zero-COVID policy and allow home isolation. To the domestic Chinese population, the new measures seemed to suffice. The protests lasted only a few days, and ceased after the government signaled a change in policy would be forthcoming. 1149 Meanwhile, the government stepped up its campaign to vaccinate at-risk elders in preparation for an anticipated health crisis following even a partial reopening. 1150 More than anything, the government's response to the anti-lockdown protests is further evidence that while the party prioritizes the public welfare, it is the public themselves who have the final say. It cannot be imagined that after suffering such an extreme climate disaster, one that will surely be repeated in the coming years with increasing frequency, the government would risk even greater public anger by failing to act. In the United States, local and federal governments are notorious both for their minimal disaster relief efforts, such as after hurricanes in New Orleans and Puerto Rico and the wildfire in Maui, and for their generally poor and insufficient environmental legislation, which concentrates mainly on dubious market-based schemes involving opaque carbon trading or providing mild tax incentives to private entities in the hope that they will modernize their energy infrastructure. Such failures are a frequent source of outrage among the U.S. population, while blaming the government for inadequate responses to natural disasters is uncommon in China, for the simple reason that the government's responses are typically adequate. The difference between U.S. and Chinese environmental policy, moreover, could scarcely be more profound. Carbon emissions and clean energy. The image of urban China having become a polluted industrial wasteland as a consequence of breakneck economic growth has been carefully cultivated by the Western press since the 1990s. Even during the early years of the 21st century, it retained some basis in fact. Eventually, however, even Western newspapers were forced to quietly admit that the PRC's clean air policies had not only cut air pollution almost in half between 2013 and 2020, but that the reduction had driven a global decline in average air pollution. 1151. Much is made of the statistic that China is the world's biggest carbon emitter, which is true only in overall terms. As the largest country in the world by population as of 2022, it would seem that China could only by a miracle of green technology or by severe underdevelopment fail to rank first in country-level emissions. However, per capita, China emits less than not only the United States, which is responsible for a disproportionately high level of emissions, fully twice China's, but also less than most of its own industrialized neighbors, Russia, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. 1152. Yet in the final analysis, neither measurement of carbon emissions gross or per capita makes sense. It is production, not population, that presently correlates the most to how much carbon a country emits. Most emissions are driven by industry, agriculture, and freight, and as the home of 30% of the world's industrial manufacturing in 2021, 1153, if anything, it is remarkable that China's share of global carbon emissions remains disproportionately low at only 27%. 1154. Climate change is a globalized problem, in which every country in the world system, China included, is forced to be complicit, regardless of its position in the supply chain insofar as the West consumes products manufactured in China. From raw materials harvested from the periphery, all countries must participate in this cycle or face the consequences. Therefore the blame for carbon rests with China in only the most proximate sense. Though the problem of climate change is a globalized and compulsory one, the solution is not. If a peripheral country were to suddenly refuse to continue exporting its fuel, minerals, or cash crops, it would be unable to service its debts and find itself subjected to any or all of the superempire's brutal mechanisms of control to bring it back into production. The same is not true of any country's embrace or rejection of renewable energy. Currently, environmentalism is almost entirely opt-in. As with other recent changes identified throughout the preceding 3 chapters, China's overall carbon emission rate displays an inflection point. 1155 near the end of the 21st century's first decade. Before, as China industrialized, an increase in emissions of over 13% was the norm per year. For example, from 5.1 million kilotons to 5.8 million kilotons between 2005 and 2006. Yet after, a 13% increase was seen only over the 8-year period between 2011 and 2019, or less than a 2% average increase per year. 1156 The PRC's objective, openly declared in front of the entire world in 2020, is to reach peak emissions that decade, and full carbon neutrality by 2060. Did she just save the world? A headline in Foreign Policy asked after the announcement. 1157 If the PRC can live up to its promise, climate models predict that the total global temperature increase would be reduced by 0.2 to 0.3 degrees centigrade from its original catastrophic estimate of 2.7 degrees centigrade. 1158 Anyone who seriously doubts that the PRC is both willing and capable of fulfilling this objective is not paying attention. To describe China as merely the world leader in renewable energy is a colossal understatement. The advancement China has already made in renewables is not just greater than anyone else, but also greater than everyone else. In each year from 2020 to 2022, China accounted for about 140 gigawatts of new renewable electricity generation capacity according to Financial Times, more than the United States, the European Union, and India combined. 1159. A majority of China's total lay in solar farms, yet nearly a third consisted of new wind power. In 2021, China installed more offshore wind generation capacity in 1 year than the rest of the world combined had installed in the past 5 years. As of January 2022, China operated half of all the world's offshore wind turbines. 1160. The rate and scale of these projects are only accelerating. In December 2022, ground was broken on what Bloomberg reported was the world's largest renewable project in a desert in Inner Mongolia, to meet a planned total of 1,200 gigawatts just in wind and solar capacity by 2030. 1161 Record growth in solar power capacity was expected in 2023 between 95 and 120 gigawatts, according to projections by the China Photovoltaic Industry Association, or between 8% to 37% more than the previous record in 2022. 1162 As of this writing, however, such projections are proving to have been overly modest. By the end of April, nearly 3 times as much new solar capacity had been installed in 2023 than in the same period in 2022. The chairman of Tongwei Solar predicted that installations of new solar capacity alone might fall between 200 and 300 gigawatts in 2024. 1163 These statistics and estimates in fact still seriously underestimate China's role in driving a global transition away from fossil fuels. In 2021, China accounted for over 80% of all stages of solar photovoltaic manufacturing, 4 times as much as the rest of the world combined, yet accounted for only 36% of global demand, making Chinese industrial production the sine qua non of solar power generation worldwide. In other words, a solar panel chosen at random anywhere in the world has only a 1 in 5 chance of not being made in China. 1164. Though itself astonishing, the pace of expansion of China's renewable energy capacity is rivaled by pace of expansion of its nuclear energy capacity. China's nuclear pipeline, or the total capacity of all its new reactors under development, is also larger than that of the rest of the world combined, with 19 reactors under construction, 43 reactors awaiting permits, and another 166 reactors planned, for a total of almost 250 gigawatts of zero-carbon capacity as of 2021. 1165 In April of 2022, plans for a further 6 new reactors were announced. 1166 And according to state-owned China National Nuclear Corp., an estimated 30 additional reactors were expected to be constructed around the world via the Belt and Road Initiative by the end of the decade. 1167 The newest Chinese nuclear reactors are also the most technologically advanced in the world, with greater efficiency and lacking water consumption requirements for cooling. In 2022, for example, Power Magazine reported the activation of the first 4th-generation reactor in Shandong Province, 1168 in the summer of 2023, the world's first modular nuclear reactor, capable of powering over 500,000 households and designed to eventually be mass-produced, was installed in Hainan. 1169 There is no doubt that China leads the world in any and every type of zero-emissions technology, even China's struggling coal-fired power plants, now a minority of all installed capacity, are considerably cleaner and more efficient than those in the West or indeed anywhere else, with plants approaching 50% efficiency setting the world record, and a vast improvement compared with the typical Australian plant's efficiency of 30%. 1170 As early as 2017, the Center for American Progress reported that China's coal sector was undergoing a massive transformation with stricter emissions standards and superior technology that consumed less coal, emitted less carbon, and produced more power than an equivalent number of the most advanced U.S. coal plants. 1171 1172. Electrical power plants, of course, are only one aspect of the elusive climate solution, but in all others, China is also far and away the world leader. In 2022, The New York Times admitted that more electric cars would be sold in China than in the rest of the world combined. In 2014, the central government had set what the Times called an aggressive goal to make electric vehicles account for 20% of all new car sales by 2025, a goal which was met and exceeded 3 years ahead of schedule. 1173 1174 Also in 2022, more than twice as many public electric vehicle chargers were installed in China as in the rest of the world combined. 1175 and 98% of all electric buses in the world were deployed in Chinese cities, according to Sustainable Bus Magazine. 1176 China's electric high-speed rail system is larger by total length than all high-speed railways in the rest of the world combined, and over 3 billion passenger trips are made on China's railways each year. 1177 Since 1980, the Three North Shelter Forest Program has doubled forest coverage in China, having already planted more new trees than the rest of the world combined. 1178 According to the Global Forest Resources Assessment published by the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, between 2010 and 2020 China had an average annual net gain in forest area of almost 2 million hectares, over 4 times as much as Australia's and nearly 20 times as much as the United States. 1179 In 2021, the government set a new target rate of afforestation of 36,000 square kilometers per year or 3.6 million hectares in total, nearly double its previous rate, enough new trees to cover the land area of Belgium. 1180 As of this writing, it is growing increasingly clear that 2023 will go down in history as the year of China's fossil fuel peak. That summer, Sinopec, the country's largest fuel distributor, reported that gasoline demand would peak that year and decline thereafter 2 years earlier than original estimates, due to the electric vehicle boom. 1181 By the end of the year, Western climate experts began predicting that the rapid pace of renewable energy installation in China had reached a tipping point. A drop in power sector emissions in 2024 is essentially locked in, Lauri Milliverta, the co-founder and lead analyst of the Finland-based research organization Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air, told The Telegraph in November. 1182 The PRC has reached its first major climate milestone 7 years ahead of time. Financing the future. How is all this possible? There are 2 principal reasons why the PRC's unprecedented crusade against climate change stands in stark contrast to the rest of the world. The first and most obvious is that the rest of the world is dragging its feet. No other country has both the economic resources and the political independence required to do anything like what the PRC is doing, even if it wished to. Many, if not most other countries, must certainly wish to do more than they are currently doing, but cannot. Even their own economic resources are not their own. Conventional economic wisdom suggests that GDP, debt, income, and the balance of trade are the best, if imperfect, tools available to measure the strength and performance of a country's economy. Indeed, earlier chapters have relied on them, to the extent that they are available, to make the best estimation of trends in development, whether in China, Russia, Europe, or the periphery. Any such estimation and any predictions that follow from it are only as solid as the data. Critics of the PRC sometimes point out that its meteoric rise in GDP during the 21st century does not in itself reflect an improvement in health, education, or the standard of living. Many negative examples exist, in the West and in many neo-colonies, of rising GDP combined with increases in poverty and all its associated dimensions of human suffering. In China's case, such criticism is easily challenged, given the simultaneous development and reductions in poverty that have occurred during the Common Prosperity era and are measurable in other ways. In general, poverty cannot be left behind without a corresponding economic rise, making an increase in GDP a necessary but insufficient condition for an increase in standard of living over the long term, particularly in a peripheral or semi-peripheral country. 1183 But if healthy GDP growth can conceal a country's unhealthy shortcomings, it may be that modest GDP growth can also conceal a greater strength. In 2013 and 2022, STARS offered analyses in direct contrast to the frequent prognostications of the United States decline following the 2008 financial crisis. 1184 According to STARS, the global nature of the crisis was in fact indicative of U.S. dominance of the global economy, and the U.S. economy, far from being in absolute or even relative decline compared with the rest of the world, had actually grown to even greater heights than before the crisis. Country-specific GDP figures, which had seen the United States' share of global GDP decline from nearly 40% in 1960 to less than one quarter in 2008 for the first time, belied a gigantic increase in American ownership of foreign and transnational corporations, which, being domiciled abroad, were not properly reflected in country-level statistics. 1185. As mentioned in Chapter 7, according to recent estimates, China's overall net wealth has overtaken that of the United States, yet these estimates, provided by McKinsey, are measurements of total assets. Assets must be distinguished from capital, which is a specific type of asset that is held for the purpose of making money. Neither are all capital assets created equal. Real estate, for example, accounted for a vast amount of such capital, 2/3 of all global net wealth, according to McKinsey, most of which existed as residential real estate. 1186 And the profit generated from real estate is proportionally unremarkable compared to other sectors of the economy. Within the capitalist world system, it is corporations, above all else, that not only acquire new wealth generated either by extracting raw materials from the earth, or by combining existing capital with labor, but accumulate that wealth as profit. Control over corporate capital is therefore the most determinative measure of economic power. American investors, STARS concluded, were not only the predominant owners of American corporations, but of European corporations as well, and enjoyed disproportionate ownership over the world's top TNCs. 1187 3 years after the 2008 stock market crash, STARS writes, the top American financial services firms have increased their global dominance to 53% of the total profit of the financial services sector in the Forbes Global 2011 88. The financial oligarchy of the super empire has therefore not only endured in the 21st century, but grown even more powerful and more concentrated. In purely economic terms, they are not declining, but ascending. The only significant accumulation of capital that American capitalists have no control over, in fact, is in China. According to STAR's most recent research based on data from 2021, the PRC's share of ownership in the global top 500 firms had not significantly increased since 2012. Only 6% of the world's most valuable corporate capital was controlled by the PRC, while nearly half was controlled by either U.S.-dominated banking institutions, U.S. corporations, or U.S. investors through even more gargantuan multinationals. In fact, though seeing a significant decline in the banking sector and a very slight decline in software and electronics since 2012, the United States' share of ownership in the global top 2,000 firms had even further expanded in other industries by 2021, particularly financial services, media 1189 and aerospace and defense, in which U.S. investors enjoyed a 92% profit share. 1190. Thus, while the PRC heavily invests its relatively modest chunk of the world's resources into the preservation of human civilization, the Western capitalist oligarchy has contributed only pennies relative to its own, much vaster fortune. According to Bloomberg, in 2021 the PRC was the largest spender in the global energy transition, in combined public and private investment, as it has been for every year running since 2012. The European Union collectively accounted for less than half of Chinese spending, while the US scarcely spent 1/3 of China's contribution. Proportional to STAR's calculations of global corporate capital ownership and thus to economic power, in which U.S. investors had 46% and the PRC only 6%, the U.S. contribution to the global energy transition was 1/20 of China's in 2021.1191 in a June 2023 article headlined "China's Green Revolution is Quietly Succeeding." The Wall Street Journal admitted that 62 gigawatts of new wind and solar capacity, over half the maximum expectation for the entire year, had already been added in China in just the first 4 months, and in typical Western media fashion, the journal took the opportunity to complain of the mixed blessing for investors who were finding it tougher to make money from Chinese renewable stocks. 1192 The PRC is singular among the institutions of this world in that it both has the power to act and is actually treating the climate emergency like an emergency. In 2015, the Diplomat reported on the Chinese central government's unprecedented new policy of subjecting local government officials to an environmental audit. According to the officials in charge of the auditing process, its implementation presented great difficulty, not least because even as late as 2015, no other country in the world had any similar policies they could learn from. 1193 Then, as now, China could cross the river only by feeling for the stones. Can this truly be the reality we all share on this earth? Even the most avaricious capitalists, the most misanthropic billionaires, are still human beings. They could not wish to see the destruction of the ecosystem that has sustained us through all the tribulations of humankind. Indeed, no matter how remote their mansions or gated their communities, they still inhabit the same planet, and if nothing else would prefer to spend their days above ground beneath a livable atmosphere. Surely, with their enormous fortunes, they have even more to lose than we do, and ought to be willing to spend generously to save our shared future. If by this point the reader is convinced that the Western oligarchy would, with or without remorse, kill any number of people to increase their profit, then this book has grimly succeeded. But in the final analysis, human beings are not meaningfully motivated by greed, nor by cruelty, nor sadism, nor any such darker impulse. Above any individual psychology lies the collective calculus of class interest, though rarely is it in fact acknowledged or calculated. Not one billionaire considers him/herself evil, but they may be driven to any evil to maintain their position within the hierarchy of class society. Competition rules their world, a conscience and thus actual philanthropy penalizes their ability to compete, and thus not only impedes their ability to succeed but even just to endure. Any capitalists who cannot abandon theirs are naturally selected out of the running long before they can wield any real power. Thus, the Western oligarchy may very much like to avert the pending climate catastrophe but would also very much prefer only to spend someone else's money to do so. By the end of August 2022, after weeks of struggle, the wildfires besieging Chongqing were driven back and extinguished. In the end, the fires were defeated not just by water, sand, chemicals, or controlled burns, but by community. Professional firefighters had been joined by 20,000 civil servants and volunteers, who climbed or biked up and down the mountain in the sweltering 40°C heat to deliver supplies and construct fire barriers. Through their collective action, the cities were saved. 1194 With 1.4 billion members, China's is among the largest communities on the planet, and also still the community most capable of acting freely. The solutions to the slow-motion climate apocalypse are mundane economic planning, technological development, and the redistribution of resources, but the freedom to pursue those solutions is very rare and very dear. Chapter 11. A Multipolar World. As with all world historical events, the ideological currents of the impending changes and their material underpinnings are interrelated and mutually reinforcing, but just as one must manifest first, that one must be examined first. This chapter will therefore concern itself with the material nature of the impending shifts in the geopolitical landscape, the actual relations between countries, their military and economic strengths and weaknesses, and most importantly their relationship with the existing paradigm of superimperialism, while the following chapter will address the associated intentions of the major players and the ideologies that seek to describe or influence their actions. There is no question that cracks are at last appearing in U.S. hegemony. One of the most visible is an incipient de-dollarization. Moves in this direction are frequently publicized. By the end of 2022, even Bloomberg published an article headlined "Suddenly Everyone is Hunting for Alternatives to the US Dollar," calling the emerging new system a three-tier structure with the dollar still very much on top, but increasing bilateral payment routes and alternative spheres such as the UN that seek to seize on any potential US overreach. 1195 Regardless of how rapid or gradual this process may be, it is undeniable that dollar hegemony, or the use of the dollar as the world's reserve currency, is encountering unprecedented challenges. In 2023, the American Institute for Economic Research declared that de-dollarization has begun. 1196 Many countries, especially the Russian Federation, but also the PRC, India, the Gulf states, and some of the periphery are now conducting some trade in their own and other non-dollar currencies, or attempting to. Fueling this shift are the US government's sanctions on the Russian Federation, which attempted to isolate Russia from the global economy by taking the unprecedented step of locking it out of the global SWIFT payment system in 2022. It was far from the first time the US has weaponized its currency, but it may be one of the last. If the rest of the world finally drops the dollar, the US may lose a source of tremendous economic leverage, and the superempire's second mechanism of control identified in Chapter 2 economic isolation will become virtually useless. The word seemingly on the lips of everyone who might wish to see an end to super-imperial hegemony is multipolarity. The term has seen continuous aspirational use by world leaders and other political and academic figures even as far back as the Cold War. 1197 Putin has repeatedly used the word in public speeches. 1198 And even before he became president, the Russian leadership favored such an arrangement. In 1997, the PRC and the Russian Federation issued a joint declaration on a multipolar world and the establishment of a new international order, signed by both Yeltsin and Jiang Zemin, in which they promised to promote the multipolarization of the world. 1199 Even German Chancellor Olaf Scholz recently referred to his government's desire to peacefully adapt to the multipolar world in late 2022. 1200 If the stage of superimperialism is indeed ending, or nearing an end, what is the nature of this multipolar world that would replace it? In a multipolar world, according to the Joint Declaration in 1997, every country has the right independently to choose its path of development in the light of its own specific conditions and without interference from other states. Differences in their social systems, ideologies, and value systems must not become an obstacle to the development of normal relations between states. All countries, large or small, strong or weak, rich or poor, are equal members of the international community. No country should seek hegemony, engage in power politics or monopolize international affairs. 1201. Putin has called it a more just democratic world order. 1202 It seems that according to the biggest proponents of multipolarity, there are, or will be, not a few poles but many, enough to make possible self-determination for all peoples of the world. Is this hopeful rhetoric at last nearing fulfillment? If significant concentrations of power are forming outside of the West, then what specifically are the poles of this new configuration? Amin's vision of multipolarity, which he offered in 2006, included 4 distinct conditions. A genuinely multipolar world will become a reality only when the following 4 conditions have been satisfied. Real advances towards a different, social Europe, and hence a Europe that has begun to disengage from its imperialist past and present and to embark on the long transition to world socialism. Evidently this implies more than a mere exit from Atlanticism and extreme neoliberalism. The prevalence of market socialism in China over the strong tendencies to an illusory construction of national capitalism, which would be impossible to stabilize because it would exclude the majority of workers and peasants. Success of the countries of the South in rebuilding a common front. This is also essential to provide the leeway for popular classes to impose concessions in their favor and to transform existing systems of rule, replacing the dominant comprador blocs with new national, popular, and democratic blocs. Advances at the level of national and international legal systems, harmonizing respect for national sovereignty with respect for all individual and collective, political, and social rights. 1203. 15 years on, only the second of these 4 conditions has been unambiguously met: the shift back to a transition towards socialism within China, which as described in Chapter 7 began only a few years after Amin's words were published. 1204. Amin's optimism regarding China 1205 was at this stage in his writings more guarded. He regarded the PRC as unable to solve the peasant question, to which he gave paramount importance, rather than seeing the party as an extension of proletarian and peasant will. He referred to a Chinese ruling class that consisted of a hegemonic bloc excludes the great majority of workers and peasants. 1206. Amin projected that if current trends continued, there would be a total of 800 million rural Chinese. In the year 2020 the same number as today, but constituting 53% of the total population. 1,207. By 2021, China's rural population had fallen to approximately 530 million, not 67%, or 53%, but 37% of the total. 1208. In the 21st century China has exceeded even the expectations of its anti-imperialist supporters. However long the road to multipolarity may ultimately be, the first disruption to the dominance of the unipolar superempire will undoubtedly only be made possible by the PRC. The United States neocolonization of Europe. We must seek to prevent the emergence of European-only security arrangements which would undermine NATO. Secret draft of U.S. Department of Defense Policy Document, 1992-1209. Amin's first condition of multipolarity was an independent European bloc that rejected neoliberalism, leading to a tripolar world consisting of a diminished superempire, a bloc led by the PRC, and a European Union bloc, led by Germany and France. Since the time of Amin's writing, the hope that Europe would turn away from neoliberalism seems to have faded. As shown in Chapter 5, social democracy has been continuously eroded throughout the continent, in several countries disappearing entirely as political force. As of this writing, neoliberal parties and centrist coalitions rule in most countries, while a few pioneers of the nativist far right have gained power, such as in Hungary and Italy. 1210. However, the EU is rebuilding its military power. According to a strategic document leaked in 2022, the German military planned to greatly increase its strength to ensure deterrence to the Russian Federation. 1211. The same year, the Polish government publicly announced that it would double its defense spending. 1212. Military power is after all needed for real sovereignty. Could this be the origin of an independent European bloc? The economic situation faced by the EU as of the winter of 2022 to 2023 was not promising. Inflation was on the rise. The steady supply of Russian oil and natural gas, upon which Germany and many of its neighbors had become dependent on, had dried up. As of November 2022, fuel prices in Europe had increased to 6 times their long-run average. 1213. According to the Financial Times in December, the demand for gas had fallen by nearly a quarter across the EU. Commodity Analytics found that industry was driving the biggest reduction in consumption, due to high prices disincentivizing use. 1214. Though a warmer than expected winter in 2022 to 2023 bought Europe precious time to address the looming problem of how to maintain gas reserves, now it must be solved without Russia. In the meantime, as of this writing, industrial production primarily in Germany continues to decline. Who benefits from Europe's energy austerity and deindustrialization? The Russian Federation is surely not displeased to see its enemy's suppliers endure misfortune, yet Europe's misfortune has not yet produced any favorable results for Russia. As of 2023, the NATO alliance, about to swell its ranks with the accession of Sweden and Finland, is stronger and more united than ever. European weapons manufacturing has not followed the general industrial trend. In November 2022, Reuters reported that the arms industry in Eastern Europe was booming as more weapons flowed to Ukraine. 1215. The Federation would no doubt much prefer a neutral Europe that continued to purchase its gas, but there is no going back. The destruction of the Nord Stream pipelines has made the new status quo irrevocable for at least several years, even if Europe were to reverse its policies. Nor have Chinese interests been particularly served by the crisis in Europe. Increased trade with Russia is to the PRC's benefit but has come at a cost. Though trade relations between Europe and the PRC have mostly remained healthy, The United States is placing increasing pressure on the EU to decouple its high-tech industry from China through sanctions and export controls. 1216 By November 2022, Huawei had begun withdrawing from the European market, consolidating all its operations in Germany and abandoning the UK entirely. 1217 Within Europe, the clear winner is Norway, which has enjoyed a 200% increase in petroleum industry profits between 2021 and 2022 after it replaced Russia as the EU's largest source of gas. The average Norwegian has felt little pain. Norway's Labour Party, still in power through a coalition with the centrists, has weathered the reckoning faced by Social Democrats better than most, and during the crisis their government moved to heavily subsidize household electricity bills whenever wholesale prices rose above prescribed levels. 1218 The biggest beneficiary of the crisis, however, has been the United States. Energy imports from the United States, in the form of liquefied natural gas, have also increased dramatically in Europe, at prices 4 times higher than its own domestic fuel prices. EU officials have increasingly complained at the huge profits flowing to the US. President Emmanuel Macron of France publicly remarked that US prices were not friendly. 1219 In the summer of 2022, the United States Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act, legislation that provided $400 billion in subsidies to domestic manufacturing and energy producers. European companies responded almost immediately, with major manufacturers expanding production in the United States. German multinational BASF, the world's largest producer of chemicals, announced plans to permanently shrink its European operations. 1220 Europe may slow the offshoring of its industry with subsidies of its own but can do little to stop it. The knife at its throat has not been sharper since 1991. Germany, which will proportionately suffer the most, is currently occupied by 40,000 US troops, 2/3 the size of the German army out of a total of 100,000 in Europe overall, nearly half of which were deployed in 2022 and as of this writing have no plans to leave. 1221 As European weapons stockpiles are depleted in Ukraine, the US will gain even more control, its arms industry the world's largest by a significant margin, being the only available source to replenish them quickly. The Second Cold War will be far more unkind to Europe than the first. The entire continent is on a trajectory toward development, instead of an independent pole in a multipolar world, or even the junior partners of imperialism. The countries of Europe appear more likely to become US neo-colonies, with all the violence and exploitation this fate entails. Chapter 4 described the hostile attitude of the superempire's ruling class toward any potential new partners. Now, in order to wring even more profit from the world and to deny the PRC further influence, this ruling class has resorted to cannibalizing its own appendages, demoting even current partners in the ever more exclusive club. As the continent's only nuclear power, with a large economy that does not depend on natural gas, France is the best positioned to assert its interests, and presumably lead the EU toward independence. In 2023, Macron gave voice to this potential, declaring Europe's need for strategic autonomy during a visit to China. 1222 Though whether it will succeed remains very doubtful, particularly in light of the recent upheavals taking place across the French neo-colonies in West Africa. Re-expanding diplomatic and trade relations with the PRC is the first step Europe must take to extract itself from its predicament. The second pink tide. Is everything forbidden us except to fold our arms? Poverty is not written in the stars, underdevelopment is not one of God's mysterious designs. Eduardo Galeano, 19711223. A means third condition for a multipolar world concern the periphery, and the potential for diverse peoples and states to overthrow their comprador rulers and form a common front. The prospects for such a revolutionary outcome may be improving, as seen in Chapter 6. There is considerable evidence that the PRC's investment in the periphery, especially in Asia and Africa, is working to gradually industrialize and develop these regions, which can only make neocolonialism and unequal exchange more difficult to enforce in the long run. Marxist political parties around the world, though still a very marginal force overall, may be starting to recover from their long decline. Assuming that a new pole might eventually arise in the periphery, Latin America and the Caribbean would appear the likeliest candidate. A second pink tide echoing the wave of left-wing electoral victories in Latin America that began with the election of Hugo Chavez in 1998 has swept the entire hemisphere. During his campaign, President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva of Brazil announced his intention to create a new Latin American currency to free the region from US dollar hegemony. 1224 His Peruvian counterpart Pedro Castillo won the presidency in 2021, promising a nationalization of Peru's mining industry. 1225 Later that year, Barbados swore in its first president, officially removing Queen Elizabeth as its head of state. In 2022, President Andrés Manuel López Obrador declared the nationalization of Mexico's lithium reserves, and Gustavo Petro, a former left-wing guerrilla fighter, was elected president of Colombia. A multitude of policy proposals aimed at loosening neocolonial dominance over the region, many of them quite radical, have been advanced by the new cadre of political leaders. Could this be the beginning of a means hypothesized common front? The first step to any analysis must be a comparison between the first and second pink tides. At the peak of the first in 2011, members of the São Paulo Forum, the Americas Conference of left-wing political organizations, controlled the governments in every country in South America but Colombia, Chile, Guyana, and Suriname, but their victories were short-lived. A ruthless wave of reaction, alternately planned, supported, or enabled by the United States and Europe, followed the pink tide even as it spread. Chavez himself, for example, faced a U.S. orchestrated coup attempt only a few years after he took office. 1226 Economic pressure brought several others to heel, just as it had Venezuela's Pérez and Caldera 2 decades before. 1227 President Lenín Moreno of Ecuador, for example, signed an agreement with the IMF and introduced severe austerity measures during the late 2010s. Others were legally neutralized by the comprador establishment, typically charged often on scant or manufactured evidence with corruption and sometimes even imprisoned, as in the case of Lula da Silva before he could run for an earlier term in 2018. 1228 In more extreme cases, left-wing leaders were brought down by force. In 2004, President Jean-Bertrand Aristide of Haiti was removed from power in a coup d'état aided by the U.S. military. 1229 In 2009, the Honduran military overthrew President Manuel Zelaya, and the United States quickly pushed the Organization of American States to legitimize the interim coup government that brutally quelled a popular uprising demanding his return. 1230 In November of 2019, President Evo Morales of Bolivia's movement to socialism was also deposed and fled the country in a coup d'état spurred by the U.S. media's coordinated effort to spread manufactured claims of election fraud. The Bolivian military opened fire on demonstrations by his supporters, killing dozens. 1231 By the end of the decade, the pink tide had receded back to Venezuela's borders. Nearly every other such anti-neoliberal government in Latin America had fallen one way or another. The coup in Bolivia, however, did not quite go according to plan. Militant protests, driven by a powerful indigenous movement, forced the new comprador regime to hold new elections the following year. A resurgent MAS won easily, then arrested the coup leaders, reversed their policies, and returned the IMF money they had accepted. 1232 Another attempt to overthrow the government of Venezuela in 2019 ended in humiliation, as U.S. supported interim President Juan Guaido failed utterly to gain popular support. 1233 These failures proved to be a turning point. In 2022, rumors and threats to assassinate President Petro abounded during his campaign, and many in Colombia expected the military to move against him even before he was sworn in. 1234 But as of this writing the hammer has yet to fall. Incredibly, when far-right incumbent Jair Bolsonaro, in anticipation of his coming defeat at the polls later that year, began preemptively accusing the Brazilian Workers' Party of election fraud against him, the director of the CIA himself privately instructed Bolsonaro to stop questioning the electoral system. 1235 In January 2023, a coup was attempted, but appears to have been undertaken without coordination with any external forces, or even any real organization or plan. Thousands of demonstrators stormed the Supreme Court and the presidential palace in the capital of Brasilia, calling for the military to intervene and reinstate Bolsonaro, but Bolsonaro himself had already left the country over a week earlier. Neither the Brazilian military nor the Western press mobilized to support the rioters, who were eventually arrested or dispersed. 1236 The aimlessness and incompetence of the would-be revolutionaries mirrored the even less successful Operation Gideon of 2020, in which the private military company Silvercorp USA had clumsily attempted to depose President Maduro. It is possible that U.S. machinations were behind the first successful coup against the second pink tide, the arrest and removal of Castillo in December 2022, but of this writing, the evidence has not yet come to light. The coup was both abrupt and unexpected even by the Peruvian left, which had almost seemed more dissatisfied with Castillo than the comprador opposition. 1237 Though the fallout of the coup against Castillo is still developing as of this writing, the similarities to the coup against Morales in 2019 are significant. Massive protests in Peru by workers, peasants, and indigenous communities mirrored the uprising in Bolivia that had followed the fall of Morales, and the new President Bolívar 1238 declared a state of emergency a week later. 1239 On the other hand, the super-empire had clearly been prepared to strike at Morales. The OAS, backed by the European Union and the Western press, had demanded an audit of the Bolivian election results on the day, and quickly alleged fraud thereafter. 1240 On cue, the Bolivian military seized power immediately. 1241 This does not appear to have been the case with Castillo. His removal from power seems to have caught even the U.S. media by surprise. Coverage before the coup was mostly neutral, reporting blandly on the opposition's third attempt at impeachment without any particular condemnation of Castillo or his administration. Peru's compradors appear to have seized upon Castillo's apparent weakness on their own initiative. With this complex exception of Peru, it seems that the age of easy coups d'état is over. The super-empire is in retreat, or at least has completely changed its strategy. Overall, whether the U.S. government's new relatively muted response has been determinative or not, the new pink tide has been far more expansive than the first, encompassing not just South America but Mexico, Honduras, and Panama. It has spread throughout the region more than twice as fast and with even more dramatic results, disrupting even Colombia's long succession of brutal right-wing compradors. What explains the new U.S. policy in the Americas? The most obvious answer is that the situation in Europe has commanded the superempire's full attention. To lessen the burden of the West's boycott of Russian oil, for example, the U.S. pursued a limited détente with Venezuela, easing oil sanctions and partially unfreezing its assets. 1242 The anti-neoliberal left in Latin America is therefore taking great advantage of a historically unique opportunity, but one that may be fleeting. As the case of Peru has shown, despite a less aggressive U.S., the comprador establishment remains deeply entrenched, perhaps even more so than before. Gone are the days of Chavez and his landslide victories. During the first pink tide, Lula was elected president of Brazil twice in a row, each time with over 60% of the vote, a marked contrast with his recent return to power, which he achieved by the slimmest of margins, only 51% to Bolsonaro's 49%. Petro's victory came with a mandate of only 3%, and Castillo's by less than a single percentage point. If Castillo's performance had been unsatisfactory to the Peruvian peasantry, President Gabriel Boric's has been no less underwhelming for the Chilean working class, who after a year of intense rioting to compel a referendum voted in record numbers to draft a new constitution by an overwhelming margin of 78%. 1243 Though Boric promised that if Chile was the cradle of neoliberalism, it will also be its grave, 1244 he did virtually nothing to marshal public support for the new constitution or combat the flood of misinformation by its right-wing opponents. 1245 Chile's Interpreta Foundation reported tens of thousands of messages on social networks by the end of 2021, amplified by conservative politicians during the drafting process, spreading a manufactured narrative that the new constitution would change the flag, national anthem, and even the name of the country. 1246 As the plebiscite neared, more extreme falsehoods circulated. including viral rumors that the constitution would abolish all private property and allow abortions in the 9th month of pregnancy. By July of 2022, two-thirds of Chileans polled reported seeing some form of misinformation. 1247 Without its own champion or organized support, the new constitution was eventually rejected by over 60% of voters, and Boric's own approval rating mirrored the plebiscite, sinking to an average of 30% by the end of April as he was widely perceived to have no real economic plan for the country. 1248 Unless it can deliver something tangible for Latin America's development, the second pink tide may recede even faster than the first. Argentina, where far-right demagogue Javier Milei was elected president in 2023, may prove the harbinger of its demise. But possibly, Boric has learned from this debacle and from Castillo's fate. In April 2023, he announced the creation of a new state-owned lithium mining company. Reuters called it a shock move. 1249 and the Chilean Business Federation SOFOFA registered its surprise. 1250 Even though this very policy had been one of Boric's campaign promises in 2021-1251, as if, perhaps, the comprador establishment had never expected him to actually follow through. Latin America must develop, if not to proletarian rule, then at minimum to the national bourgeois stage before it can become an independent pole. It must first control its own natural resources, develop its infrastructure, and lessen its economic dependence on the United States. Considerable obstacles to this remain. Boric's policy, for example, did not yet affect already existing private lithium operations in Chile, which at the time were 1/4 of the world's total production. 1252 The nationalization of Mexico's lithium reserves is also a step toward this future, yet harnessing the incredible value of these resources for the benefit of Mexico will not be easy. As of 2022, the Mexican government had no operating lithium mines nor any experience mining lithium. 1253 The experience of Bolivia's MOS is an object lesson. For nearly 15 years, the Bolivian government pursued fully independent development of its lithium deposits with very little progress, and thereafter changed course to partner with the PRC for the necessary technical expertise to mine it in large quantities. 1254 The PRC's role in the development of Latin America has already become fundamental. The PRC is now South America's largest trading partner, and may soon be all of Latin America's as well. The PRC is forging closer ties to historically distant Central American and Caribbean governments. In 2023, Honduras became the latest country in the region to establish diplomatic relations with the PRC, leaving only 7 that had not. In 2021, the Jamestown Foundation warned that U.S. financial policy was having the effect of U.S. banks de-risking their ties to the central banks of Caribbean countries, and thereby pushing their governments toward using the UN as a trade currency rather than the dollar. 1255 According to Forbes in 2022, China Exim Bank had vaulted itself into the ranks of the region's leading lenders, loaning the equivalent of over $100 billion in Latin America. A total of 20 Latin American countries have signed on to the Belt and Road Initiative. 1256 And Chinese construction companies are building highways, railways, ports, and power plants throughout the region. 1257 Meaningful regional unity, which a geopolitical pole or common front surely requires, can only be forged with adequate connective infrastructure. As with many such projects in the periphery, Chinese funding for Latin American infrastructure is often secured after Western financiers consistently refuse to take similar risks. Argentina's Cauchari solar plant, for example, one of the largest solar farms in South America with a planned capacity of 500 megawatts, was built with a loan from China Exim Bank after local officials had been turned down by potential lenders in the US and Europe. 1258 Latin America may eventually become a pole, but the quickest road to such a future lies through China. Bipolarity. As of this writing, the likeliest candidate, aside from the PRC, to become a pole in a new multipolar world is one Amin did not consider credible in 2006. The position of Putin and of many who regard the intervention in Ukraine as a historical turning point appears to be that the Russian Federation, at the very least, has now at last stood up and become the center of one such pole. Therefore, it must be asked, to what degree can Russia presently determine its own destiny? By the end of the summer of 2023, it became clear that the Russian army would not be defeated in Ukraine. The Ukrainian counteroffensive, upon which the West placed much hope, accomplished next to nothing against its highly entrenched adversary. The Western press at last began to admit that the armed forces of Ukraine were in far greater difficulty than previously imagined. In September, for example, the Financial Times printed a resigned editorial by a Western military expert estimating that victory was not possible until 2025.1259. A few months later, an article in the Wall Street Journal deemed Western leaders' theretofore unshakable belief in Russia's swiftly impending defeat to be magical thinking. 1260 The harsh and unprecedented sanctions placed upon the Russian Federation have also failed. The Russian economy ultimately shrank by only 1.2% in 2022-1261 and rebounded in 2023, with the government projecting net growth. According to the Financial Times, the oil cap has proved ineffective. 1262 In terms of military-industrial capacity, Russian arms production has thus far outpaced the West. The Russian defense industry is booming, along with the restaurant market, construction, and domestic investment, according to an op-ed in the Washington Post at the end of November. 1263. However, as mentioned in Chapter 4, Russia's success has come at a high price. In order to establish their defensive line and gain the upper hand, Russian forces retreated from Kharkov and Kherson in late 2022, giving up territory that the Russian Federation has claimed as its own soil and will likely only with a bloody and grueling campaign be recaptured. Russia's eventual posture of patiently consolidating its territorial gains indicate that a kind of frozen conflict may continue for years. Meanwhile, the Russian Federation's closest allies have themselves come under siege. Iran, whose drone technology the Russian armed forces have relied upon, has simultaneously experienced a severe economic crisis and instability, and Azerbaijan has taken the opportunity to seize territory from Russia's ostensible ally Armenia, which has since undertaken joint military exercises with the U.S. 1264 Russia's northern neighbor Finland has joined NATO, and Sweden, formerly neutral, is also expected to eventually join as of this writing. Russia has largely been cut off from the Western financial system, and any hope of future trade and economic integration with Europe has been lost, perhaps for good. According to Gazprom, natural gas exports to the EU in 2022 were only half their volume in 2021.1265. Russia's export capacity to Europe has been greatly reduced after the destruction of the Nord Stream pipelines and the closure of the Yamal pipeline through Poland. Presently, Russia can supply Europe only through Ukraine and through the lesser-capacity Turk Stream pipeline under the Black Sea. Meanwhile, the Russians' economic reliance on the PRC has vastly increased. Russia soon recovered what it had lost in Europe by increasing trade with other Asian countries, including India, Iran, and Turkey, but with none so much, by far, as China. Almost immediately after the Russian intervention in Ukraine, Gazprom signed a contract to prepare for the construction of a new natural gas pipeline through Mongolia to China. 1266 In August, Chinese customs statistics reported a 60% increase in spending on Russian goods since 2021, mostly a disproportionate volume of natural gas and oil, which was being sold at a steep discount. 1267 The turmoil within its own economy has also compelled the Russian Federation to purchase more and more manufactured goods from China. Within a few months, Chinese cars tripled their market share in Russia, and Chinese smartphones now account for more than two-thirds of all sales. 1268 Yuan ruble trading overtook dollar ruble trading by volume on the Russian stock market for the first time in history, according to RT. 1269 The longer the conflict in Ukraine lasts, the stronger this dependence will likely become. It is therefore quite difficult to imagine that the special military operation in Ukraine could even have been attempted without the existence of Chinese industry and the Chinese market for Russian raw materials. After 3 decades, the Russian Federation has finally escaped the humanitarian disaster of being the superempire's comprador only by tying itself inextricably to another power. The Federation is too weak to resist the advance of NATO by itself, just as the Islamic Republic has relied on Chinese investment and support to withstand the weight of Western sanctions. As shown in Chapter 4, the superempire was determined to destroy national bourgeois rule in Russia. The Federation's choice to align itself with the PRC was therefore no choice at all. Its ability to maneuver in an increasingly global conflict must also be considered to be afforded by China. In the early 2020s, a wave of rebellions, revolutions, and coups d'état in the Sahel region of Africa replaced several comprador rulers with direct military rule, such as in Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, and these new governments are increasingly looking to Russia for assistance against the French and US occupation of their countries, a role that the Federation had not dared to play before now. If the PRC is the only power in the world capable of making an alternative to superimperialism possible, then the new emerging world order must be viewed as not yet multipolar but bipolar, and one that its current unipolar masters fear even more. According to U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in a speech in May 2022, China is the only country with both the intent to reshape the international order and, increasingly, the economic, diplomatic, military, and technological power to do it. 1270. Chapter 12. The New Cold War. If the world is shifting into a paradigm of bipolarity, of which the two poles are the US and the PRC, it is of greatest importance to determine what the consequences of a conflict between them would be, what might arrest or prevent such a conflict, and, if the conflict is inevitable, why and how the PRC might prevail. The ideologies, intentions, and strategy of these two opposing forces up until the present have already been explored in earlier chapters, but how these are adapting or likely to adapt to bipolarity also remains in question. Democrats, authoritarians, or clashing civilizations. Common membership in a civilization reduces the probability of violence in situations where it might otherwise occur. In 1991 and 1992 many people were alarmed by the possibility of violent conflict between Russia and Ukraine over territory, particularly Crimea, the Black Sea Fleet, nuclear weapons, and economic issues. If civilization is what counts, however, the likelihood of violence between Ukrainians and Russians should be low. They are two Slavic, primarily Orthodox peoples who have had close relationships with each other for centuries. As of early 1993, despite all the reasons for conflict, the leaders of the two countries were effectively negotiating and defusing the issues between the two countries. While there has been serious fighting between Muslims and Christians elsewhere in the former Soviet Union and much tension and some fighting between Western and Orthodox Christians in the Baltic states, there has been virtually no violence between Russians and Ukrainians. Samuel P. Huntington, The Clash of Civilizations, 1271. While it is undisputed that the world now stands at the brink of a great power conflict, the ideological nature of this confrontation is fiercely debated. Many Western scholars of international relations tend to see current events as a conflict between democracy and authoritarianism. Other approaches ignore ideology altogether, reduce states to self-interested political entities, and consider them subject to an economic determinism, attempting to analyze their behavior only from supposed historical parallels, such as using the term Thucydides' trap to warn of a potential conflict between the US and the PRC. 1272. Some variations to these prevailing points of view include the theory that an inevitable clash of civilizations is occurring or will soon occur, in which political entities will or should form out of nations or groups of nations on the basis of historical, religious, or cultural identities. A common flaw of all such theories, however, is their lack of class analysis. The democracy vs authoritarianism dichotomy is perhaps the most tortured and illogical iteration of international relations theory, even though it is the one most favored by the Western press. The idea of democracy is an inspiring and appealing one, yet such approval is not confined to the West. Surveys by the Latina Democracy Perception Index report indicate that over 3/4 of people in China and Vietnam, two countries considered among the most authoritarian in the world by the Western press, considered their own country to be democratic, while less than half in the United States, supposedly the leader of the democratic world, believed the same. 1273 In contrast, it is difficult to imagine authoritarianism as a coherent ideology, or indeed as anything besides a crude label the press might affix to another whose actual beliefs and motivations it does not care to try to understand or illuminate. Authoritarians certainly do not feel the comradeship with one another that might be expected. The West labels the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as authoritarian, yet they have engaged in bitter and bloody proxy conflicts against one another throughout the region for decades. 1274. The actual relative benefit that democracy has brought those living within what the Western press considers the democratic camp is likewise very dubious, even according to its own surveys. Polls published by Pew Research in 2020 prior to Russia's intervention in Ukraine, for example, indicated that a large majority of Ukrainians were dissatisfied with the way democracy was working in Ukraine, and were not significantly more satisfied than Russians were with democracy in Russia, despite the current conflict between Ukraine and Russia purportedly being the front line of a global struggle between democracy and its opposite. 1275 1277. Moreover, no coherent definition of democracy seems able to accurately predict conflicts and international relationships. The Latina report ranked Hungary near the lowest in terms of its citizens' perception of how democratic their political system is, even though Hungary is a member of NATO, supposedly a military alliance that stands for the defense of democracy. 1278 Also in NATO is Turkey, which also holds regular national elections, purportedly a signature element of democracies. Yet President Recep Tayyip Erdogan was featured in The Atlantic alongside Putin and Xi as a bad guy of global authoritarianism. In 2021.1279 neither are purported Democrats above alliances with purported authoritarians. Israel, often praised by the Western press as the only democracy in the Middle East, presently supports Azerbaijan against Armenia, though the latter is consistently ranked considerably higher on Freedom House's ratings of countries and territories' democratic governance. 1280 China, home to 1/5 of the world's entire population and clearly the most important player outside the democratic camp in global affairs, stands out as an outlier and does not fit the theoretical predictions of Western political science, according to a 2018 article in American Affairs based on a multitude of independently conducted surveys of the population. 1281 So many exceptions, asterisks, and qualifications are necessary for the democracy versus authoritarianism model to apply that by comparison, Ptolemy's reliance on convoluted geometric epicecles to justify the theory that the Earth was the center of the universe seems reasonable. Similarly, the philosophy of Eurasianism, notably championed by Russian political philosopher Alexander Dugin, cannot easily be applied to the present world in a consistent manner. The Eurasian civilization, supposedly originally formed from the merger of Turkic and Slavic ethnic groups 1282 would, through a broad continental alliance between Islam and Orthodox Christianity, create the conditions for resistance to the hegemony of the Atlanticist bloc of Western Europe and North America. While a strategic alliance has emerged between Russia and Iran, elsewhere within the region, alliances have not conformed to such religious or cultural lines. Iran and Azerbaijan, presumably natural allies due to their demographic majorities of Shia Muslims, have remained at odds. Relations between Serbia and Bosnia and Albania have scarcely warmed since the 1990s. In 2022, during the Russian intervention in Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, both members of the Collective Security Treaty Organization, presumably the nucleus of the Eurasian alliance, attacked each other in a series of military clashes along the border. By the summer of 2022, even as Germany sent military aid to the Russian Federation's enemies in Ukraine, trade between Germany and key CSTO member Kazakhstan nearly doubled. 1283 A Eurasian bloc is clearly forming, yet its contours correspond more to realpolitik and localized rivalries than any particular unifying ethnic or religious dimension. The PRC, the most important economic partner to virtually every country mentioned above, is certainly not dominated by Islamic or Orthodox culture. While the theory of civilizations is concerned exclusively with the expression of ancient cultural formations, it is itself an extremely modern theory. Its progenitor, American political scientist Samuel P. Huntington, first proclaimed his Clash of Civilizations thesis back in 1992. What is meant by a civilization? According to Huntington, a civilization is a cultural entity. Villages, regions, ethnic groups, nationalities, religious groups, all have distinct cultures at different levels of cultural heterogeneity. The culture of a village in southern Italy may be different from that of a village in northern Italy, but both will share in a common Italian culture that distinguishes them from German villages. European communities, in turn, will share cultural features that distinguish them from Arab or Chinese communities. Arabs, Chinese, and Westerners, however, are not part of any broader cultural entity. They constitute civilizations. A civilization is thus the highest cultural grouping of people and the broadest level of cultural identity people have short of that which distinguishes humans from other species. It is defined both by common objective elements, such as language, history, religion, customs, institutions, and by the subjective self-identification of people. 1284. Thus, while a plethora of nations 1285 many hundreds, at least exist in today's world, they are in fact subcategories of a handful of larger civilizational entities. Huntington identifies 7 or 8 major civilizations in the world 1286, while Dugin includes a 9th Buddhist civilization. In Dugin's own conception of civilizational theory, he predicted that the poles of a multipolar world would eventually correspond exactly to these civilizations. 1287 Dugin's 1997 work Foundations of Geopolitics considered a bipolar world to be a necessary intermediate step toward multipolarity. The main geopolitical task of the West at this stage is to prevent the very possibility of forming a large-scale geopolitical bloc of continental volume, which could be comparable in one way or another to the forces of Atlanticism. This is the main principle of U.S. military political doctrine, as articulated in Paul Wolfowitz's report. In other words, the West most of all does not want a return to bipolarity. That would be fatal for it. Neo-Eurasianism, based on the interests of the geographical axis of history, asserts the exact opposite of the West. The only way out of this situation can be only a new bipolarism, since only in this direction could Eurasia gain the prospect of genuine geopolitical sovereignty. Only a new bipolarity can subsequently open the way for such multipolarity. 1288. In 2012, however, once it had become clear that China, not Russia, would inevitably be the center of his prophesied new bipolarity, Dugin firmly rejected bipolarity of any sort, calling it ideologically impossible under the impression at that time that the US and NATO have pulled so far ahead that no country is capable of symmetrical competition with them militarily, strategically, economically, or technically. 1289 Among his 6 points describing the qualities of a multipolar world. The multipolar world does not propose a return to a bipolar system, since today there exists neither strategically nor ideologically a force capable of opposing alone the material and spiritual hegemony of the contemporary West and its leader, the US. There must be more than 2 poles in a multipolar world. 1290. The mere existence of the PRC, in fact, represents a serious problem for this philosophy. Dugin's theory of the multipolar world's poles as vaguely defined civilization entities is sharply contradicted by the PRC's inter-civilizational multiculturalism. China presently incorporates not only the Confucian civilization but a large portion of the nascent Buddhist civilization as well as several Turkic and Russian minority groups. 1291 All such civilizational groups are no longer clashing, but thriving together within China in peace, united most fundamentally on the basis of class. 1292. Consequently, the type of civilizational mixture enabled by the PRC is considered an unwelcome aberration. Dugин's influence over actual Russian policy has of course been highly exaggerated by the Western press, and by the late 2010s, Dugin himself recognized the necessity of the Russia-PRC partnership. 1293 Yet fundamentally, any class-based alliance is contradicted by his vision that the elites and masses belonging to one or another civilization must recognize their shared civilizational identity, the significance of which should be weightier than the significance of class identity. 1294 Alliances between civilizations, for the purposes of defeating Western hegemony, are desirable and even necessary according to this worldview, yet class solidarity between civilizations cannot be imagined. Marxist analysis, according to Fanon, should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. 1295 But to Dugin, Marxism's burdensome dogmas. 1296 are to be cast aside entirely. For some civilizations, Dugin writes, material prosperity and capitalist forms of economy are acceptable and desirable, but for other civilizations it is possible that they are not at all so. 1297. Though Dugin's opposition to Western imperialism is the basis for his demonization by the Western press, it is yet an anti-imperialism bereft of anti-capitalism, the exact inverse of the deficiency shown by the social democratic Western left. 1298 Without a class analysis, it may be relatively easy to imagine different civilizations, represented by sovereign countries or blocks of countries, peacefully coexisting in their own spheres apart from the rest of the world. Latin American and Islamic civilizations, for example, would appear to have no particular animosity or reason to be in conflict with one another. The antagonism that exists between classes, however, cannot be reconciled by multipolarity alone. Capitalists not only cannot exist without workers of their own nation to oppress, but they also cannot exist without dispossessive accumulation and the relentless drive to expand once domestic markets are exhausted and thus superexploit the people of other nations. If unchecked, this class antagonism will likely therefore evolve again into some version of imperialism. The abolition of this oppression can only come about as the result of a global world historical class struggle. The Soviet Strategy. Chapters 1 through 5 showed that the United States is the strongest center of capitalist power in the world. Chapters 6 through 10 showed that the PRC is the strongest center of proletarian power in the world. Though the superempire's mechanisms of exploitation and control have developed since the inter-imperialist rivalry era, financial capital still dominates the West, and its fundamental tendency that Lenin identified a century ago to ever expand and ever increase its profits is likewise unchanged. There is indeed a Thucydides trap, not one determined merely by the military and economic power of states, but also by their class character. In order to grow, the Western bourgeoisie must eventually subdue China. If it cannot do so by subversion, sabotage, and trade manipulation, it will try to do so by force. The superempire's reaction can be delayed, if it can profit first by subjugating other victims, but the world is finite, and as far as we know, the rate of extraction cannot increase much further. The most efficient paradigm of dispossessive accumulation yet discovered, neocolonialism, is already prevalent nearly everywhere. A conflict therefore is inevitably coming, a death struggle between the American financial capitalist and the Chinese peasant/worker that will span the entire planet. If the PRC declines to defend itself, it will be destroyed, but if the financial oligarchy cannot destroy the PRC, it will lose its own control over class society. Were the PRC an empire, the new Cold War would not fundamentally threaten capitalist rule. Victory would simply mean one gang of capitalists replacing another, just as new, ascendant empires have absorbed old, decaying ones throughout history. But the Chinese capitalists do not control finance in their own country, the workers do, and they are not required by their class interest to seek profit and exploitation at others' expense. A Chinese victory thus has the potential to be another paradigm shift, a progression between stages of history. We have been here before. The bipolar world of the original Cold War, dominated by the United States and the Soviet Union, displayed exactly this dynamic, and the Soviet Union was defeated utterly. It would seem wise to avoid the same situation that has historically led to disaster, but this can only happen if the two superpowers cooperate in avoiding kinetic, economic, or proxy conflict, and the United States almost certainly will not. An examination of the Soviet Union's errors, the errors of contemporary anti-imperialists, and of any qualitative differences between the conditions it faced in the 20th century and those presently faced by the PRC, is therefore essential to predicting its surest path to victory. The PRC currently enjoys a relatively better position than the Soviet Union at its height. It has a considerably larger share of the global economy and total world population, as well as far greater international trade leverage. Even more importantly, unlike during the First Cold War, it has pursued close cooperation with the Russian Federation despite the differences in the ruling class of each country. The infamous Sino-Soviet split, which set the two largest socialist countries at odds with one another, has not continued into the 21st century, and the superempire's open hostility toward both Russia and China make that chapter of history unlikely to repeat itself in the near future. 1299 Political strategy, however, may still ultimately be the most decisive factor in the Second Cold War. In the first months after the October Revolution, Lenin wrote, "Until the world socialist revolution breaks out, until it embraces several countries and is strong enough to overcome international imperialism, it is the direct duty of the socialists who have conquered in one country not to accept battle against the giants of imperialism. Their duty is to try to avoid battle, to wait until the conflicts between the imperialists weaken them even more, and bring the revolution in other countries even nearer. One must be able to calculate the balance of forces and not help the imperialists by making the battle against socialism easier for them when socialism is still weak, and when the chances of the battle are manifestly against socialism. 1300. The fledgling Russian Soviet Republic, which at first had controlled only the urban centers of Moscow and St. Petersburg, could not fight the forces of every imperialist power at once. Indeed, the key to its survival was not war against them, but extricating itself from the First World War as quickly as it could. 1301 For the next 2 decades, it followed Lenin's strategy, seeking to make peace and détente with the imperialists while it was still weak and they were still strong. Great sacrifices were made to consolidate and defend the revolution within the Soviet Union, to appear harmless before the capitalist world, and to sow discord between the empires, which were not yet united. The Second World War seemed to vindicate this strategy, as the imperialist governments of France and the UK deliberately appeased Nazi Germany in the hopes that it would destroy socialism in Europe for them. The Soviet Union's maneuvering succeeded in broadening the war, such that even while encircled by Germany and the Empire of Japan, it did not face their might alone. As a result of inter-imperialist conflict, the Soviet Union and its sphere of influence expanded, bringing revolution and proletarian rule to Eastern Europe, China, Mongolia, and Korea. Yet the Second World War was also the last inter-imperialist war. The Soviet leadership became the victim of its own success, believing that the same strategy would work again under the next stage of imperialism, which at that point had not been identified. In 1952, Joseph Stalin confidently dismissed any objections to the contrary. After the First World War, it was believed that Germany had been finally put out of action, just as certain comrades now think that Japan and Germany have been finally put out of action. Then, too, it was also said the press dinned forth that the USA had placed Europe on a dole, that Germany could no longer rise to her feet, that from now on there could be no war among the capitalist countries. Yet in spite of this, Germany revived and rose to her feet as a great power within some 15 to 20 years after her defeat, having broken out of bondage and set out upon a course of independent development. It is typical in this regard that none other than Britain and the USA should have helped Germany to revive economically and to raise her economic war potential. Of course, the USA and Britain, though helping Germany to revive economically, in so doing intended to direct the revived Germany against the Soviet Union, to use her against the country of socialism. However, Germany directed her forces in the first place against the Anglo-French-American bloc. And when Hitler Germany declared war on the Soviet Union, The Anglo-French-American bloc not only failed to join with Hitler Germany, but, on the contrary, was obliged to enter into a coalition with the USSR against Hitler Germany. Consequently, the capitalist countries' struggle for markets and the desire to crush their competitors turned out in actuality to be stronger than the contradictions between the camp of capitalism and the camp of socialism. The question is, what guarantee is there that Germany and Japan will not again rise to their feet, that they will not try to wrest themselves from American bondage and to live their own independent lives? I think there are no such guarantees. But it follows from this that the inevitability of wars among the capitalist countries remains. 1302. Stalin did not live to correct this error, and his successors also failed to recognize it, even as the Cold War's imperialist bloc increasingly became not less but more united against socialism. 1303. In 1956, the Soviet Union officially adopted the policy of peaceful coexistence with the capitalist empires. Similarly, Deng advocated a foreign policy of keeping a low profile which, after the collapse of the socialist bloc and the total encirclement of the remaining socialist countries, succeeded in keeping the party in power at the cost of integration with the capitalist world. And ever since his passing, the PRC has officially forsworn seeking any form of hegemony and has scrupulously followed its self-imposed principles of non-interference in other countries' internal political affairs. Yet it is now obvious from the remainder of 20th century history that inter-imperialist war was not inevitable. During the 1980s, such conflict did seem a real possibility, as the Japanese economy, already the world's second largest, gained unprecedented strength, just as Stalin predicted. Japan's rate of foreign direct investment, a mere $2.3 billion in 1980, grew exponentially throughout the decade, to over $50 billion in 1990. 1304. Japan's singular flavor of capitalism, with heavy government intervention and the continual reinvestment of profit. 1305 had been an enormous success. Even during the Soviet Union's twilight years, Stalin's prophecy appeared to be on the cusp of fulfillment. The socialist remnant therefore eyed these developments keenly. Wang Huning, a highly influential future member of the Chinese Politburo, viewed the growing U.S. Japan animosity as all-important. In 1991, in a conclusion to his first-hand analysis of U.S. society, he wrote that the shadow of the Empire of the Sun is looming over the United States. Japan, according to Wang, had regained something approaching hegemony in East Asia, commanding significant investments in Taiwan and the Republic of Korea. During his visit, he carefully observed a widespread American fear of the Japanese. The Japanese now have control over the U.S. economy, and many Americans are worried about it. In the first 7 months of 1988, Japan spent $9 billion on foreign companies, several of which were American companies. American markets and companies fell to the Japanese. Japan's aggressive katana, Wang reasoned, has been pointed directly at the United States. 1306. At the beginning of the 1990s, however, the Japanese stock market crashed. In 1996, Japan's GDP growth plummeted, never exceeding a 3% increase in any year ever since. 1307. What began as Japan's lost decade became referred to by some as the lost 30 years as stagnation persisted long into the 21st century. 1308. What happened? As described in Chapter 2, the superempire's structural adjustment policies typically aim to devalue peripheral countries' currencies, thus increasing the rate of unequal exchange to the imperialist countries in the core. This works because the victim countries are near the bottom of the economic value chain, and must sell their commodities, raw materials or intermediate goods to the same small coterie of buyers, who set the prices. Between two countries at the top of the value chain, each of which sells manufactured products to Western populations at large, a different sort of sabotage is needed. According to Hudson, what was so remarkable about dollar devaluation, that is, an upward revaluation of foreign currencies, is that far from signaling the end of American domination of its allies, it became the deliberate object of U.S. financial strategy, a means to enmesh foreign central banks further in the dollar debt standard. 1309. Economists generally consider the Plaza Accord of 1985, in which the second-tier imperialist powers, i.e. Japan, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, agreed to intervene in currency markets to appreciate their respective currencies against the dollar, to be a strong contributing factor in Japan's asset price bubble. The accord was ostensibly designed to balance trade by protecting domestic U.S. manufacturing, which was being undersold by cheap Japanese consumer goods. As the Japanese yen strengthened, these goods became more expensive, allowing U.S. industry to compete. In the first quarter of 1986, Japanese companies began losing ground in the U.S. market, threatening to send Japan into recession. To prevent it, the Bank of Japan increased lending by cutting short-term interest rates, leading to a severe inflation of real estate prices. Defenders of the Plaza Accord maintain that it was not intended to hamstring the Japanese economy. Germany, after all, had appreciated the Deutschmark at the same time, and did not experience such a disastrous bubble. Yet the accord also specifically targeted Japanese real estate in a unique provision, obliging its government to private consumption and investment through measures to enlarge consumer and mortgage credit markets. 1310 The BOJ's response had in fact been heavily encouraged by the accord. The crisis in Japan was likely neither an accident, nor some vicissitude of the free market, but the outcome of deliberate sabotage. The asset price bubble seems a severe contrast to the U.S. real estate bubble that caused the Great Recession in 2008. How could a similar crisis set Japan's economy back decades? The Japanese recovery was so slow, in fact, that the new term zombie lending was coined in economics, describing the phenomenon of government regulators' forbearance in allowing banks to continue lending to firms that had become insolvent. The BOJ cut interest rates again, to less than 1%, ostensibly hoping to eventually stimulate its way out of the slump with unusually cheap loans. The cure for zombie lending, in fact, is large infusions of new capital, which were not forthcoming. German economist Richard Werner posited that the BOJ's managers deliberately prevented the bank from printing money, which would have greatly aided the recovery. Their objective in doing so, he surmised, was to unravel Japan Incorporated and cause a long-term neoliberalization of the Japanese economy virtually identical with the goals demanded by the United States. 1311-1312 Regardless of whether the BOJ was complicit, coerced, or simply incompetent, Western financial institutions ignored the crisis. There would be no bailout and no Marshall Plan under super-imperialism. To guarantee the stability of the West's outposts in East Asia, and to provide a bulwark against the spread of socialism, the Japanese capitalist class had been given the rare opportunity to develop and join the club of exploiters, but they would never be allowed to challenge their benefactors. The needed example was set. During the brief U.S. Japan trade war, Japanese corporations were dismayed to see that the deck was stacked against them. With increasing regularity, reported the New York Times in 1992, American companies are demanding, and winning, large royalty payments from Japanese companies for the use of patented technology. Hundreds of millions of dollars in profit, accumulated from the blood and sweat of wage labor exploitation via the infamously harsh Japanese work ethic, were wiped out in instants as U.S. courts sided with U.S. capitalists almost every time. In April, Sega was shaken down for $33 million by a Los Angeles jury. The same year, in separate lawsuits, two Japanese camera manufacturers were made to pay Honeywell a total of nearly $200 million. According to the Bank of Japan, domestic corporations paid over $3 billion more in royalties than they received in 1991.1313 U.S. arrogance in dealing with Japan heightened. In 1994, the New York Times revealed that the CIA and State Department had paid millions of dollars to the right-wing Liberal Democratic Party during the Cold War, financing half a century of LDP dominance of Japanese politics. 1314-1315 In September 1995, news emerged that a U.S. Navy soldier and two Marines stationed in Japan had kidnapped and raped a 12-year-old Okinawan girl, triggering a wave of outrage throughout the country. The next LDP Prime Minister succeeded Murayama a few months later. The LDP's monopoly on power was broken only once afterward, when the new center-left Democratic Party of Japan won a majority in the Diet in 2009. During his campaign, Prime Minister Yukio Hatoyama pledged to close just one U.S. Marine Corps air base in Okinawa, rather than relocate it to a less populated part of the island according to an earlier agreement negotiated by an LDP government. In March 2010, 6 months into his ministry, he expressed hopes that President Obama would meet with him to negotiate Point 1316. Over the following 2 months, Obama showed no willingness to visit Japan. Instead, in May, Hatoyama was forced, over a phone call, to agree to the U.S. terms to relocate rather than close the airbase. Point 1317. Humiliated, a few weeks later Hatoyama resigned in disgrace at his failure to fulfill his promise, and in the next general election, the LDP returned to power in a landslide. In a later interview with journalist Tim Shorrock, Hatoyama recounted an intense pressure campaign against his policy from not only U.S. officials but LDP-aligned Japanese bureaucrats who were always trying to please the U.S., trying to guess what they wanted and acting proactively on that. 1318. The airbase was never closed, nor even yet relocated as of this writing. Japan is still host to over 50,000 U.S. troops, an occupation currently financed by the Japanese government itself, which pays over $1 billion each year to keep their bases operational. Point 1319. The experiences of Japan are the clearest evidence that the inter-imperialist unity that outlived even the Soviet Union is in no danger. There would be no inter-imperialist war in the latter 20th century, and one is not likely in the 21st. The greatest conflict between capitalist empires of the super-imperial era resembled nothing so much as the United States pointing a gun at an unarmed man. There is no reason to believe that the unprecedented unity among empires in the face of a socialist enemy that was a feature of First Cold War will not also be a feature of the Second, especially not now that the super-empire and neocolonialism are fully entrenched throughout the world. The PRC is therefore no more likely than was the Soviet Union to win simply through patience. As described earlier in Chapter 11, the severing of the Nord Stream was in no country's self-interest but the United States. Pipelines, railroads, bridges, ports, and other transport infrastructure of the kind that the PRC has been patiently and methodically building throughout the periphery are all vulnerable. What takes years to build can be destroyed in moments. Without its own military and soft power influence, the PRC's long-term geopolitical strategy 1320 will soon be at a tremendous disadvantage, and it may lose what it has so painstakingly gained. In any war, hot or cold, the advantage usually lies with the side that takes the initiative. Though the PRC is still rising economically, militarily, and in every other respect, the United States has consistently acted first, through trade wars, diplomatic maneuvering, propaganda, and other provocations. It has retained its military outposts in Korea and is expanding them throughout the Pacific, securing new arrangements with the Philippines 1321 and Papua New Guinea. 1322 It is pushing Japan, once again ruled by the LDP, to rearm. It continues to push Taiwan to purchase more weapons. In 2023, in unprecedented provocations toward China's neighbor, the DPRK, a nuclear-armed U.S. submarine visited a port in southern Korea for the first time in July 1323 and a U.S. Air Force B-52 bomber landed in a southern Korean air base for the first time in October. 1324 The Cold War blocs are reforming, and the PRC is the de facto leader of the opposition whether the party is ready or not. The outcome of the Second Cold War will depend heavily upon whether and in what fashion the PRC will take on this mantle of leadership. Post-primacy adaptation. What, then, is the strategy the United States is undertaking in the Second Cold War? The ultimate goal of the US is clear: the elimination of China's challenge to its hegemony, but how it intends to accomplish this is not so obvious. Now let us examine the internal and external contradictions of the US, itself, and what obstacles its ruling class faces in its plans to maintain its dominance over the world. It is evident that the US is attempting to rebuild its domestic manufacturing base, which since the 1990s had been decreasing as a percentage of global manufacturing. As of 2022, according to a report by McKinsey, the number of manufacturing firms and plants in the U.S. had seen a 25% decline since 1997-1325, yet in the years just prior, manufacturing jobs had the largest rate of increase since the 1980s, and the total industrial workforce became larger than it was before the 2008 financial crisis and accompanying Great Recession. 1326 1327. A downturn in the first quarter of 2023 shows that steady growth is still elusive, but a surge of demand for the defense industry's output is expected, and as Europe further deindustrializes. 1328. The United States plans to further reindustrialize. There is a careful intent behind this new industrial renaissance rooted in geopolitical maneuvering. The U.S. government's protectionism is targeting quality over quantity. In 2022, the CHIPS and Science Act was enacted, allocating billions in loans, grants, and tax incentives for domestic U.S. microchip production. A few months later, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, the world's most valuable computer chip manufacturer, announced an expansion of its U.S. operations, promising to open a new factory in Arizona that would produce 3nm node semiconductor chips, then the most advanced type of computer chip in production anywhere. 1329. If successful, the United States' economic reliance upon Taiwan, which hinges upon Taiwan's status as the world's most advanced semiconductor foundry with 92% of all sub-10nm manufacturing capacity, as of 2021-1330, will be vastly reduced, meaning that in any future confrontation with the PRC over its wayward province, the U.S. would lose little by sacrificing Taiwan, if by doing so the U.S. might also damage its rival. Officially, the U.S. government refers to the new protectionism as friendshoring, which purportedly boosts the resiliency of global supply chain networks by decoupling them from any countries that are not allies and partners. Yet thus far, the only country whose industrial base is expanding to provide this resiliency is the United States, even as U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen promoted friendshoring in a speech before Korean technology conglomerate LG in Seoul in July 2022. The fruits of these exchanges included LG's new lithium-ion battery manufacturing capacity in Michigan, Hyundai's new electric vehicle plants in Georgia, and another chip plant in Texas from Samsung, the world's second largest advanced semiconductor manufacturer. 1331. Once this process is far enough along, any new proxy wars in Eastern Asia during the Second Cold War will be no skin off the superempire's nose, instead of threats to its economic performance and profits. Such conflicts will become opportunities to inflict casualties upon the PRC and its allies, just like in the wars in Korea and Vietnam during the latter 20th century. Just as with Europe, the superempire is also seeking to drain its eastern appendages of their most valuable capital and transform them into disposable pawns. Industrial redevelopment is only one facet of the superempire's wide-ranging restructuring, however. Less obvious but just as crucial are the adaptations being made to its military apparatus. In 1992, a secret document detailing the U.S. government's plan for its new reign as the leader of the world's unipolar empire was leaked to the New York Times, dubbed the Wolfowitz Doctrine after its architect U.S. Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz. It described the United States' foremost priority as to ensure that no rivals to U.S. power, either regional or global, would develop. 1332. For a quarter of a century, the superempire ran roughshod over the world in an orgy of death and destruction. For the sake of profit, yet now it has acknowledged that the Wolfowitz Doctrine has finally failed, and the PRC's ascension to becoming a new global rival cannot be prevented. In 2017, a report published by the U.S. Army War College concluded that the United States would soon lose its position as the world's sole superpower, identifying an impending volatile and uncertain restructuring of international security affairs in ways that appear to be increasingly hostile to unchallenged U.S. leadership. 1333. The report called this new period post-U.S. primacy and advised the Department of Defense to take measures to secure access to the global commons and strategic regions, markets, and resources, and create, preserve, and extend U.S. military advantage in response. 1334. In particular, the report stated. The post-primacy reality demands a wider and more flexible military force that can generate advantage and options across the broadest possible range of military demands. To U.S. political leadership, maintenance of military advantage preserves maximum freedom of action. Further, it underwrites yet another bedrock principle of American defense policy: nuclear and conventional deterrence. Finally, it allows U.S. decision-makers the opportunity to dictate or hold significant sway over outcomes in international disputes in the shadow of significant U.S. military capability and the implied promise of unacceptable consequences in the event that capability is unleashed. 1335. The flood of 40,000 new U.S. troops into Europe in 2022 and the plans to construct new military facilities in the Philippines announced in 2023-1336 must be evaluated in the context of this unambiguous statement of intent. All around the world, the global U.S. occupation forces are not declining but becoming further concentrated. During the GWOT, the U.S. Army had used individual brigades for small counterinsurgency operations. In 2021, the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command issued new guidelines for the reorganization of U.S. battle operations, recombining the brigades into divisions for large-scale combat operations. 1337. In October of 2022, the U.S. Congress proposed granting the Pentagon wartime procurement powers, greatly increasing the budget for munitions. An analyst from CSIS remarked that the numbers involved were far greater than were needed to resupply the armed forces of Ukraine, and instead indicated that Congress was concerned with building stockpiles for a major ground war in the future. 1338. In short, the reorientation of the U.S. military following the dissolution of the Soviet Union described in Chapter 2 is now happening in reverse, but in both instances, total military spending increased. Simultaneously, the scale of the U.S. military's covert operations has also expanded. Between 2017 and 2020, over $300 million was spent on the secretive 127E program that arms, trains, and provides intelligence to foreign proxy forces for combat operations against enemies of the U.S., a tenfold increase from the program's initial 2005 budget. 1339. The United States is no longer specializing in counterinsurgency, but neither is it abandoning the covert realm. It now seeks to foster insurgency rather than counter it. In 2021, Elbridge A. Colby, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Strategy and Force Development and the lead architect of the Department of Defense's National Defense Strategy, published a roadmap for U.S. PRC policy titled The Strategy of Denial: American Defense in an Age of Great Power Conflict. The book was praised by members of Congress, former U.S. defense officials, and numerous media establishment figures, and selected as one of the top 10 books of the year by the Wall Street Journal. Colby writes, as a central thesis, that physical force, especially the ability to kill, is the ultimate form of coercive leverage. While there are other sources of influence, such as wealth, persuasiveness, and charisma, they are all dominated by the power to kill. One with the ability to kill another can, if willing, escalate any dispute to that level and thus prevail. Although hard power is not the only form of power, it is dominant if effectively employed. Hard power always has the capacity to dominate soft power. Left unaddressed, might trumps right. Therefore, to protect its interests, the United States must be especially concerned about the use of physical force. 1340. Given that the United States no longer enjoys what Colby calls a preponderance of power in the world, he asserts that in order to prevent an unfavorable balance of power from forming against it, it is necessary for the U.S. to maintain its ability to kill any opponent, including and especially the PRC. The likelihood of any other state, even a hegemonic power, ever attacking the United States, Colby acknowledges, is rather remote given the United States' nuclear arsenal, isolated geographic position, and enormous resources available for defense. Instead, according to Colby, this extreme militant position toward China should be adopted merely because the PRC's growing commercial and trading bloc could cause the erosion of America's economic power. 1341. In other words, the US must be ready and willing to destroy any country that might undermine in any way its position as the dominant exploiter of the world, as well as any allies of such a country, any of its strategic partners, or any of its neighbors. Even if it has the ability to kill China, however, before the superempire can do so, it must first ensure that it will not itself be killed by the PRC's counterstroke. The principle of mutually assured destruction, which during the First Cold War prevented any intentional open military conflict between NATO and the Warsaw Pact, still applies in the new era, but in the terms of its military strength and nuclear deterrent, the PRC's relative position lags behind the Soviet Union's during the 20th century. The PRC's conventional Navy and Air Force are vastly outmatched by the United States. As of 2022, the People's Liberation Army Navy had only 2 operational aircraft carriers while the U.S. Navy had 11. According to the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, behind the Russian Federation and the United States, the size of the PRC's arsenal was a distant third at 350 warheads, less than 10% of the size of the U.S. arsenal. If the superempire succeeds in somehow neutralizing the Federation, the PRC will be overwhelmingly outgunned in any potential nuclear conflict. Even if combined with the strength of the DPRK, the PRC would still be outmatched by even the superempire's nuclear-powered junior partners. 1342. Upon first glance, any strategy involving nuclear confrontation would seem catastrophically irrational. The PRC's nuclear arsenal, if deployed with the intention, is nonetheless more than powerful enough to destroy all human civilization and perhaps even all human life, the ultimate deterrent to military aggression. Yet elements within the U.S. government, defense industry, and press are still seeking some way to weaken it. The U.S. should show it can win a nuclear war, a Wall Street Journal op-ed headline advised in April 2022. 1343. In a report issued to the U.S. Air Force Global Strike Command in 2020, the Louisiana Tech Research Institute advised an expansion and upgrade of U.S. nuclear weaponry not to preserve its own deterrent but to attain nuclear superiority. The United States has never been content with a mere second strike capability, wrote national security strategist and former CIA officer Matthew Kroenig. Like with North Korea, the United States retains the ability to impose much more significant costs on China, and Chinese nuclear experts fear that Washington may even be able to deny China's deterrent with a nuclear first strike on China's nuclear forces. 1344. 1 year earlier, the Pentagon advised the development of a new, technologically advanced missile defense system reminiscent of the Cold War-era Strategic Defense Initiative. 1345. If the United States can deploy even a rudimentary missile defense system, the Western capitalist oligarchy will not hesitate to accept the risk of a few million Americans' deaths as acceptable collateral damage in exchange for removing the PRC's deterrent. Economic decoupling. Nuclear apocalypse or open warfare, however, are not the only ways to kill. China's dominance of global manufacturing is presently its best defense against the superempire's aggression. The economies of the United States and China are presently so intertwined that the termination shock to the U.S. of abruptly severing ties to its largest trading partner would bring total economic ruin, severe shortages of basic goods, and potentially social chaos or even mass starvation. Such a disruption would seriously threaten the capitalist oligarchy's rule and rate of profit. The superempire must therefore reverse course and first decouple itself from its enemy before it can attempt to land a killing blow. The scale and complexity of the global economy, as well as China's increasingly central role within it, makes this a protracted and extremely difficult process. Indeed, the challenge for the superempire is not merely separating the U.S. trade from China and developing its own industry, but separating the vast array of global supply chains of raw materials and intermediate manufacturing from China as well. In this endeavor, even the United States' junior imperialist partners have proven reluctant to cooperate and have required the U.S. to apply an increasing amount of coercion to produce the desired results. The government of Germany, in one example, openly expressed a desire to maintain its trade relations with the PRC in November of 2022, when Chancellor Scholz became the first G7 head of state to visit China since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. 1346 In 2023, President Macron made a similar visit, and French multinational energy corporation Total Energies began accepting payment for liquefied natural gas in yuan for the first time. 1347. In fact, from a general overview of China's economic integration with the super empire, it would seem that decoupling has thus far been a colossal failure. The United Kingdom, in another example, has not reduced trade with China but expanded it. Between 2018 and 2021, the value of Chinese imports to the UK rose by 66%. 1348 Foreign direct investment in China from the super empire's lieutenants has been increasing, with Germany and the Republic of Korea providing the greatest amounts of new capital, followed by Japan and the UK. 1349 Some of the most dramatic successes of decoupling, for example recent trade disputes between the PRC and Australia, have been the result of policy changes by the PRC, not Western governments. By the end of 2021, the Australian wine industry's sales in China were reduced by 97%, yet this annihilation was not caused by Australia shifting to new markets, but by tariffs issued by the PRC in unofficial retaliation for Australia's ban on Huawei and its continued political antagonism towards Beijing. 1350 Overall, exports from Australia to China in fact increased by 24% in the same year. 1351. This contradiction is evident even at the highest levels. In 2022, the chair of the Switzerland-based multinational wealth manager UBS, the largest private bank in the world, assured a financial forum in Hong Kong that global bankers were very pro-China and open to making further investment. 1352 Despite the State Department's rhetoric and the recent exchanges of tariffs, even the Western financial oligarchy itself, or at the very least a significant faction of it, still sees China as a source of profit in the near future. If even the masters of the super empire are not in favor of pursuing it, then decoupling 1353 is not dead on arrival, but not yet even seriously attempted. When, then, will rhetoric become reality? Most likely, the Western bourgeoisie have recognized that decoupling will be a long-term and multi-stage process. They cannot shun Chinese imports until the reinvigoration of U.S. domestic industry has begun to bear fruit. They will therefore continue doing business in the meantime with sheath knives and a smile. There are certain strategic sectors, however, where decoupling will grant the super empire the greatest immediate advantage for the lowest risk. It is in these areas, and not in a general sense, that decoupling is being actively pursued. In October 2022, the U.S. Department of Commerce announced new sanctions on China's computer chip industry, forbidding exports of advanced technology to China and restricting all U.S. persons from being employed at semiconductor facilities in China. 1354 Soon after, both Japan and the Netherlands, home to the largest manufacturers of chip-making equipment, Tokyo Electron and ASML, moved to comply with the new export controls. 1355 This shift did not take place immediately, but over the course of 2 months, during which time the U.S. strong-armed its allies by threatening to ban the sale of any foreign products to China that contained U.S. technologies. 1356. It is now clear that the U.S. government will not succeed in preventing mainland China's computer chip industry from catching up with TSMC and Samsung, nor even significantly prolong the gap's existence. In September 2023, within a year of the application of sanctions, a teardown of the newest of Huawei iPhone revealed that China's top chip maker, Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corp., had already achieved 7nm capability. 1357 It is also clear, however, that the US has power to decouple an entire industry when it chooses to do so, and the leverage to compel third parties to fall in line in a matter of months. The PRC's appeals to the World Trade Organization over the chip sanctions, even if successful, will have no effect on the decoupling process. In December 2022, the WTO officially ruled in the PRC's favor in the dispute over U.S. metal tariffs from a few years prior, judging that the U.S. was in violation of international trade rules, the U.S. government promptly responded that it would maintain the tariffs anyway. 1358 The U.S. government is both willing and able to break its own rules the moment those rules cease to serve its interests, and no institution, country, or other power in the world is yet capable of stopping it. In summary, what can be observed of the present foreign and economic policy of the United States reveals that it has four major long-term strategic goals: to significantly slow China's technological development, to isolate the PRC from its current or potential allies, partners, and neighbors, to provoke the PRC into a costly and destructive proxy war in East Asia, to remove the PRC's nuclear deterrent. In the first goal, which it has recently pursued most urgently, it has already failed, and in the second, it is also failing. The Russian Federation, whose defeat and subjugation would have allowed the super-empire to encircle the PRC, has proved more resilient than expected, and in general the periphery is growing more friendly to the PRC, rather than less. Success in the third and fourth goals appear increasingly remote, but this is not by any means an assurance that the US will not try. As of this writing, hundreds of thousands of lives have been lost in Ukraine. Taiwanese and Korean lives are certainly no less cheap to the Western oligarchy, and when nuclear powers are involved, military action of any kind has the potential to escalate to global proportions. The great danger of our time is therefore less that the US may succeed in preserving its hegemony, but in how many people its government still has the power to kill in its attempts to do so. Appendix A. Unequal exchange in Ghanaian gold mining. Proceeding from the example of Apple's iPhone 6 given in Chapter 2, this appendix will estimate one of the more hidden forms of unequal exchange involved in the extraction of raw materials for its production. Often, lower down in the supply chain, labor exploitation becomes more severe and more difficult to quantify. The type of precious metals needed to construct the iPhone are extracted most cheaply through artisanal or small-scale mining with hand tools in the periphery, in mineral-rich countries such as Peru, Ghana, Mali, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where the global relations of imperialism enforce extremely low wages and sometimes even slave labor. 1359. According to a detailed investigation by journalist Brian Merchant in 2017, a single iPhone 6 contained only about $1 worth of raw materials by weight, which required mining approximately 34 kilograms of ore. A trace amount of gold accounted for 56 cents and required mining 18 kilograms 1360 out of those 34.1361 according to a report on field surveys conducted in 2012 by the International Labour Organization. Over 56 tons of gold were estimated to be produced annually by artisanal gold miners in Ghana, who extracted an average of 2 ounces each per year 1362, which at a global market price of $1,411 per ounce 1363 would garner about $7.73 of revenue per worker per day. 1364. The chronic undervaluation of Ghana's gold exports 1,365 is driven by this artisanal mining industry and consequent gold smuggling, which further reduces the total cost of the production, further reduces the wage of the gold miner, and deprives the state of Ghana of tax revenue on these exports that might be spent on development that could directly or indirectly increase its workers' standard of living. The average Ghanaian artisanal gold mine worker earns only a few dollars per day. 1366. Thus, if the Ghanaian gold miner were compensated fairly, then his wages, and consequently Ghana's below-market export price of gold, would increase, and if the margins in the remainder of the supply chain are unchanged, this increase could only come by increasing the retail price or reducing the profit collected through the sale of the iPhone. In core countries, such as Canada and Australia, which also mine large amounts of gold annually, the gold mining process involves a much greater amount of constant capital that enables mines to extract the same amount of gold with a much smaller amount of human labor, both less quantitatively 1367, less arduous and dangerous qualitatively, and compensated at much higher rates 1368, but still resulting in a profit. 1369. Even as the periphery's single largest producer of gold, Ghana has no leverage whatsoever to demand a higher price, therefore the core receives a very large quantity of gold from it each year that is both cheaper than market prices and required virtually no expenditure of capital due to artisanal mining. This savings in capital expenditure is not directly reflected in the recorded profit margin of the iPhone or other high-tech devices, yet is accomplished by super-exploiting the Ghanaian worker. Appendix B. Unequal exchange between Africa and China. We are certainly not against marketing and trading. On the contrary, we are for a widening of our potentialities in these spheres, and we are convinced that we shall be able to adjust the balance in our favor only by developing an agriculture attuned to our needs and supporting it with a rapidly increasing industrialization that will break the neocolonialist pattern which at present operates. Kwame Nkrumah, 19651370. Kohler's formula for unequal exchange between countries is used here to update his findings. For the sake of consistency, Kohler's original results from 2009 will be reproduced, and then the same formula will be applied to data from 2016, the most recent year for which the IMF's World Economic Outlook database included the same statistical indicators referenced by Kohler. 1371. The table below shows Kohler's distortion factor, or the values of the selected country's currencies compared with the dollar, based on the ratio of each country's GDP per capita at purchasing power parity to its GDP per capita in current US dollars in 2009. With the exception of individual African countries and the addition of Russia, the list is the same chosen by Kohler to display a wide range of data. 1372. Gross domestic product and currency values in 2009-1373. Appendix C. How the Bolshevik Revolution was won. Continuing from Chapter 3's analyses of armed struggle, this appendix will strive to place the Bolshevik Revolution in its appropriate historical and geopolitical context, which in 1917 was the First World War and the inter-imperialist rivalry stage defined in Chapter 1. Eventually, the old European empires, relentlessly driven to expand by finance capital, were only able to do so at the expense of each other's territory, making global conflict inevitable. A complicated network of alliances led nearly all of Europe to enter the First World War on one of two opposing sides. Victory would ensure imperial expansion, while defeat would mean the loss of some or all colonial possessions. The stakes for the capitalist class were therefore enormous. When the Russian provisional government was overthrown by the Bolsheviks, Russia's imperialist allies, primarily France, the United Kingdom, and the United States, were much more anxious about how the revolution would affect the progress of the war than the possible emergence of a new economic system that could fundamentally challenge bourgeois rule. Many, in fact, did not even conceive of such a thing. Though the bourgeoisie are typically quite class-conscious, they did not seriously consider the possibility that Marxism was anything other than a long-discredited theoretical dead end. Thus not only was he front of capital where the chain of imperialism weakest, 1386, but the novelty of the proletariat seizing state power worked in the Bolsheviks' favor. Unaware of the true danger to capitalist empire that socialism represented, the bourgeois press remained optimistic even as Petrograd turned red and Russia descended into civil war. In the days after the Bolsheviks stormed the Winter Palace, the paper of record dutifully printed predictions that they would not hold power for long 1387-1388 and spilled much ink boosting hopes that a strong man or a new monarchy would arise instead. 1389-1390 Only after an initial counter-revolution failed and the days became weeks did the headlines became more directly critical of the Bolsheviks, but mostly on the grounds of their suspected ties to Germany, and not because they were communists. 1391 Even as late as January of 1918, the New York Times printed that the Allied powers were willing to recognize the new Bolshevik government, if it would keep Russia in the war on their side. 1392-1393 Only after the Bolsheviks had negotiated a peace with the Central Powers in March of 1918 did the Allied powers actually invade Russia. The Allied intervention in the Russian Civil War must therefore be analyzed in the context of the prevailing relations of world imperialism. Unlike the interventions in Korea and Vietnam in the latter part of the 20th century, during the Russian Civil War the Western empires were not united, and their policies were not yet fully oriented along anti-communist lines. Instead, the primary war goals of the invaders were to revive the Eastern Front against Germany, and to prevent the Central Powers from seizing any resources from the fracturing Russian Empire. If their class enemies the Bolsheviks needed to be overthrown in order to accomplish those goals, so much the better, but this was only one possible means to those ends, and no serious attempt was made to pursue it once those ends had been otherwise achieved. The forces of counter-revolution, the White Armies, plural, thus remained divided, poorly supported, and proved ultimately surmountable by the superior organization of the Red Army. After the Central Powers surrendered, most Allied forces left Russia within a year before the Civil War had been decisively concluded and before their armies deployed against Germany had even finished demobilizing. Altogether, the Allied invasion consisted of fewer than 300,000 troops and took less than 2% casualties, few of which were suffered by the Western empires. The majority of Allied combat deaths in the Civil War were in fact Czechoslovakian. The combined peak totals of French, British, and US troops in Russia barely exceeded 70,000 and their collective total casualties were only about 700 men, clear evidence that they saw relatively little actual combat with the Red Army. 1394 of the each country's invasion force, Japan's was the most numerous, remained in Russia the longest, and left the most reluctantly, but rather than strangling Bolshevism in its crib, the rising empire of Japan's primary goal was simply to expand its own sphere of influence by grabbing a piece of Russia for itself. In the final analysis, the Bolsheviks' victory in the Civil War owed much to the great powers' failure to take them seriously. It is clear that if these conditions are ever to be replicated, the global relations of imperialism must first return to the inter-imperialist rivalry stage. Whether this could come about as a consequence of a retreat or split of the super-empire, or whether such a reversion is even possible, is unknowable. At first glance, given recent world events, such a transformation does not appear inconceivable, yet as shown in chapters 11 and 12, a return to the Cold War stage is both preferable to the oppressed peoples of the world, and more likely. Appendix D. Unemployment in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. As noted in Chapter 8, while the Chinese government admitted at the time that minority unemployment in the XUAR during the 2000s and early 2010s was quite high, official statistics did not record exactly how high. In 2008, minority rights group International claimed that the total Uyghur unemployment rate in Xinjiang was as high as 70%, 1395. Though MRG did not explain how this figure was calculated, this appendix will attempt to corroborate it from other demographic data, and broadly estimate if it has improved or not in the years since then. A crucial limitation to such an estimate is not knowing the size of the total labor force in rural China. The China Statistical Yearbook defines the labor force as the population aged 16 and over who are capable of working, are participating in or willing to participate in economic activities, including employed and unemployed persons. 1396. This definition is broadly universal, being also used by organizations such as the OECD, the International Labor Organization, and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. 1397. An individual who does not have a job or is not making an attempt to find one is therefore considered not part of the labor force and therefore not unemployed. At the time of MRG's report, a majority of Xinjiang's population was rural, and unemployment statistics are not broken down by ethnic group, leaving rural areas as the best proxy for statistics on Uyghur unemployment. However, unemployment in rural areas is not recorded by the government's statistical yearbooks either. Nevertheless, in 2013, the year before the party announced the new targeted poverty alleviation program, almost 73% of Xinjiang's population was between the ages of 15 and 64. 1398, which is internationally considered the working age. 1399. The rural population totaled about 12.6 million. 1400, and for the end of the year, the CSY reported that just over 500,000 people in rural Xinjiang were either engaged in private enterprises or self-employed. 1401. Even if only half the working age population Were in the labor force 1402, the rural unemployment rate in Xinjiang would have been well over 80% higher even than MRG's figure. If the actual unemployment rate were any less than 50%, it would mean the labor force in rural Xinjiang would have been smaller than 1 in 10 working-age people in 2013, by itself a clear symptom of extreme poverty. According to a labor report by the government of Hotan Prefecture, 600,000 workers still had no jobs or farms in 2017, which amounted to 40% of the local workforce and over 1/4 of the entire population. 1403. Though they are sufficient to show the massive scale of the problem, the wide range of these estimates and the number of assumptions involved limits their usefulness. To measure whether the economic conditions faced by the Uyghur people have since improved or by how much, a comparative analysis is called for, especially if it can be done within the same sets of data. The neighboring province of Gansu, though smaller than Xinjiang by land area, is nonetheless quite similar in other respects. In 2013, the total population of the XUAR was about 90% of that of Gansu, a similar proportion of which was rural. 1404. Yet rural Gansu had almost twice as many jobs as rural Xinjiang. 1405. In terms of wealth and income, both regions are quite poor in comparison with the rest of the country, though Gansu is not a minority autonomous region. Between 2013 and 2021, both regions saw increasing urbanization. 1406. But also a tremendous rise in rural employment. The 2022 CSY reported a total of nearly 6 million jobs in the countryside of the XUAR and nearly 7 million in Gansu, increases of over 1,000% and 600%, respectively. 1407. Assuming a constant labor participation rate of 61%, rural unemployment would have fallen from over 90% to the low double digits in the XUAR and almost vanished altogether in Gansu. In China overall, it would have fallen from over 80% to less than 10%.